Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Cover One's live coverage of NFL free agency. My name is Steve Mathis. You can find me on Twitter at The Bills Guys, and I will be joined over the course of this afternoon by various different Cover One personalities as we break down all the things that are going on in free agency. It's going to be I don't know. It's not going to be the traditional type of maybe professional live stream that Dave and myself like to put on at 9 p.m. And we will be live at 9 p.m. tonight because there's going to be a lot of me looking at my phone. There's going to be a lot of me on Slack, a lot of me on Twitter tweeting and stuff as we react live to all the comings and goings. So it's not going to be that traditional professional presentation. There might be some awkward pauses here or there, especially since I am doing this thing solo here. So feel free over the course of the show to throw all the signings that occur into the comment section and to comment on your thoughts as we move along here. And the 12 p.m. hour has hit. There hasn't been any breaking news that I can see. The number one thing that I've seen breaking so far is that DeAndre Swift is expected to maybe possibly sign with the Chicago Bears. So there wasn't that snap of the finger noon PM signing. Maybe teams have finally smartened up to the idea that you realize that illegal tampering is occurring if those deals are getting made. But a couple of news on the Bills front. I will get to the details of the Dawson Knox contract. Dawson Knox has taken a pay cut for the Buffalo Bills. I think Greg Tomsett was tweeting about that, so I can pull that up. I haven't had a chance to look into that. Grant Turner comes in and says the Eagles look like they're going heavy for Saquon. That'll be really interesting. My eyes today are on the two guys to the left and the right of me, Gabriel Davis and AJ Epenesa, for two reasons. Number one, I would really like AJ Epenesa back, especially with our lack of depth. But I also understand that you're probably not going to want to pay AJ Epenesa free agent market type of money. So if a Jordan Boyer situation comes about where the market isn't where he wants it, then maybe he can come back to the Buffalo Bills and become part of this rotation again at a cheaper contract than maybe a lot of people expect. But Gabriel Davis likely gone. My guess is probably sometime by the end of today. I think he's one of the better names left on the wide receiver market. And AJ Epenesa, he's got connections to Eric Washington in Chicago. I saw our boy David Fox was making that prediction. Leonard Floyd has connections to Atlanta with Raheem Morris, even though he does not count towards the compensatory pick formula. So if the Buffalo Bills don't make a lot of moves today and Gabriel Davis signs for a ton of money and AJ Epenesa signs for a ton of money, you're now looking at the Buffalo Bills possibly being in play for a compensatory draft pick. So when 9 p.m. rolls around and Dave and I go live for our traditional 9 p.m. show, we could be talking about how the Bills have lost Gabriel Davis to this amount of money, AJ Epenesa to this amount of money, and we'll be talking about possible compensatory picks coming back and whether over the course of the next 3-4 days, the Buffalo Bills should even consider making a move in free agency. I think we could get into a situation where this season, and again, in the next 30 minutes, this could all go to you know what, but we could be looking at a situation where the Bills make 3 Leonard Floyd type of deals this offseason where they go out and they try to skirt the compensatory pick formula by waiting till after the deadline or sign players that were released by other teams, etc. And of course, they have that $10 million that frees up once Tre'Davious White's contract goes through the June 1st, post June 1st cut. So they'll have $10 million free in June. A couple of other Bills notes. Mitch Morse is a Jacksonville Jaguar. He agreed to terms with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that is obviously and certainly disappointing. Mitch Morse heading down to Florida to probably finish his career with the Jacksonville Jaguars, be reunited with Doug Peterson, who he played with in Kansas City. And I'm looking to see some other news. T. Higgins requested a trade. That'll be interesting. Maybe that throws off the Gabriel Davis market, right? A couple of teams that were in on Gabriel Davis, maybe they say to themselves, hold on, Gabe, we're going to call we're going to call the Cincinnati Bengals and we're going to try to see if we can get our hands on T. Higgins instead. So it'll be really, really interesting to see what is going on over the course of the day in free agency. We had a question from Grant about the Dawson Knox contract. So let me pull up Greg Tomsett's Twitter handle because I do believe Greg was speaking on that a little while earlier. So let me pull it up. And this is what I said, where it's a live stream. We're sitting here, we're reacting to free agency, but it's not going to be this typical thing where I'm going to sit here for 6 hours and talk to you in the most professional of manners. We're going to have some awkward pauses here as I scroll social media, looking to see. Greg said similar language to the Von Miller announcement here, with reworked instead of restructured, meaning this should be viewed as some form of pay cut with the money shifted from salaries to incentives. He said NLTBE incentives don't count on the current cap and get applied to next year's cap. So the Buffalo Bills take money away from Dawson Knox now. They say, hey, if you do this, you catch 10 touchdowns, you play in this many games, you play this many snaps, you get this amount of money, this amount of money, this amount of money. And if Dawson Knox reaches those benchmarks, he scores 10 touchdowns, he plays 800 snaps, he gets 600 receiving yards. If he hits those benchmarks, then he gets that money as bonuses, and it goes against next year's salary cap. So you are running the risk of kicking the can into next year's salary, but only if Dawson Knox earns those incentives. And if he earns those incentives, then obviously the Buffalo Bills probably had a really good season, just like Von Miller. Turns out Von Miller was just trying to circumvent the fact that he was going to lose a lot of his guaranteed money because he expects to be suspended by the National Football League due to the incident he had with his girlfriend last season. So now, Von Miller misses 4 games, but then he comes back for 13 games and he puts up 15 sacks and has an incredible season. Yeah, the Buffalo Bills are going to owe some money next year that they weren't expecting to have to owe next year. But if Von Miller comes out and has 15 sacks this year in 13 games, 12 games, the Buffalo Bills are probably playing a lot better, and it's okay. It's worth it because he probably gets you over the top into the Super Bowl. So that's what those not expected to be earned incentives really are. And that's what Dawson Knox is going to get. That is what Von Miller got. So those are all the various different things that we will see today. Looking at my Twitter feed here, looking to see if the Buffalo Bills have made any moves or if anyone has made any moves. My favorite follow on social media, I don't know if you guys follow Ari Mirov of the 33rd team on Twitter at My Sports Update. He's always really good. It's an aggregate account, but he's always really good at just following like every single guy and posting them without being dove. So it's a pretty good follow. He says the Eagles are believed to be a serious team trying to pry Saquon out of New York. And that's about it that we have so far. I don't think we have an official signing of anyone yet. So that is what that's where we're at as we are now 8 minutes into free agency. No signings. How dare the NFL? Spin 0481 comes in and says, why would Vaughn get suspended? Didn't the charges get dropped? I believe no formal charges were ever filed, but the NFL doesn't care about that. The NFL has its own investigators, things of that nature. There's not to say that Vaughn will be suspended, but that was the report that Vaughn expects to be suspended by the National Football League. So the NFL does its own investigation. The NFL sees this and this and this, and they don't like it or appreciate it or feel like Vaughn did something wrong. Even if the courts aren't going to pursue it, the NFL would pursue it against its personal conduct policy. So whether you agree with that or whether you don't agree with that, that's just the reality. And that's what we were sort of speaking to there. Over the course of the afternoon, I want to have a conversation about the Buffalo Bills needs because this is a Buffalo Bills specific live free agency coverage. So I made a couple of graphics up for this afternoon as we get started. And the first one I want to sort of get into is I want to talk about the wide receiver position. And the wide receiver position is something that I think a lot of fans have strong feelings about. And by a lot of fans, I mean all of the fans have some strong feelings about. I'm going to throw this graphic up here. Let's take a look at what the Buffalo Bills have at wide receiver heading into this free agency tampering window. The Buffalo Bills currently have 7 wide receivers under contract. Stephon Diggs, Khalil Shakir, Justin Shorter, Andy Isabella, Tyrell Shavers, Brian Thompson, and KJ Hamler. You will notice Stephon Diggs and Khalil Shakir are highlighted in red here. That's because I believe that those are the only 2 guys that are really roster locks at this point. Yes, Justin Shorter will probably be one of the 5 or 6 wide receivers on the Buffalo Bills opening day roster next season, but you can't guarantee that like you can Stephon Diggs and like you can Khalil Shakir. Tyrell Shavers, with his special teams ability and having a similar size profile, even though he's a little bit skinnier, he could beat him out, right? You could see Andy Isabella and KJ Hamler competing to replace Deontay Hardy in sort of that gadget wide receiver / return man role. So both of those guys, or one of those two guys, could make this football team realistically, but I'm not willing to put those in stone yet. So really, you're looking at a wide receiver room with 2 players set in stone. The Bills have 3 free agents: Gabriel Davis, who, again, my expectation is he signs with another franchise today at some point. Trent Sherfield, who knows? You know, Joe Biscaglia from The Athletic just did a mock off season for The Athletic, and he had Trent Sherfield coming back to the Buffalo Bills for his special teams ability, his run blocking ability as a depth wide receiver. Maybe the Buffalo Bills bring Trent Sherfield back on a 1-year minimum deal. And obviously Deontay Hardy, who they released. I don't foresee the Buffalo Bills bringing Deontay Hardy back, but you also never know. So the Buffalo Bills find themselves in a position. What do we do at wide receiver? I think most fans expect the Buffalo Bills to draft a wide receiver early. And the reason why they expect the Buffalo Bills to draft a wide receiver early is because you have an aging Stephon Diggs. You need another boundary wide receiver to take the pressure off of Diggs, to take the pressure off of Khalil Shakir, to take the pressure off Dalton Kincaid, to take the pressure off of James Cook. If you're going to get the best receiver possible, you are going to want to go into the draft, because unless you're going to spend an exorbitant amount of money that really the Buffalo Bills do not have, then you are going to have to go towards the draft. So the Bills are probably going to draft a wide receiver either at pick 28 or at pick 60, or a trade up in the first round or a trade up in the second round. I think it's almost a given at this point, especially with all the receivers that they met at the combine. That being said, I think the Buffalo Bills are still going to have to make some additions to this room in free agency. And I don't think that they can really cut corners in terms of who they are signing here at this position. Now, on my very, very high end, I have Hollywood Brown, right? That is a guy who knows what kind of contract Hollywood Brown is going to get over the next 3 days, because he's a guy who very much has had some injury problems over the past couple of seasons and has not played in as many games as probably you would like. So who knows what the market for Hollywood Brown is? That being said, even though he's probably not what you want in terms of run blocking, he's probably not what you want in terms of size on the boundary, Hollywood Brown is a bona fide field stretching threat who would open things up for Stephon Diggs, who would open things up for Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, etc. If he's willing to take a 1-year prove it deal and you can tack on a couple of void years to bring that salary down, I think Hollywood Brown is a guy the Buffalo Bills could realistically target. He also could go out today and sign for $18 million AAV. Who knows? So he's really, to me, one of the dark horses, because you don't know what kind of contract he's going to get. And if it's on the lower end and he has to sign a prove it deal, I think the Buffalo Bills could possibly be in play. And I think he's a fit. Another wide receiver, again, a little smaller in stature, but gives you that down the field oomph that I think the Buffalo Bills are missing, that I think Joe Brady would like, is Darnell Mooney. He's another guy who I think has had some injury problems, has had some bad quarterback play. He's a guy who might need to sign a 1-year type of prove it deal. The Buffalo Bills could be in the market to do that with him, and he would add to the room. Even if you add Hollywood Brown, even if you add Darnell Mooney, they're lacking the size, really. So you can still go out in the draft and draft Keon Coleman or Xavier Legette or Brian Thomas Jr. or whatever wide receiver you want to take at 28, whatever wide receiver you're vibing with at 28. None of the receivers on this list preclude you from doing that. And I think the Buffalo Bills, you'd probably want to have 4 core receivers that you can trust heading into the 2024 season. And right now you only got 2, right? So you're probably going to want to have one in free agency, and you're probably going to want to have one in the draft, because we need to add some defensive players too. So it's going to be hard to double dip in the first 3 rounds at wide receiver. I wouldn't be mad if Brandon Beane did that. It'd be exciting, but I don't foresee it happening. Some other guys that I think are realistic targets for the Buffalo Bills, I think the 2 most realistic are Noah Brown, formerly of the Houston Texans and of the Dallas Cowboys. He can go downfield. He can do a lot of what Gabriel Davis does, play special teams. He can run block. You know, he can be a boundary threat. He had a good season in Houston. Noah Brown, Josh Reynolds, again, familiarity with Aaron Cromer from their time in Los Angeles together, plays the boundary, smart, savvy, good run blocker. I think those are the 4 receivers that check the most boxes. Hollywood Brown, Darnell Mooney, they have their issues, right, because of their stature, but they can take the top off. Noah Brown, Josh Reynolds check the box of do things that Gabe could do or did for this Buffalo Bills offense. And then from there, it's really a bunch of wild cards, right? You have DJ Chark, who again has size and can take the top off, but he's got a history of injuries. He's got a history of underperforming, but the potential is there. Marquez Valdez-Scantling had a very bad year in Kansas City, but if the Buffalo Bills felt like it, he could be maybe a number 4 receiver for the Buffalo Bills. Same with Van Jefferson, same with Donovan Peoples-Jones, size, on the boundary, things of that nature. KJ Osborne is another sleeper there as well that can do those things. Paris Campbell, Curtis Samuel, those are type of gadgety players that a lot of fans have talked about. Who knows what the Buffalo Bills do in that situation? So a bunch of people are telling me to go onto social media and to read Deon Dawkins' latest tweet here. So let me pull up Deon Dawkins' Twitter and let's read what's going on here with Deon Dawkins. It was good while it lasted, Buffalo. Excited for the next chapter of my football career. Wonder if it's okay to eat ranch now. Okay, so this is interesting. And the Buffalo Bills have released Deon Dawkins per Andrew Siciliano on the NFL Network. This is unexpected. And let me take a second to gather my thoughts here, because I do have some thoughts here, because I thought that maybe this was I think this is a Arik Armstead. I think this is an Arik Armstead type of situation here. So let me break down what I think is going on with Deon Dawkins. I think that Deon Dawkins has 1 year left on his contract. And I think that he probably went to negotiate an extension with the Buffalo Bills. And I think the extension talks did not go in a direction that he appreciated. Now, after that happened, we saw with Ed Oliver last year that cooler heads prevailed. They took some time. They walked away. They said, hey, we're not doing anything with you. You're on this football team. It appears that, like Arik Armstead in San Francisco, that might not be the case with Deon Dawkins. And Deon Dawkins asked for his release from the Buffalo Bills. And it appears like the Buffalo Bills are releasing Deon Dawkins. Again, this was something where in the very, very back of my mind, I thought it would be a possibility in 2025 that the Buffalo Bills walked away from Deon Dawkins. I am absolutely flabbergasted that they made the decision to completely overhaul this offensive line in 2024 when it was pretty much effective in 2023. They've already moved on from Mitch Morse when they probably could have restructured him and kicked some cans down the road. They probably could have made it work for 1 year with Deon Dawkins, but they chose not to. My expectation here is this, because I thought that this could be a possibility again in 2025. And I'm talking a little bit in circles here because I don't have defined notes, but I think what you're going to see here in the next hour or so, when they announce the Deon Dawkins release, is you're going to see the announcement, just like you saw with Mitch Morse, that Deon Dawkins, or that Spencer Brown, is kicking over to left tackle. And I think the Buffalo Bills are probably going to move Spencer Brown to left tackle. And now the Buffalo Bills are going to have to pursue a right tackle in free agency. And they're probably now going to have to draft a tackle somewhere in the first 3 rounds of the National Football League draft this season. So a position that we have not talked about at all during the Senior Bowl week, a position that we skipped when we did our combine previews and our combine reaction, a position that we did not think was going to be a position of need is now a position of need as we react to the Buffalo Bills seemingly releasing Deon Dawkins. So Daquan Jones has chimed in. He is surprised. This is strange, right? Like, and as I sit here and I react to this in real time, like I don't get it, right? Like, we're allowed to question the moves that the Buffalo Bills make. We don't have to agree with everything the Buffalo Bills decide to do. The guy is a Buffalo Bill. Like, he literally is personifies what it means to be a Buffalo Bill. He represents us every year at the Pro Bowl. You saw the way that he was interviewed in that podcast this summer where he talked about just protecting Josh Allen and how Josh Allen was his quarterback. This is very much a very surprising move that the Buffalo Bills couldn't get an extension done with Deon Dawkins, or that they couldn't tell Deon just to suck it up and hit free agency in 2025, that they couldn't find a trade partner. If really he couldn't come back this year, the fact that they couldn't find a trade partner, I'm baffled. And Randy comes in and says, this is more evidence that the salary cap clearly is not real. And he says that sarcastically. I don't think this is salary cap. Like, this is in part due to the salary cap, right? The Buffalo Bills maybe don't want to pay a 30-plus-year-old tackle into the future, etc. But I don't know, man. Even if he's ticked off, I'd still rather have a ticked off Deon Dawkins on the final year of his contract, or I'd still rather get some kind of compensation, because there's no way you couldn't have traded him for something. Like, it's weird and unusual. And obviously we're reacting in real time here, and more information will come out over the course of the next couple of hours or so. But this is really unusual. This is really, really, really unusual situation. I don't think a lot of us were expecting it. Obviously you had those cryptic Instagram posts that came out, but I mean, I don't think anyone should have read too much into them. Obviously in retrospect now, they should have, but this is getting a little bit unusual, and we're trying to figure out what is going on here. And I am going to, I'm just going to look, see if there's any updates, see what's going on. I'm going to go to Deon Dawkins' spot track and see and react to what kind of ramifications he has. There are some people in the comment section saying that Deon Dawkins is trolling. That would be pretty messed up, especially for me, Deon. I'm live streaming here. We have Adam Schefter. Someone told me to check Adam Schefter. DeAndre Swift gets a 3-year deal with the Bears, $15 million guaranteed. Oh, the Bills signed Deon Dawkins to a 3-year, $60 million extension. Per sources, the deal is expected Dawkins to be the 4th highest tackle in the league. So there we go. Wow. Everyone just forget the last 10 minutes or so of everything we just said. That was extremely embarrassing 15 minutes for me as I was scrambling. So Deon Dawkins has signed an extension. He was trolling. So this is what you get. This is what you get. This is what I get for deciding to live stream as opposed to just reacting as the news came along. And here we go. This is what happens when you react in real time. Honestly, this is more of the expected here, because as I mentioned, I would have disagreed with the move if the Buffalo Bills made the decision to make it. It is a 3-year deal for Deon Dawkins, a 3-year, $60.5 million extension, making him the highest paid tackle in the league. That was a tense 10 minutes, but I did not fall into conspiracy theory. Did you see what he tweeted before he re-signed that extension? That was not me falling to the conspiracy theory that others did. That was me reacting to a lot more concrete one. It is very interesting to see that he gets that extension after trolling the heck out of us over the course of the last couple of days. Obviously, the people who were reacting to the Instagram posts and the tweets from a couple of days ago, again, he was just messing around. Today's the one that he posted 12 minutes ago. That was a little bit more concrete, and I don't blame anyone for reacting to that one. But the extension gets done. Deon is locked down. It would have been very odd for the Buffalo Bills to blow up their entire offensive line a year after they had so much success with the offensive line, after years of quite frankly having a lot of shuffling and a lot of not so great play along the offensive line, especially in crunch time. Obviously, the Bills have made one move. They moved on from Mitch Morse. That was a salary cap related decision. That was probably an age related decision. They're moving in a younger player that they paid in Connor McDermott to the pivot now. They obviously like his athleticism there. David Edwards slides in at left guard, and they'll probably bring in some competition for him. And I'm just happy that I don't have to start studying these tackle prospects. I'll tell you that right now. And Chris, I don't love Deon right now. I'm not, because I'm the one who had to sit here and react to that in real time. So I love Deon, but I don't love Deon right now. That was not nice of him. I'm sitting here thinking my entire 6-hour live stream here is about to get blown up, and I do not have 6 hours worth of Deon material to talk about. So that'll be super interesting to see how this extension sort of plays out and how it's layered into our salary cap. Obviously, over the course of the next 3 days before the league year commences, you're going to get the Josh Allen baseline restructure so that we'll be under the salary cap, because right now we're still over the salary cap. It'll be really interesting to see if Deon's salary cap lowers this season with his extension. My expectation is that it does. So that, again, leaves the Buffalo Bills in a very precarious situation. Going through the list of updates here, going to my sports update just to see what else has been going on in the world of the NFL. Obviously, the Deon Dawkins extension is the big news right now. Apparently, Stephon Diggs and Daquan Jones both thought he was being serious. Kevin Byard went to the Bears yesterday. DeAndre Swift went to the Bears today. So the Bears are once again spending money. Let's see if it'll help. Probably not. And that's about all in terms of the news for right now. I am going to take a quick little break here. I'll be back in about 5 minutes with continuing coverage here at Cover One, our live stream of the Buffalo Bills and the opening of the NFL free agent tampering window. ladies and gentlemen, I am back. And guess what? We get to live in a world where Deon Dawkins is still a member of the Buffalo Bills, and we don't have to worry about things like Spencer Brown having to kick over to left tackle and become the left tackle of the future of the Buffalo Bills. I will say this, though, it does bring up a very interesting conversation to have over the course of the rest of this offseason. What does a Deon Dawkins extension mean for Spencer Brown and Spencer Brown's future? I think with his history of back injuries, with his history of uneven play up until last season, the Buffalo Bills are probably going to let Spencer Brown bet on himself. And then who knows, maybe Spencer Brown becomes part of the comp pick bingo next offseason. Maybe the Buffalo Bills feel confident in Spencer Brown and they extend him. And then the question becomes like, maybe that's why they let Mitch Morse go, because they don't want to pay guards any type of money. And then what's Osiris Torrance going to do in 3 years? So every time the Buffalo Bills make a move, it opens up a million more questions. It opens up a million more can of worms. Chris Kepner coming in says, if it makes you feel better, Siciliano says Deon Dawkins was cut on NFL Network based on the Instagram post. So, at least I'm not the only one, and at least I didn't do it on national television. So there we go. Yeah, Roy comes in and says, I can't believe y'all fell for the Deon stuff. I was good about it. I hadn't reacted in any way, shape, or form to the stuff from a few days ago. I just saw it maybe as they had hit a stall in the talks for an extension, like Ed Oliver did, but I did not even remotely think that Deon Dawkins wouldn't be on the Buffalo Bills in 2024. And then that post, 5-10 minutes into free agency, that set a whole panic through me while watching in front of apparently 3,000 people. So that's pretty crazy, that number up there in the upper left-hand corner. You can't see it, but I can see it. There's 3,000 plus people in here. The combination of Twitter and YouTube. So thank you all for joining us here on this Cover One live stream of NFL free agency. Again, the whole goal today over the next 6 hours, I'll be going until 6 p.m. Eastern time, is just to simply talk it through, right? What moves are happening around the league? What moves are happening in relation to the Buffalo Bills? It'll be a little bit choppy at times as I have to look at things on my phone or look at things on my computer. But it's sort of a fluid conversation. So feel free to put into the comment section whenever a player signs somewhere without trying to mess with me too much. And feel free to put any thoughts out there, any talking points out there that you want to talk about. And we will go over them and we will react to them live as we move along here today. So another position of interest I want to talk about, and I'm going to go and I'm going to scroll Schefter's feed and a couple other feeds real quick before I get to the next talking point here. DeAndre Swift and Deon Dawkins are the two major moves. The Saints have reworked Gabriel Davis's deal. They are in salary cap hell. That's to be expected. They have a lot of moves that they have to make. And quite frankly, this is what Brandon Beane is trying to avoid. A lot of people wanted to sort of go back to Brandon Beane's comments from last summer where he said, we don't want to end up like the Los Angeles Rams. And I felt like that was maybe Brandon Beane putting his foot in his mouth a little bit, because I think the Rams, they trade a lot of assets and they spend a lot of money, but they also draft really well on day 3. And they have like a really good coaching staff led by Sean McVay. And they were able to overcome by drafting the heck out of the middle rounds of the draft and adding value in free agency. And they were uber competitive this year. And I think they're going to hit the reset button and be uber competitive again in the 2024 season. So the Rams might be a bad example, but the Rams also are just super talented at drafting in the middle to late rounds of the draft. And that saved them. The Saints are the example of the team you don't want to become. The team that's a laughing stock because they have all these $200 million bonuses kicking in for Michael Thomas and Jameis Winston, so they have to release them, and they are stuck with Derek Carr for the next 4 years. They can't get out of that until Derek Carr is walking onto the field with a walker on, right? With a walker. That's the situation the New Orleans Saints find themselves in, because they've been kicking the can down the road for almost 2 decades now, since they had the beginning of Drew Brees' career. So that's the team you don't want to become. You don't want to become the New Orleans Saints. The Rams, that was 1 year reset, and then they're back, right? And a lot of that had to do with their drafting, because they did give up a lot of draft capital. But the team you don't want to become is New Orleans Saints, and you see that today with the Gabriel Davis deal. All right, one thing that I want to talk about, and again, the Bills still have money they need to free up. Cody Collins comes in and says, Bills freeing up all this money for Jeremy Chin convinced me otherwise. My guess is The 16 million AAV for Deon Dawkins came down this year, so he'll count less against the cap than the 16 million he was going to this year. You'll free up a significant chunk of change with the Josh Allen deal being restructured. I would look for a Teron Johnson extension in the next couple of days as well. So the Buffalo Bills should find themselves in a decent salary cap situation to where they can add a couple of free agents here or there. But we have 11 draft picks, and I honestly expect the Buffalo Bills to use a majority of those 11 draft picks. So maybe that free agent that they sign over the course of the next week or so is Jeremy Chin, but it'll be really interesting to see how much money they can free up. You know, Chris Kepner comes in. Jeremy Chin is another one of those polarizing figures in the free agent market. How much money is he going to get? Is he going to get paid like for his play in 2021 and 2022, or is he going to get paid for his play in 2023? Because his play in 2023 was not great. He did not have a good year in that new system under Evero and Frank Reich there in Carolina. But another position that I want to talk about, let's talk about it. Let's talk about safety. And I got a graphic I want to put up here. The Buffalo Bills only have 3 safeties on the roster currently. Taylor Rapp, Damar Hamlin, Kendall Williamson. Obviously, I think I have Taylor Rapp highlighted in red. He's the only one I think whose roster spot is secure heading into the 2024 season, which means the Buffalo Bills could have 3 new safeties on the roster heading into week 1 next season if Damar Hamlin or Kendall Williamson doesn't cut it. And even if Kendall Williamson does cut it, he was a late signee to a futures deal. So he's technically a new bill. So it wouldn't be a holdover from last season. He would still be a part of that 3 new safeties that you would see. Taylor Rapp, I think last year played in that dime role, and he also played in sort of that free safety role because Micah Hyde got hurt. I think Taylor Rapp's better position is more towards the box. And I think you will see Taylor Rapp slide into that Jordan Poyer role. His contract does not preclude you from signing another guy in free agency. It does not preclude you from drafting someone. If you draft Javon Bullard in the 2nd or the 3rd round and Javon Bullard comes into training camp and outplays Taylor Rapp, guess what? Javon Bullard is your starting strong safety. Taylor Rapp is just a really adequately paid backup 3rd safety. And he's a guy who you can easily get out of his contract in 2025 and not have to worry about paying him into the future. It was a really friendly deal for the Buffalo Bills. If he starts, which he likely will, he's paid like a pretty decent starter. If he's a backup like he was last year, he's pretty decently paid for a backup, but it's an easy contract to get out of if this doesn't work out in 2024. But my expectation is he slots into the strong safety role, which is better for him. You know, the Buffalo Bills do split their safeties. I think he'll spend more of his time in the box like Jordan Poyer did historically in his career. And the Buffalo Bills will be in the market for a center fielder in the realm of Micah Hyde. Obviously, the Buffalo Bills free agents, Jordan Poyer, who they released, Micah Hyde, who's expected to possibly retire, and Cam Lewis. I would love to get Cam Lewis back onto the step chart, have him compete with Damar Hamlin for the 4th safety spot, and then you get into a situation where you probably add a guy in free agency and you draft a guy in the first 4 rounds. And we had that conversation on our combine show. We listed 10 safeties. And I told Dave, I was like, I feel comfortable with all 10 of these safeties. Just get out of round 4 with one of these 10 safeties. And I think the Buffalo Bills will do that. Here are some free agents the Buffalo Bills can consider. At the very, very high end, you have Cameron Curl, who is a guy that I absolutely love. I know Eric Turner and a couple of these Cover One guys, Bruce exclusive over at Buffalo Rumblings. They are huge fans of Cameron Curl as well. That is shooting for the moon. He could not get a deal done in Washington, so he's probably going to want a lot of money. I don't know if the Buffalo Bills are going to want to spend a lot of money, but who knows? If the Buffalo Bills make a splash, maybe that splash is Cameron Curl. Jeremy Chin, very polarizing. Does he get paid for his 2021, 2022, or does he get paid for his 2023? Either way, I think he's in play because I think he checks a lot of the boxes the Buffalo Bills want in a safety. He's still relatively young, coming off of his 1st contract. So this will be his 5th NFL season. And he was a pre-draft visitor with the Buffalo Bills. Another guy who fits into that very similar mold as Jeremy Chin, has not had the success in his career, Ashton Davis. He's another guy who's young, maybe wasn't used to his potential in New York. He can come here, kind of like maybe Taylor Rapp did last year. And he's another guy who can probably center field a lot better than a guy like Taylor Rapp did. So I really like Ashton Davis, his athleticism. And then there's a whole bunch of other guys like Alohi Gilman, who's Eric Turner's #1 free agent target. I know my co-host on the Air Raid Hour, Dave Tilton, loves Alohi Gilman out of Los Angeles. Brandon Jones, he's a center fielder in Miami, was a former 4th round pick. Again, meets that criteria of just getting out of his first contract, about to enter his second contract, still relatively young. I've always liked Mike Edwards, sort of now becoming, possibly, if he doesn't re-sign in Kansas City, that journeyman safety who just goes from place to place to place. I like him there. Darnell Savage is a reclamation project. Geno Stone would cost you some money, but he's starting caliber. And then after that, you're just kind of looking at sort of, Ryan Neal as a guy who I think could start, but you probably want to prefer him as a backup. Same with Jonathan Owens. You have Zane Anderson, connection to the Bills, Kayvon Wallace. Julian Blackmon's another interesting one. I would throw him with those starters as well, and Justin Simmons. So the Buffalo Bills could be making a move at safety. I would expect the Buffalo Bills to sign a safety at some point this week, but who knows? Maybe they just try to wait out the market and see what's left and then get whatever's left for a value, right? So like they did with Leonard Floyd last year in June, maybe they do that this year with a safety. I doubt it, but I think this is the position that and defensive tackle are going to be the positions the Buffalo Bills try to fill this week because there's just so many glaring holes in the roster, and we'll get to defensive tackle in a moment, but that's the conversation we had. All right, let's look because we have some breaking news here. We have Tony Pollard signing with the Titans to pair up with Tajay Spears. So that's pretty interesting, right? Brian Callahan, pass catching is very important with his backs. He's done that a ton with Joe Mixon. You saw the success that Chris Brown had last year too for them when Mixon was out. So that is important to what the Tennessee Titans want to do. That makes life a lot easier for Will Levis. He's got Tajay Spears. He's got Tony Pollard. That's an exciting signing for them. Obviously, the Buffalo Bills are not in position to spend at running back like some of these other teams are. And then I heard some rumblings on Jonathan Grenard to the Vikings. Let me see if I can pull that one up as well. That was not reported by Schefter. So Jonathan Grenard. Yep. Ian Rappaport, the new stud pass rusher for the Vikings, Jonathan Grenard. He was at the very end, or the very high end, of the Buffalo Bills wish list for what they wanted at defensive end. The Buffalo Bills have a lot of holes at defensive end. They are going to want to fill probably some positions and get some players who can play in the National Football League because they don't have a lot of them right now along the defensive line. Jonathan Grenard was at the higher end of that. Excuse me here. So he is off the board now. Could that free up the Vikings to release a guy like Danielle Hunter? Possibly, as someone mentioned in the comment section. So that'll be super interesting as well. So Tony Pollard to the Titans, Jonathan Grenard to the Vikings, and free agency is sort of underway. Let's take a look at our defensive line because, folks, it's not pretty. If you look at edge rusher for the Buffalo Bills this year, they have Gregory Rousseau under contract. They have Von Miller under contract, and Von Miller might be suspended for some parts of the season. I think if you're a Bills fan, if you're Brandon Beane, the hope for Von Miller is that Von Miller gives you what Leonard Floyd gave you last year, and that Von Miller, now 2 years removed from that ACL, can come out and give you a double-digit sack type of season. He might not be what he used to be off the edge. He might not give you what you want in the run game, but if he can pin his ears back and be a pass rush specialist for you, and he can get you close to double-digit sacks and make some big-time plays in the playoffs, even though the contract is insane. And listen, I'm not gonna sit here and criticize it because we all loved it when it happened. Von Miller is the reason why a lot of what's going on right now is going on right now for the Buffalo Bills. They put all their eggs in the Von basket, and it kind of blew up in their face a little bit. So Von Miller, and then Kingsley Jonathan and Cameron Klein. Kingsley Jonathan is one of these players that I've been highlighting this offseason, early in the offseason, along with Cameron Klein, along with Alec Anderson, along with Richard Garage, along with Tyrell Shavers. These are players that were on the Buffalo Bills practice squad last year, or they were redshirting on the Bills active roster last year. And I think the Buffalo Bills kept them around and developed them because they have a plan to possibly use them in 2025. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kingsley Jonathan sneak into that DN5 or DN4 role. Or maybe I'm not shooting high enough. Maybe he slides into that DN3 role. And I think Cameron Klein is a guy who could work to try to earn that Kingsley Jonathan role this year and be the DN5, sort of what Shaq Lawson and Kingsley Jonathan were last year. So maybe the Buffalo Bills only feel the need to add one pass rusher of this group. I doubt it. My guess is you'll see the Buffalo Bills add a pass rusher in free agency, and then I think you'll see them add a pass rusher in the draft. And if they can't add one in the draft, then I think you'll see a Leonard Floyd type signing in June as well, and you'll see 2 free agents added to this. Shaq Lawson's an easy one to peg back to the Buffalo Bills, but I don't think the Buffalo Bills necessarily want Shaq Lawson back. It'll be one of those moves that they make later on in the offseason if things that they want don't fall into place. Leonard Floyd, it'd be nice to have him back. Obviously, a lot of people are projecting him to Atlanta to reunite with Raheem Morris, AJ Epenesa, David Fox. I liked the projection he made, predicting him to go to the Bears to reunite with Eric Washington. Epenesa is the one I would like back. If the contract isn't there, I think he's a good rotational piece. You're investing in your own. He's made some big plays in his Bills career, especially swatting the ball. So if it doesn't cost you too much money, I would love to get AJ Epenesa back into the rotation and then draft a guy and call it a day and just hope on the development of Kingsley Johnson and Cameron Klein. I understand that sounds a little homerish. I understand that sounds a little unrealistic, but I think that's what good teams do, right? Like they have guys that sit on their practice squad and then they turn into rotational pieces. You got to be able to develop guys in the National Football League as well as just signing guys and drafting guys. They're guys that sort of hover on your roster and you don't really think about them. And then next thing you know, they're contributing. And I think Kingsley Johnson and possibly Cameron Klein need to be a part of that as well. Looking in free agency, Grenard is gone. Jadeveon Clowney could be going with McDonald to Seattle. That's the report I heard. I think the free agent that I have my eye on is Dorrance Armstrong. I mean, huge, long arms, 35-inch arms, Dallas Cowboys, pre-draft visit with the Buffalo Bills. He's always had some decent sack numbers there in that Dan Quinn system. I think Dorrance Armstrong is the dude that I would love in this free agency signing period. And there are a number of other defensive ends as well, but Dorrance is the guy that I definitely have my eyes on. And then looking at the interior of the defensive line, this is where it's really not pretty. The Buffalo Bills currently have 2 defensive tackles on the roster in Ed Oliver and Ilianku. Ed Oliver obviously highlighted in red because he's the only one with a secured roster spot. All of the Bills' IDLs from last season pretty much are free agents. Daquan Jones, Tim Settle, Linval Joseph, Poona Ford, and Jordan Phillips. So it'll be really interesting to see if the Buffalo Bills try to retain any of them. It wouldn't shock me if in the next couple of days you see Tim Settle has signed a 1-year veteran minimum deal with the Buffalo Bills with no guarantees. And he comes back to training camp because you need a body and you need someone to compete. And you could do theoretically worse than Tim Settle, even though I'm not a Tim Settle fan. That wouldn't shock me. And I think most Bills fans would really like Daquan Jones back. But at the end of the day, he's 32 years old. Maybe the Buffalo Bills do not see it the same way. There are a ton of names out here that are younger than Daquan Jones that could possibly have a similar impact. And even if it's not the same impact as Daquan Jones, it's within the margin of error. I've always been a huge fan of Greg Gaines. I know Eric Turner's done a lot of work on Martavius Adams, Raekwon Jones, Austin Johnson, Benito Jones, Sebastian Joseph Day. These are all names of the Buffalo Bills. Ashawn Robinson could add, that could come in, Malcolm Roach, and they could fill the shoes of Daquan Jones. On top of that, I would love to see the Bills add a second defensive tackle. So whether it's like a Maurice Hurst or bringing back a Quentin Jefferson or spending a little bit and getting a Sheldon Rankins, getting a third veteran D tackle to go along with whoever you choose at the nose and to go along with Ed Oliver. It takes defensive tackles a while to develop. So I'd rather, like, I want to draft 2, but do you really foresee a world where the Buffalo Bills have a rookie DT3 and a rookie DT4? I don't. As much as I like Ilianku as a practice squad player who can come in when someone's hurt, I don't want him on the active roster. So I think the Buffalo Bills need to add 2 veterans here at defensive tackle, and I think that's something to keep an eye on over the next couple of days. So we have seen Grenard to the Vikings. We have seen Tony Pollard to the Cowboys. We are almost an hour into free agency, so there's really only been 3 major moves in terms of acquisitions. I am looking around here to see if there's any other news. And again, if something goes down, let me know in the comment section and we will have a conversation about it. Looking to see here if anything else is happening, and really Titans giving Cowboys running back a 3-year, $24 million deal. So $8 million AAV for Tony Pollard. That's pretty good, right? That's not too bad in this day and age for a running back. Jonathan Grenard got 4-year, $76 million deal that included $42 million in guarantees. So that's pretty good. DeAndre Swift got $15 million guaranteed, 24 overall over 3 years in Chicago. So some interesting things to see here. Running backs going off the market early. which is interesting. I know a lot of people are down on the draft running backs this year. I am not one of them. I actually like this running back class. And I think the combine showed that there's some really intriguing prospects, but a lot of running backs in the free agent market as well. The Buffalo Bills are going to be in the market for a running back as well. Looking at the Buffalo Bills roster at running back, 2 running backs on the roster, and James Cook and Darrington Evans, Ty Johnson, Latavius Murray, Naheem Hines, and Damian Harris are all free agents. Hines a free agent because he was released by the Buffalo Bills. I'm team Ty Johnson. Bring Ty Johnson back. I hoped they would have gotten it done before free agency window started. Like, to me, that's an easy one. Ty Johnson, 1 year vet minimum, throw him a couple $100,000 guaranteed, get the deal done, bring him back. It's not difficult. He can return kicks for you. He can, at worst, be your RB3, but maybe Ty Johnson wants to test the market after popping off a little bit, but that'll be really interesting to see the decision there. But I like some of the running backs in free agency. I'm keen to the first 2 on my list here. Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt. They give you ability to catch the ball in the backfield. They give you a little bit of a power run element. And I think the thing that we don't really think about when we think about a running back is pass blocking, right? So Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt are both guys who have been there, done that in terms of pass blocking. Those are the 2 free agents that are the highest on my list. The Buffalo Bills decide to go and add a running back in free agency, which I expect them to do. But the question is how invested they're going to get in running back. Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt might cost you $2-3 million. That might be too rich for the Bills' blood. Deontay Foreman might cost you veteran minimum, right? Chase Edmonds will definitely cost you veteran minimum. DJ Dallas will likely cost you veteran minimum. DJ Dallas has got pass blocking ability, receiving ability, return ability, four-face special team ability, power run ability. DJ Dallas, to me, checks all the boxes. I would love just DJ Dallas and Ty Johnson. That would be great. That would be great. I did not put Derrick Henry on my list. If it happens, it happens. We'll react to it and we'll have some fun with it. But I just don't know if the Buffalo Bills can guarantee Derrick Henry the touches that Derrick Henry's going to want. In December, in January, when we need 1 yard, I'm not giving the ball to Derrick Henry. I'm giving the ball to Josh Allen. And I don't know. I don't think Derrick Henry's going to be okay with that. Clyde Edwards-Hilaire's got those connections to Joe Brady. Alexander Mattison, I really liked him coming out of Boise State, and I really liked him early on in his career at the Vikings, but he looked like shat last year, so I don't know about him. Deontay Foreman will forever be a favorite of Bills Mafia, and every year Bills Mafia will clamor for Deontay Foreman. He gives you a power run element, and then Dearness Johnson as well. That's a super interesting one. So the Bills have some options. I didn't add A.J. Dillon. I've never liked A.J. Dillon. I've never been a fan of A.J. Dillon, but I know that some people are. So if you want to add A.J. Dillon, he theoretically would fit into that list as well as a power back, guy who can catch the ball in the backfield, etc., who could come in and help the Buffalo Bills. All right. So apparently David Bakhtiari has been released by the Green Bay Packers. My guess is he'll probably end up with the New York Jets, as someone spin comes in and says. I don't know if that's official yet, but my guess is that's probably where he will be. And that'll be really interesting. All right, going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with our continued coverage here. Cover 1, the NFL free agency live reactions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of NFL free agency and the opening of the tampering window. So far, all of our, and mostly this is not me going to the bathroom. This is me just trying to collect myself. So probably about 10 minutes out of every hour, I will take 5 minutes here and there to just collect myself, scroll Twitter, try to organize my thoughts, etc. as we go along here on this live coverage of the opening day of NFL free agency. And interesting point has been brought up on social media as I scan my Twitter during this break here. Danielle Hunter, could he be out in Minnesota? That is something that I'm going to look into right now in terms of his contract. I'm going on to Spot Track. My guess is the contract is not something the Buffalo Bills would be able to stomach, but looking at Spot Track here, if he gets released, then that is something that maybe would be interesting to the Buffalo Bills. If he is released by the Minnesota Vikings this year, he's $14 million in dead cap, $0 in savings. If he is traded before June 1st, $15 million in dead cap, almost $15 million in dead cap, no savings. If he is a post June 1 trade, he is $14 million in dead cap next year and $14 million in saving this year. So really interesting for the Danielle Hunter. It's $14 million to the Vikings either this year or next year to get rid of him. So maybe they're just looking to pair Grenard and Danielle Hunter together. I have a hard time believing the Vikings are going to swallow $14 million to get rid of Danielle Hunter. There's a couple of comments here in the comment section that Tony Pollard is going back to Dallas, a reverse course here for Tony Pollard. That would be interesting. Let's see. Schefter is not reporting anything here. Tony Pollard. We'll search into the Twitter engine here. Oh, Pollard to the Titans. So yes, he is going back to the Tennessee Titans. We have a question here. It says thoughts on the Deon Dawkins signings. I like it, right? There were two ways in which you are going to free up cap this year. You're either going to baseline restructure, three ways. You're going to release guys, which we've done, right? And so now from here, really the only release left the Bills can make is Sam Martin. They brought Matt Hawk back. They could release Sam Martin. They could free up some money that way. So really, if you're the Buffalo Bills, the only two ways to make some money, to free up some cap space now. Dawson Knox took a pay cut today. I don't really think there's any other pay cut candidates on the roster. Von Miller, Dawson Knox got that done. We all thought Mitch Morse could be in that realm. He wasn't. The Bills just flat out released him. So thoughts on the Deon signing? You're saving money because my guess is he's not going to be paid $16 million this year. He's going to get a ton of money in guarantees. He's going to get a nice signing bonus. He's going to get paid. But in terms of salary cap, probably won't cost $16 million against the cap this year, which is good for the Buffalo Bills. It'll lower that cap hit number. The Bills will have some more money to play with. My expectation is you're probably going to hear a Teron Johnson extension in the next couple of days as well. I don't have any sources. I don't know anything. I just personally think it just makes sense. 1 year left on his deal, cornerstone player. Nickel is an ever-evolving, more important position in today's NFL. It's a position that ages gracefully. Teron Johnson extension next week or so. That would free up some more cap space for the Buffalo Bills. Those are the two moves you can make there. Then obviously you have the baseline restructure of Josh Allen. And if you really want to go spend this offseason and you really want some guys, you can kick the can down the road some more on Stephon Diggs and you can baseline restructure Stephon Diggs, base salary restructure Stephon Diggs. That'll free up some significant amount of cap space as well. So these are like the moves that you can make. So we had this conversation when we were having our mini panic attack about what Deon Dawkins meant to the Buffalo Bills and why we thought it was such a bad move. Number one, this dude is the heart and soul of the Buffalo Bills. He literally, he's on these podcasts and he's shirtless having these conversations about how he wants to fight Jets players because he's got Josh Allen's back because that's our quarterback. He represents us at the Pro Bowl. He's everything you want from a leader on your football team. He's everything you want in terms of someone who can represent your football team. Not to mention he plays at a position that ages pretty gracefully. You saw Aaron Cromer get the most out of Andrew Whitworth into like his upper 30s, right? When he was in Los Angeles, you see other left tackles play well into their 30s. So Deon is now under contract till he's about 33, 34 years old. It just makes sense because he doesn't look like he's slowing down. On top of that, you now bring in the question of what about Spencer Brown? Do you now let Spencer Brown walk next offseason if he has a good season? You collect some compensatory picks. You draft maybe a right tackle now in the third or the fourth round this year. I have my eyes on Christian Jones from Texas. I have my eyes on Garrett Greenfield from San Diego State, or not San Diego State, excuse me, South Dakota State, who I know the Buffalo Bills have met with. The Buffalo Bills met with Patrick Paul out of Houston, right? I like Rose Garden from Washington. Could the Buffalo Bills in the third round, like they did with Spencer Brown, take a tackle this year? Actually, went on the third round pick, fourth round. In the fourth round, could they take a tackle? Right? A lot of people are like, no, we don't need an offensive lineman. We got Deon Dawkins and Spencer Brown. We might not have Spencer Brown in 2025, right? So that's the question. Roy Collins says the Bills had to be camp compliant by noon today. Probably got extensions and restructures done, but maybe not reported yet. Are we sure it had to be done by noon today? I thought it was the start of the new league year. I thought it was 4 p.m. on Wednesday. So I thought the Bills still had time. Either way, the Buffalo Bills are obviously going to be cap compliant. And the only way to do that is a baseline structure of Josh Allen. So if it truly is, in fact, noon today, they simply just base salary restructure Josh Allen and just haven't announced it yet. But that'll be really interesting to look over. So yeah, it's exciting. The Buffalo Bills offensive line looks like at the start of 2024, it's going to be left to right. Deon Dawkins, David Edwards, Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance, and Spencer Brown. I think that's a pretty good offensive line, especially with a guy like Aaron Cromer. I'm really excited about the development of Alec Anderson. I think you're going to see him taking reps at center this offseason to be the backup center like Ryan Bates was last year. I think you're going to see him in a competition with David Edwards. I don't think he'll win it, but I think you'll see him in a competition with David Edwards for left guard. I think he is a guy who could take some of those David Edwards snaps as a jumbo package offensive lineman this year. But I also think you'll see less jumbo package offensive lines this year because their Buffalo Bills are going to want to get Dawson Knox on the field as much as possible. So I think some of those jumbo packages will be placed by just straight up 12 personnel. Ryan Vandermark is intriguing. The thing about Ryan Vandermark that is very interesting, though, is we had this conversation last preseason, and then we never heard from Ryan Vandermark again because the Bills stayed so historically healthy along the offensive line. And I'm going to reference something that Joe Marino said because, Joe Marino, host of Locked On Bills, smart guy. In watching the preseason, he was like, yeah, Ryan Vandermark, very promising left tackle prospect, not so great on the right side. And he had to Ryan Vandermark had to prove himself a little bit on the right side for the Buffalo Bills to cut David Quessenberry and feel comfortable in cutting David Quessenberry. And then they still added Jermaine Ifedi, who was on the roster for most of the season, because maybe they don't trust Ryan Vandermark to be the backup right tackle. There are some guys who just can only play one side. So that'll be really interesting to see Ryan Vandermark because, we have this young promising player in Ryan Vandermark. Maybe when Spencer Brown leaves, Vandermark can slot in. I don't know. Can he play the right side? That's a question. Richard Garage, he played PFF grades. I think they're both like BS. I don't really trust them, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was breaking down offensive line play last preseason, but Richard Garage graded out very well. He's got similar height, similar weight, similar arm length to David Edwards. Richard Garage is the body type of an offensive lineman that Aaron Cromer likes to work with. I wouldn't be surprised if Richard Garage kicks inside and becomes this year's Alec Anderson, guy who is like the 9th offensive lineman. He can play a little bit of right tackle. He can play a little bit of left guard. He can play a little left tackle. Like he can move all around. He can be very versatile. And then he's someone we're talking about in 2025. Like we're probably going to be talking about Alec Anderson in training camp this year. So it's going to be very interesting to see some of the things that that go on along the offensive line for the Buffalo Bills. But I do think we need to add a developmental center, right? Tanner Bortolini out of Wisconsin made a lot of fans at the combine. He was a guy I had my eye on day 3. Who knows where he goes now after that combine? I love Hunter Nazard from Penn State, Dylan McMahon from NC State. There are some interior offensive linemen who can play center that I like in this draft. There are some mid-round tackles. I mentioned Christian Jones. I mentioned Roger Rosegarden. I mentioned Garrett Greenfield. I also like Walter Rouse out of Oklahoma. So there are some tackles that I like in this draft that could be had on day 3. So the Bills need to add depth along the offensive line for sure, because they've gotten rid of Ryan Bates. They've gotten rid of Mitch Morse. That's 2 guys who played significantly. Ryan Bates, not so much because of health, but those are 2 significant parts of your depth chart, right? Starter and then key backup. So when you look at the Buffalo Bills, you have Deon Dawkins, you have Spencer Brown, you have Richard Gurage, who I think is going to kick inside. You got Ryan Vandermark. I'm out on Tommy Doyle unless he comes to training camp and just shocks the world. Wouldn't shock me to see the Buffalo Bills bring Jermaine Ifedi back, but looking at some free agent options, these are guys the Bills are not going to sign this week, but it wouldn't shock me if they signed any one of these guys. Jerron Christian, who started a lot of games for the Browns this year due to injuries. Josh Jones, who we talked about a lot at the trade deadline. Those are guys who are mostly left tackles. Christian can go left, right. If the Bills are looking to add a veteran this year, maybe a replacement for Jermaine Ifedi, Cam Fleming makes sense. He's got a history with Ronald Curry in New Orleans. You have Yosh Nijman out of Green Bay, who's played a number of games in his career. Cameron Irving, he's a guy who's played a number of games in his career. And then if the Buffalo Bills are looking for maybe for some raw guys who didn't work out in their locations, Matthew Pert, Brandon Parker are 2 guys that maybe they consider on just like come to training camp and compete. Let's see what you got type of deals. Both 6'6", 6'8", long wingspans. They were higher-ish draft picks, 3rd rounders. So maybe the Buffalo Bills try to, bring one of these 2 guys in to vet minimum contracts, no guarantees, come into training camp. Let's see what you got. And then I really like Matt Nelson out of Detroit. I think he's a guy who's shown some promise, sort of like a Bills version of like an Alec Anderson or a Bills version of some of these offensive linemen they've developed over the years. It's just Detroit's version of that. He's hitting the free agent market. I like Matt Nelson as well. And then when you look under the interior, McGovern, Torrance, those guys are set in stone. David Edwards is likely to start at left guard. Alec Anderson is likely your swing backup. Who knows? Maybe Kevin Jarvis, not Richard Gurage, is the guy that steps up this year and is the guy that we are talking about. The Bills lost Mitch Morse to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Brian Allen is a free agent. He's a pivot from the Rams. He's got a history with Aaron Cromer. Maybe he comes in and is this year's David Edwards. I'm not a big fan of Mason Cole, but he's out there. He's got experience. I liked Matt Hennessy out of Temple. He dealt with some injuries. He didn't really work out in Atlanta. Elijah Wilkinson, always been a fan of his. Phil Haynes, Tristan Colon, Justin School, and Oli Udo. Those are all guys the Buffalo Bills could bring in as depth pieces to compete. Some of these guys are versatile. They can be tackle guards, guard centers, etc. So if you're the Buffalo Bills, there are some options, but it's probably not going to come in the first week of free agency. All right. So Lions just signed Glasgow, re-signed Glasgow. Brandon Jones to Denver. That's a sad one, right? And someone said Cologne is gone, so I'll look at Tristan Cologne. I didn't see that yet, but Brandon Jones to Denver. That's a big one off the safety market. I liked him. He was young, 25 years old. He had the ability to center field. So that is something that's pretty disappointing if that is in fact true. Lloyd Cushenberry, the center to the Titans. Yeah, I didn't have him on the list just because I know the Buffalo Bills were moving Connor. I keep wanting to say Connor McDermott. The number of times this week, Cologne re-signed in Arizona. So my bad, I missed that. So he's not an option for the Buffalo Bills. I was going off Spot Track. I was looking at it last night. So I don't know when that happened, but Spot Track is off. Thanks a lot, Spot Track. Yeah, I've been wanting to call Connor McGovern, Connor McDermott. I've been almost doing it a million times the last couple of weeks. So it should be interesting. So looking to see Brandon Jones, it looks like the Broncos are signing former Dolphins safety Brandon Jones, 3-year deal worth over $20 million with 12.5 guarantees per Schultz report. A really solid deal for Jones, who leaves Miami after 4 years. Yeah, I took a lot of heat. I did a mock-off season earlier this year where I mocked Brandon Jones to the Bills, and it was for a pretty significant sum of money, close to this. I don't know what the exact number was, but it was around 3 years, $20 million with some guarantees. And I got kind of mocked for it. Like, oh, you're going to pay Brandon Jones that money? It's a deep safety. 25 years old, coming off his rookie contract, showed a lot of promise. You pay sometimes in free agency for projection, not for past production. Brandon Jones, to me, is a guy who his best football is in front of him. So you're going to pay him maybe a little bit more than you expected. I thought Brandon Jones could come in and he could be part of the next safety duo, the next Poyer and Hyde, right? I thought Brandon Jones fit that mold of a guy who could sign, be young, be here for 5, 6, 7 years, have a really good career with a team that's had success with the safety position. So that's unfortunate that he goes to Denver, who, despite eating all that dead money for Russell Wilson, are still trying. So good kudos to them for trying. Lloyd Cushenberry to the Titans. I think that's a good move for them as they try to rebuild. David Bakhtiari has a massive $40 million cap number for 2024, and the Packers are set to clear more than half of that by moving on. That's crazy. They're taking $20 million dead cap hit. Looking around the league, that's pretty much all I see. Let me just type in Gabe Davis into Twitter, see if we have any information here. Nothing on Gabe Davis. So let me type in AJ Epenesa. Let's see if there's any AJ Epenesa rumblings. No AJ Epinesa rumblings. Let's go see what Rap Sheet is up to here. 4 year, $76 million for Grenard. He's got nothing new for us. And then let's go see what Shefty's got for us. Brandon Jones. Drew Sample has re-signed with the Bengals. Breaking news. The Bengals and tight ends are super weird. If they ever just tried at that position, look out for the Cincinnati Bengals. That's about it for right now. So very, very interesting to see. Let's circle back to safety because Brandon Jones is off the board now, right? So let's circle back to safety and let's take a look at maybe some of the other options for the Buffalo Bills. If they're looking for an older guy, Justin Simmons. It makes sense. It does, right? Like if he's willing, he wants to play for a winner, he can come center field. Taylor Rapp can play in the box. It fits. If they're looking to spend, Geno Stone. If they're looking to spend, Cam Curl. If they're looking to spend, maybe Jeremy Chin. Maybe they get Jeremy Chin at a discount. I mentioned Brandon Jones, right? Younger guy, end of his first contract. His best football is in front of him. He's going to get more money than you expect on the free agent market. Other players who fit that bill, Brandon Jones, Alohi Gilman, Ashton Davis, Jeremy Chin, Darnell Savage. Chin and Savage have sort of been on the downslide last season, so they might have to take a little bit of a pay cut. Hopefully, right? And I think Julian Blackmon fits in as well from Indianapolis. He's a guy I always like. I love my Utah Utes defenders. I have my pity addition of Terrell Burgess to that list there of possible free agents. I would love the Buffalo Bills to add Terrell Burgess as sort of like a guy to come in and compete just for like the last safety spot. I've always been a big fan of Terrell Burgess, and he has hit the free agent market. So we have Rap saying Gabriel Davis to the Jags. Gabriel Davis to the Jags. Matt saying Gabriel Davis to the Jags. We have Doris Armstrong to Washington. So let's go and let's see if Gabe Davis to the Jacksonville Jaguars is in fact true. Gabe Davis. Breaking. Oh, Cover One is breaking this news here. The Jaguars have reached an agreement with wide receiver Gabe Davis on a 3-year deal worth up to $50 million. The UCF product has produced big plays, and his career will continue in Jacksonville. So the Cover One is breaking this news here that Gabriel Davis is in fact signing a 3-year, $50 million deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So Gabriel Davis is gone. Now, it'll be really interesting to see what the guaranteed money looks like, what the incentives look like, but the Jacksonville Jaguars now have Mitch Morse and they now have Gabriel Davis. So the way Gabriel Davis slides in there is it allows Christian Kirk to go back to the slot. It allows Parker Washington. It frees up Parker Washington to do other things. The Jaguars couldn't bring back Calvin Ridley. As much as they probably wanted to bring back Calvin Ridley, if they brought back Calvin Ridley, then it would have lost on a second-round pick. Part of that trade that they negotiated with the Atlanta Falcons. So Gabriel Davis to Jacksonville. He returns to Florida on a 3-year, $50 million deal. We do not know the specifics of that deal, but now Mitch Morse is in the pivot against Jacksonville, and Gabe Davis is on the boundary at wide receiver, catching passes from Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones. Dorrance Armstrong to the Washington Commanders. We'll get to that in a little bit, but let's stay here focused on Gabriel Davis right now. Obviously, this is not a deal the Buffalo Bills were going to match, right? 3 years, $50 million. That is an AAV of 16 times 3. 16 point something million dollars, almost $17 million. That's Christian Kirk type of money, right? He reunites with Chad Hall, as Bob R says in the comment section. Yeah, I would expect the Buffalo Bills probably told Gabriel Davis, we value you somewhere between 10 and $13 million. And he just went and blew that out of the water with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So here's what I'll say about Gabriel Davis. Because I agree with Josh Clark here. Like, this is not an affront. This is not a diss of Gabriel Davis. It's a massive overpay. It is. Like, and that's what you do in free agency. You overpay. Gabriel Davis is a very solid number 2 wide receiver in the National Football League. He's going to make plays for you down the field. He's going to produce touchdowns. He's going to be able to play a majority of the snaps. He's going to run block. He's going to do all the little things that you need. And he's going to do those little things at an awesome elite level, but probably too stiff and probably does not have enough of a route tree to ever truly be a number 1. He's had some questionable drops in his career. To me, my biggest regret here with Gabriel Davis, because I'm gonna miss Gabriel Davis, is I don't think Brandon Beane did a good enough job surrounding Gabriel Davis and Stephon Diggs with the necessary talent for the Bills to be successful. I feel like we wasted 2 years of Gabe Davis's rookie contract. First couple of years, we had Emmanuel Sanders, we had John Brown, we had Cole Beasley. It freed up Gabriel Davis to be more explosive. And then when you put more attention onto Gabriel Davis by making him the number 2, and then kind of hoping, a Trent Sherfield or a Khalil Shakir or a Jamison Crowder or an Isaiah McKenzie would take the pressure off, it just never happened outside of Khalil Shakir popping off a little bit this year. So to me, that's on Brandon Beane, because if Brandon Beane would have done a better job surrounding or filling the cupboard at wide receiver, I think Gabriel Davis would have been better statistically for the Buffalo Bills. I think he would have been even more impact plays than he did. I think he wouldn't have such a negative cloud hovering around him from a lot of people in this fan base. And I think the Buffalo Bills would probably have a Super Bowl ring, right? Like, not having enough weapons for Josh Allen is something I think has hurt this football team. It has hurt this offense. It has stalled this offense. Hiring the wrong offensive coordinator in Ken Dorsey was another huge part of that as well. So now the game you play is this. What compensatory pick are we going to get for Gabriel Davis? The details on that should come out the next couple of days. Are the Bills going to be active in free agency? Because if they sign guys, that takes away from the possible comp pick they could get from losing a Gabriel Davis. And how do you replace Gabriel Davis? These are the things that we need to talk about right now. And let's go now to the wide receiver graphic that I had up here, right? Where do we go from here? That's the question. With Gabriel Davis now, with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years, $50 million, reported first by Cover One. Where do we go from here? We talked about this at the top of the show. You have your smaller statured field stretchers where you're in Hollywood Brown and Darnell Mooney, where you could sign one of these guys if you could find the money. Who knows what kind of money these two guys are going to get. They don't check the boxes Gabriel Davis checked, but they give you a more explosive element down the field. So you're going to have to replace some of the other things that Gabriel Davis did. You're going to have to go into the draft and add Javon Baker, or you're going to have to add Xavier Legette, or you're going to have to add Keon Coleman. Like, that's something you're going to have to go out and you're going to have to add A.D. Mitchell. That's something you're going to have to add in the draft. And then you have Hollywood Brown and A.D. Mitchell to go along with Stephon Diggs and Khalil Shakir. Like, that's fun. You have Darnell Mooney and Keon Coleman, or you have Darnell Mooney and Xavier Legette. Boom. That's explosive, along with Stephon Diggs and along with Khalil Shakir. Then you have guys who can do what Gabriel Davis did, but maybe to a lesser extent, and that's Noah Brown and that's Josh Reynolds. Not maybe not as good as Gabe, but probably half the price of Gabe, if not less. And they give you blocking, they give you size, they give you boundary, right? They give you that stuff. Josh Reynolds, Noah Brown give you that. So then you can just carte blanche in the draft. You want Xavier Worthy, you can go get Xavier Worthy. You want Ladd McConkey, you can go get Ladd McConkey. You want Roman Wilson, you can get Roman Wilson, right? Like Noah Brown and Josh Reynolds will free you up. They won't pigeonhole you to the receiver that you need to add in the draft. Like I think a Hollywood Brown or a Darnell Mooney would. So that's the question you start to have now about, in my opinion, are the 4 marquee wide receivers. Because those are the 4 marquee guys, in my opinion. Looking, Cam Lewis re-signed. This is one that I was expecting. So let's pull up the old Twitter here and read the details. Let's see if there's any numbers here involved with Cam Lewis. And Bills, Cam Lewis has re-signed to a 2-year, $4 million of the Bills per his agent. I like this deal for the Buffalo Bills. So to me, I think that Cam Lewis is probably your safety number 4 next year. You have, so let's go back to the depth chart here, right? Let's go back to the board. I think that Cam Lewis is your safety 4. Taylor Rapp is your strong safety. Cam Lewis as at the other end of your depth chart as the safety 4. And now it's time to fill in the in-between. Who is your center fielder to go along with Taylor Rapp? Who are you drafting in the first 4 rounds to develop and be your third safety who could possibly start if he beats out one of the guys that you signed, either Rapp or whatever free agent? That's to me the direction the Buffalo Bills now go at safety. And then Cam Lewis slides in at your safety 3, or excuse me, your safety 4. Worst case scenario, right now, Taylor Rapp is your starting strong safety. Cam Lewis, ladies and gentlemen, is your starting free safety. Worst case scenario. The Bills can't get a guy in free agency. They go to the draft. Now you have Javon Bullard, or you have Dadrion Taylor Demerson, or you have Cam Kinchins coming in, and they have to take it from Cam Lewis, which they likely will, and Cam Lewis slots into your third safety spot. So again, it would not shock me. And I can envision a world where we get to training camp in August and Cam Lewis is lined up next to Taylor Rapp to start training camp, starting defense. I don't think that that's how that will end. I think whatever rookie we draft would slot in there and would ultimately surpass Cam Lewis, and Cam Lewis would then become your safety 3. But I can envision a world with that. Right. So I can also envision, like I said, a world where I think in the perfect world, and then we don't know what the money is right now and what the money the Buffalo Bills have right now, but I can also envision a world where he's just your safety 4. 2 years, $4 million. That's an investment in Cam Lewis. It's probably something where it's a lower cap hit this year and easier to get out of next year if they need to. But to me, this was a no-brainer, bringing Cam Lewis back. It is something that him and Ty Johnson, right? Announce Ty Johnson next. And Trek Reviewer, I love you, but I'm gonna throw you up here. We got to stop with the Cam Lewis hate. We got to stop. Like, one play against Minnesota, and we're going to judge a whole man's career for it. He stepped in a couple of years ago against Houston, had a really good game in the slot, replacing Teron Johnson. He played some pretty decent safety in his career as well. So Cam Lewis is the perfect safety 4, maybe safety 3 for the Buffalo Bills. It's a fine signing for the amount of money that they signed him for. And we will be joined in a couple of moments here. Let me just message. We got Eric Turner in the waiting room here to join us. Eric, just give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready to go. And I assume that you're going to want to talk about Gabriel Davis here. So we're going to bring Eric onto the stage now. Welcome, Eric. And I think this might be the first time we've ever been live on the air together. So welcome into the live coverage here of NFL free agency day 1. And I know Gabriel Davis is probably the guy that you're going to want to talk about here.
Yeah, no, it's been a crazy few hours. Obviously, a long time coming too for Gabe. We've been working with him for a couple of years now, and to see him finally cash in on everything he's earned in a Bills uniform, to cash in to go to Jacksonville, That's I kind of like that fit, honestly. You
Mhm.
obviously know they brought in Mitch Morse. I think it was early this morning, right? They brought Mitch in, and they obviously have Chad Hall, his old receivers coach down in Jacksonville. So I like the fit there. There were some other teams in it to the wire. I mean, up until pretty much 1 o'clock deadline, that there are a few different teams that were in on it.
Yeah, and you guys here, we here at Cover One, we're the first to report this news, correct?
Yeah, we're right there. I think Rappaport got it somehow,
Ooh.
which is funny because things weren't even quite finalized yet, but you know how those guys work. They're on it around the
Mhm.
clock. So yeah, we're on the phone up until recently. And to see it all kind of unfold from the back end is just pretty freaking wild.
Yeah. A couple of questions here now, like Buffalo Bills related.
Mhm.
W- How do we fill this void now left by Gabriel Davis? I was talking sort of before you came on. There are two players I think that I really like for the Buffalo Bills in Hollywood Brown, if the money is right, and Darnell Mooney, if the money is right, because I think they add a field stretching element that
Mhm.
Joe Brady, a speed element that Joe Brady would want. But at the same time, a lot of the little things that Gabriel Davis does, wide receivers of a diminutive stature like those two, they would not be able to fill that role. So the Bills would probably have to go and add some size in the draft. Whereas if they added a Noah Brown or a Josh Reynolds over the next week, those guys can maybe do a little bit more of what Gabe has traditionally done, and the Bills can have carte blanche to do whatever they want
Right.
in the draft, adding a Xavier Worthy type. Where do you think the Bills go from here at wide receiver, and like what do they need to fill?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of alluded to it. Joe Brady likes those, run after catch guys, the yak guys. It's something that he's kind of grew up in as far as systems,
Mhm.
whether he was with the Saints or even with the Panthers, they were always near the top of yards after the catch. And so obviously Khalil Shakir, you saw how he came on late last year. He plays right into that type of system. So Gabe was never that guy. He's always been that, obviously a really good boundary receiver, and they primarily used him as a boundary guy. But he's a great number two to have, especially if you're talking about how the Bills project going forward, right? You're playing a lot of two tight end sets with Kincaid and Knox. That second receiver has to be a decent blocker in many ways, especially on early downs. And as good as Diggs is, he's not that guy. So they are losing that. So they have to kind of piecemeal that. Shakir can pick it up in some ways, especially if you're talking bringing him into the formation to block, in that C gap on those duo runs that want to bounce outside. There's some different things you can do with him as a blocker, but he's not quite to the level that Gabe was. So going forward, yes, they're losing a vertical stretch guy. They're losing a great run blocker, obviously a great fit
Mhm.
in the locker room as well, right? He kind of led by example in many ways the last couple of years. And so we'll have to see going forward, man. They got to get someone that can do some of those things. Now, does it have to just be one guy? No, of course not.
Mhm.
You can piecemeal those things, and there's a lot of opportunities in free agency and in the draft to do that.
How do you think Gabriel Davis fits in Jacksonville? Obviously, they have another former Buffalo Bills draft pick there in Zay Jones.
Yeah.
They have Christian Kirk, who I think they want to get more into the slot, and
Hmm.
Gabe Davis will help them with that. And they had Parker Washington, who was kind of on the come up last year, along with Evan Ingram, their tight end. How do you think Gabe fits in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson in that offense?
Yeah, I mean, I think that system is very comparable to what the Bills run. Peterson is in that staff. Press Taylor, offensive coordinator.
Mhm.
They're a very, very good offensive staff. Very, I would say, compared Trevor Lawrence compared to Josh Allen. Lawrence plays on schedule a little bit more,
Mhm.
but obviously has some of that outside the structure type play. So I do think Gabe fits in either of those ways. I do think that Gabe's ability to play within structure and play with a quarterback that maybe is a little more on time and doesn't rely on the outside of the structure stuff, I think that may
Mhm.
actually maximize his ability, because everyone talks about, hey, he can't, separate, he can't do these releases. Well, when you put him in a system that, can maximize those things, hey, maximize and seal that separation, then, he can get the ball and do some things afterwards. Hold on 1 second. All right, brother.
Yeah, no worries. All right. So while we wait for Eric, just looking at some of the things that have been occurring here in free agency, it looks like Christian Wilkins got himself a bag as well. He is signing with the Las Vegas Raiders, 4-year deal worth up to $110 million. So that's really interesting. A big deal for the Las Vegas Raiders. I want to see how Miami goes about trying to replace a Christian Wilkins. They're a team that's losing. They've lost Braden Jones. They've lost Christian Wilkins. They're probably about to lose Robert Hunt. Miami is a team that is now paying the price of going out and trading for Tyreek Hill and spending all the money on Tyreek Hill. And now they have to pay their quarterback, and they're paying the price for having to pay the quarterback. They're starting to have to pay that price too. It'll be really interesting to see when all the dust settles and the draft is over and free agency is over, what that Miami Dolphins roster looks like, because it's going to look a little bit different in 2024 as well. Looking to see, obviously, Gabriel Davis, the newest Jacksonville Jaguar, and that's about it. So the big one here is Gabriel Davis. We also have Cam Lewis. Eric,
All right, sorry.
no, you're good. Any thoughts on transitioning from Gabriel Davis here? Cam Lewis, 2 years, $4 million. We don't know the exact details of how that money is spread out for the Buffalo Bills. Before you got on, I was talking about, in a perfect world, he's safety number 4. Maybe where the money's at for the Buffalo Bills, he could possibly be safety number 3 if things don't fall their way on draft day or in free agency. Am I selling Cam Lewis short? Is he a guy who could be lining up week 1 across from Taylor Rapp at free safety? Because I have seen, and there is some small pockets of content creators in the Bills Mafia community that think that that's a viable possibility. What are your thoughts on that?
I like bringing him back. He's someone that I assume they would bring back because of that versatility. Now, whether he starts across from Rapp or not, I don't know. I doubt it, but he's been in the system. He knows the system, and the staff loves him. I mean, going all the way back to his time coming out of UB, right? They just love his scrappy mentality. He's obviously had to be pretty intelligent to play almost all of the secondary positions. So he's got that versatility. And so he's a good piece to have back. One, because yes, he knows the system. He can play safety, but more importantly, he can back up Taron Johnson or any of the boundary guys if needed.
Yeah.
Again, in a pinch. I do think outside of safety, I think his nickel position, I think he can play really well in there. Kind of plays with that same scrappiness and mental toughness that Taron Johnson does. So I do like them bringing him back, and someone that I kind of expected to bring back just because of that positional flexibility in the secondary. A group that is getting quite the makeover this offseason.
Yeah, what do you think about sort of that makeover? I know we had a conversation. We've had conversations on this broadcast since we started about the safety position. And I know you have a guy in Alohi Gilman who's at the top of your projected safety list or your wish list for the Buffalo Bills in free agency. Brandon Jones is off the market, but if you're the Buffalo Bills and you're sort of swimming in this free agent market, Alohi Gilman, talk about him a little bit, or maybe some of the other safeties the Buffalo Bills could possibly pursue over the next week or so.
Yeah, that's my guy. I was a big fan of his coming out of Notre Dame. I got to interview him down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl years ago, and he was a fit then coming out of the Irish defense. They played a lot of quarters coverage, just like the Bills. A captain there, very well spoken, great communicator. Definitely has the DNA that the Bills regime really likes. And last year, he just took his game to another level, and maybe that has something to do with the contract year. I don't know, but I think he's a great fit for the Bills scheme. He was always around the ball, plays with great angles to the ball. Got his hands on 7 pass breakups last year, a couple interceptions, forced 3 fumbles, one of them against James Cook and the Bills. Like, he was just all over the place last season. And so whether the Bills stick to their too high safety look or kind of pivot to another type philosophy, I think he's just going to be a guy that the Bills fall in love with because of his football IQ and his leadership. And they want to solidify that safety position for the long run. Obviously, they've been blessed the last, 7 years having Hyde and Poyer. I do think that McDermott and this regime values having safeties, especially safeties that are experienced and not young bucks getting thrown right into the fire. So I do expect them to be in the safety market. Now, whether the safety market takes off or not, I mean, Brandon Jones got 20 million today, which is not something I expected in the long run. Usually the trend was the safety position and those contracts were on the low end, but that's a pretty good contract for Brandon Jones.
Yeah. And to me, and that's the concern, because I think Gilman fits into this. I think Jeremy Chin fits into this. I think Julian Blackman fits into this. Guys who are coming fresh off their first contracts. They're about to go into their second contracts. Guys like Jeremy Chin, who've had some success, guys like Darnell Savage, who have had some success, those guys might be a little bit cheaper because they had some bad years
Mhm.
before they hit the free agent market, or some down years or year. Whereas a guy like Brandon Jones, 4 interceptions last year, right? 2 towards the end of the season. He's a guy where it looks like he's sort of on the come up. With guys like that coming off that first contract, sort of like AJ Epenesa at edge, you're paying more for, I think, what you think they're going to do than what they have done. That's why I think Jordan Poyer is the guy who probably got screwed in the market last year.
Mhm.
Oh, his best football is behind him. He's that savvy veteran now. So if the Buffalo Bills are looking to go cheaper in that route, like Mike Edwards, I think sticks out as like
Another
the
great guy
guy
that fits, right?
to
Like,
to
he's
go
another
pursue,
guy
right?
around the
Yeah.
ball all the time. He's just got a knack for being in and around the ball. He just it's something he did so well, for the
Mhm.
Chiefs and that defense, but he also did it going back to college. And he's another one. I always talk about one of my first times and visits down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl. It was during the time where basically anyone could pull these players coming through the lobby of the hotel. Even
Mhm.
us as content creators, we could just pull a player, sit down and talk to him for however long you wanted. So it's still during that time. It's changed now. But I remember about to go pull Mike Edwards, but someone from the Bills actually pulled him. And so I was just waiting. I'm like, dang, that's kind of messed up. But I'm just sitting there waiting to meet with Mike Edwards. And I'm sitting there at the bar. I'm like waiting for like an hour. And I eventually just tapped out because I was done. I had to go do some
Mhm.
content. Right. So yeah, the Bills did show interest at the Senior Bowl years ago, which is something that, once free
Yeah.
agency hits, it's one of the first spots you kind of look when these guys hit the market, 4 or 5 years down the line. And so they did show interest then. Who knows what they are now, but he's another guy that just fits
Yeah.
perfectly as that veteran presence on the back end.
Charles G comes in and says, Cam Curl with some prayer hands. I think the prayer hands are fitting here because this is the guy who couldn't work out a deal in Washington, probably because he wants the bag. But if the Buffalo Bills were going to spend money at all in free agency and go after any one player, I could envision a world where Cam Curl is that guy. I've always been a big fan of Cam Curl's game. Would he be worth a major investment, or are you not someone who wants to pour that kind of money into the safety position?
So Greg's contract projection for our free agency profile was 3 years, 30 million, 10 mil AAV, 15 million guaranteed. I like the player. I think his signature skill or trait in the profile that we did for him is his tackling from depth. He's a great fit when you're talking two high
Mhm.
safety looks, coming down, filling in the alley. I think he's a great fit from that perspective. But me personally, I don't know if I want to spend that on a safety. Honestly,
Yeah.
I want them to find their Poyer again and build that guy up,
Mhm.
right? So um that seems a little steep for me. And again, if Brandon Jones is getting what he got today, I would expect Cam Curl to get more than that because I do think Cam Curl is a better overall defender. He may not have the athleticism of Jones, but I do
Mhm.
think he's a steady player, very consistent, that can do a little bit of everything, but is just not great at anything.
Mhm. All right. I don't want to, take too much of your time here. I don't know how much time you have for us, but anything you want to throw out there as we sort of go through our live coverage this afternoon.
No, it's just some notes on uh Gabe Davis that when I took
Mhm.
that call. There were a few teams interested in Gabe's services. The top two teams aside from the Jaguars were the Chicago Bears made a strong pitch and one of the early pitches
Mhm.
to Gabe as the tampering window opened up. They were in on it to the very end and almost kind of initially set the floor for the entire negotiations with the Jags and the other teams. Patriots came in late, believe it or not. Imagine
Wow.
if you went to the Patriots. Like the
Oh
Patriots
boy.
came in very late as the deal was about to be closed. But I told them, having worked with them a while and getting to this point, I
Mhm.
do like the fit. Like if you're talking, especially you're talking Bears and Jags and just where those franchises are. I know the Bears were heavily interested in him with their new offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron, coming
Mhm.
over from Seattle. He equated Gabe to a DK Metcalf type. Again, bigger bodied
Mhm.
receiver, vertical threat, strong, can pitch in on the run game as a blocker. He wanted Gabe to play that type of role in the offense that they're bringing to Chicago. But again, I think the fit for Jacksonville just makes sense when you're talking the organizational structure of,
Mhm.
Doug Peterson and what they do on offense and some of the other weapons that you name that are on that offense. I think he'll be a great fit in that offense in Jacksonville.
While you're breaking news here, Did Chicago let Gabe know who's going to be throwing him the football if he were to sign with the Bears?
Yes, but I don't want to release that. Yeah, I don't want to release that. They alluded to it. I wouldn't say they came right out and said it, because that's the contention that I
Yeah.
brought up, was like, there's a lot of, flux in Chicago
Mhm.
still. Nothing
Yeah.
is concrete. So when we're weighing these options on where he should go, that definitely came up. And again,
Mhm.
another reason why I think, going to Jacksonville is probably the best bet, short term and long term.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. Don't want to commandeer any more of your time here this afternoon. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break here now that we have sort of broken down sort of the Gabriel Davis news, gotten the news from Eric here, and we've broken down the Cam Lewis news. So, going to take a short 5-minute break here. When we come back, we will continue on with our live coverage of day one of the NFL free agency tampering window. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the NFL free agency tampering window live here on the Cover One Sports Network here on YouTube, along with our X feed on Cover One, as well as our X feed at the Bills Guys, my personal feed for our podcast, which will be live tonight at 9 p.m. Dave Tilton will be joining me, and we'll be reacting to all the various different news from day one. The Bills related information coming out today, just to recap: Mitch Morse to the Jacksonville Jaguars on a 2-year deal. Gabriel Davis to the Jacksonville Jaguars on a 3-year deal. Cam Lewis has been re-signed 2 years, $4 million. So those are all the Bills related rumblings. I guess if you want to talk about the AFC East, Christian Wilkins going to the Las Vegas Raiders on a huge money deal. And also you see Brandon Jones going to the Denver Broncos on a deal that maybe was higher than many expected because of the safety market and how flooded it is. But the conversation that we've been having sort of over the past half hour here or so, when you're 25 years old and you're about to get your second NFL contract, right? You've played your 4 years or your 5 years, thinking about you're a first or a second round pick. A lot of these guys are being paid for their projection, what they are going to do, not what they have done in their NFL career. The details of the Jaguars contract has come out. It is 3 years, $39 million. That is $13 million AAV with up to $11 million in incentives, which kicks it up to $50 million. So it's 13 mil AAV with incentive for more for Gabe Davis, which makes more sense. So now where we stand is with the Bills. Let's talk about this. Lonnie Johnson to the Texans. He was a depth corner that maybe the Buffalo Bills might have wanted to consider. But let's take a look now at what the Bills probably need to do and what the Buffalo Bills probably need to accomplish this week. We probably need a wide receiver, right? When you look at the wide receiver room, and let's pull up the Bills roster here. So I have a graphic of the Bills roster. It's a little out of date because it doesn't reflect the Cam Lewis signing, but if you pull up the Bills roster here, the Bills probably need a wide receiver, right? Stephon Diggs, Khalil Shakir, Justin Shorter, Andy Isabella. That's your top 4 right now. Even though the Bills are going to draft a guy in the first 2 rounds, I'm almost assured of it, right? All the guys that met at the combine, all the money that's going to get thrown around to these receivers, unless the Bills make a trade for like a Cortland Sutton or something. I think safe money is the Bills will take a wide receiver in the first and the second round of this draft. It's safe money, right? They're still going to need one in free agency. Major needs, not after the dust settles. We add a depth piece here. We had a depth piece there. The Bills need an edge rusher. Von Miller, Greg Rousseau, Kingsley Jonathan, not going to cut it. The Bills are probably going to need a veteran rotational piece there. So that's a second position of need for the Buffalo Bills. Interior defensive line. I think we don't just need one. I think we need 2 because that's a position that takes longer to develop. Right now, the Bills just have Ed Oliver and Eli Ankou. So whether it's re-signing Daquan Jones, it's signing a Malcolm Roach or an Austin Johnson or an Ashawn Robinson, Greg Gaines, whatever it is, the Bills need to add a 1 tech, and the Bills probably need to add another lower tier veteran to give themselves a trio and then add a draft pick to that mix. And then you look at safety. Cam Lewis has now been signed. He is back, but it's Taylor Rapp, it's Cam Lewis, it's DeMar Hamlin, it's Kendall Williamson. So sometime in the next week, I would expect the Buffalo Bills to make an addition. And it doesn't have to be a crazy addition, but they need to make an addition to the receiver room. They need an edge. They need an IDL or 2 IDLs, and they need a safety. Like they need a little bit of veteran presence there. It doesn't need to break the bank, but that is what the Buffalo Bills need. Is Calvin Ridley an option? Maybe. Is Michael Thomas an option? The thing about Michael Thomas that's interesting is he fits the bill of a guy who's not going to cost you a comp pick. The medicals would be very important there. If the Bills were to sign a Michael Thomas, my guess is that would be something that takes a while because they would probably want him to come in for an official visit. They would probably want to test him out medically, and they would want to clear him medically before they made any decision. Calvin Ridley might not count against the comp pick formula either. I'm not 100% sure on that one. His contract was very weird, right? And like if the Jacksonville Jaguars re-sign him, it costs him a second-round pick, like back to Atlanta. So there's some weird things with Calvin Ridley's contract and that trade. I don't know if he counts against the comp pick formula or not. My assumption is he probably does, though. So if you're the Buffalo Bills, like, hit me up in the comment section. Like, what do we want to accomplish by the end of today? Do we want to accomplish anything? Like, are you satisfied if we don't make a move at all by the end of today because we're seeing what AJ Epenesa gets and then playing comp pick bingo? Or do you want to see the Buffalo Bills address one of these positions, right? Do you want to see them at a receiver by the end of today? Do you want to see them at a safety by the end of today? Do you want to see them at an interior defensive lineman by the end of today? Do you want to see them add a defensive end by the end of today? If I had to pick one of these 4 positions, I think I would want to see the Buffalo Bills add a defensive tackle by the end of the day today. By the time Dave and I go on the air at 9 p.m., I want the Buffalo Bills to have Daquan Jones re-signed, or Malcolm Roach signed, or Austin Johnson signed, or Ashawn Robinson signed, or Greg Gaines signed. I can go up and I can go back here. That's a good one. Deontay Johnson. I think Deontay Johnson would really fit what the Buffalo Bills want to do. Like, I've made fun of Deontay Johnson this season for taking plays off. That's something that would need to be addressed. But yeah, Deontay Johnson, man. We talk about, again, size isn't there. 5'10", 180 something pounds, right? Natural separator. And that's Josh Allen. As much as we Bills fans don't want to admit it, he's not perfect, right? He's not. Josh Allen has some flaws. And one of the things that I think could help Josh Allen out is getting some natural separators. That doesn't necessarily mean they need to be a speed guy. It doesn't necessarily mean they need to be a downfield stretcher. Just people who get open. So instead of Josh having to hit them with a guy draped on them, a contested catch, etc., like they've naturally separated, and Josh can just float that ball to him. That is, I think, something that would behoove the Buffalo Bills to do, and Deontay Johnson fits that mold. So Deontay Johnson definitely. I think if I were to all the free agents, all the trade targets, right? Deontay Johnson, Cortland Sutton, those are the 2 that are up there. And yeah, Deontay has a history of, like, every wide receiver is going to have their flaws. You're not adding another Stephon Diggs. If the closest thing you're going to get to adding another Stephon Diggs is drafting a guy at 28, they hit, or trading up at the first round, they hit, or taking a guy at 60 and they hit, right? That's the closest thing you're going to get to a Stephon Diggs type. Like, there's going to be flaws with everyone. And that's the reason why these guys are available in free agency. Spent Gold comes in. I like this comment from Spent Gold. He says, re-sign Daquan Jones, restructure Allen, and possibly bring back AJ Epenesa. That would be a good day to him. That would be a good day to me as well. Oh, Jacksonville Jaguars coming in, grabbing Darnell Savage. So they're adding a little bit to their secondary there. So that is an interesting addition to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3-year deal. I'll be interested to see the money on that deal, because Brandon Jones got a little bit of money on his deal. So it'll be interesting to see what Darnell Savage gets. And if he gets a decent amount of money, we're now that trend we talked about a half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. Jeremy Chin. Rams got Jonah Jackson. That's a good addition for them. Maybe they're going to kick Steve Avila into center. So Steve Avila is at center, and they have Dotson. They have Jonah Jackson. That's a good offensive line for the Rams. I like that addition for them. Not obviously something we talk about too much, but look at these safeties, right? Jeremy Chin, Cameron Curl, Ashton Davis, Brandon Jones, Alohi Gilman, Darnell Savage, Julian Blackmon. What do all of these guys have in common? They're either coming off their 5-year rookie contract because they were a first-round pick, or coming off their 4-year rookie contract because they were a second or later round pick. And for a lot of these guys, NFL GMs, they're just hitting their stride. We're going to pay them for what we project they will do. We're not going to pay them for what they have done. Jordan Poyer is looking to get paid for what he has done. Justin Simmons is looking to get paid for what he has done. That's not the case for some of these other safeties. I think Geno Stone can be put in there as well. They're not looking to get paid for what they have done. They're looking to get paid for what they will do in the future. So there's some projection there. So I think a couple of people were surprised at that Jones contract. I was not one of them. I'm going to go in a second. I'm going to look and I'm going to try to find the tweet where I projected his contract because it threw some people off. It threw people off. 3 years, $51 million for Jonah Jackson. The Rams are going all in on that offensive line. Whew. So let's see if we can. I'm just going to scroll Twitter here. Like I said, there's going to be some awkward pauses and things today. Sometimes it's going to be me talking for the sake of talking. That's just what we get with the live stream aspect here. Darnell Savage, 3-year deal. So Gabe Davis and Savage. The money has not come out yet on on Darnell Savage like it has Gabriel Davis. Just a 3-year deal. So that is, we're waiting on that number. But I'm going to type in real quick. I'm going to see if I can pull that. I'm going to pull that, see if I can pull that tweet up that I had where I projected the Brandon Jones contract. I can't remember if it was close to what he got or not, but I did a mock off season, and I know that Brandon Jones was included in it. All right. Well, Twitter is not being very helpful to me right now. Usually I have no problem just typing in a player's name and finding what I've tweeted about them, but that is not the case today. Yeah, well, of course it's not working. So I can't find that tweet that I had, but it'll be interesting to see what is going on. Colby Parkinson, the tight end, got 3 years, $22 million every year. Something crazy happens in tight end in free agency. Colby Parkinson to the Rams. Who knows? You know, we laugh, we make fun of a deal like that, but maybe a guy goes and he blows up. So the Seahawk, Colby Parkinson, the tight end, goes to the Rams. Wayman Brown comes in, says trading our latest fifth for Terrence Marshall isn't the worst idea for all of us. Terrence Marshall's interesting, right? Has a history with Joe Brady, was a former second-round pick, has that size, boundary stuff you look for, has not remotely produced in the National Football League thus far, is going into the final year of his rookie deal. I wouldn't give up a 5th-round pick. I would give up a 7th-round pick. And, you know, he's a guy that I don't think is going to make the final roster of the Carolina Panthers next year. So the highest I would go was our 7th-round pick. I wouldn't offer anything more than that, but he's an intriguing name to bring to training camp. But I wouldn't pencil. I would pencil him in if the Bills were traded for him. I wouldn't write him in pen. He's definitely a guy who's going to have to come in and earn it. But adding Terrence Marshall to that receiver room as competition is something I 100% be game for. The Carolina Panthers will let go of Von Bell. I'd have to do a little bit of research there to see what Von Bell has left. But again, back to that, what you're talking about here at the top of the show, right? Or at the top of the hour. Some of these guys are getting paid on their potential. Colby Parkinson is getting paid on his potential. You're paying Von Bell based on what he has done and hoping you can squeeze a little bit more of that out of him for a year or so. So, yeah, that'll be super interesting as well as we progress here. So looking over some of the deals again, like I said, I was hoping to pull up that Brandon Jones financials that I had on that tweet, but, you know, ever since Elon took over, this app is not as easy to navigate as it used to be. I know for a fact I highlighted the tweet, but I mean, it was like weeks ago and it would take me forever to scroll and find it. But yeah, just super interesting here as I'm randomly scrolling through Twitter to see if I can find that post from a couple of weeks ago. Hey, I found it. So going through my mock-off season, I had the Bills signing Kareem Hunt to a $1.5 million deal, 1 year, $1.5 million. I believe I might be off on that. He might be owed $1.7 million as the vet minimum. So I might have been off by a couple $100,000. I had us adding Josh Reynolds on a 2-year, $8 million deal, but it was really a 1-year deal where the second year you could get out of. So we'll see if maybe that comes to fruition. I had Deon Dawkins contract extension. That was good. I had Mitch Morse pay cut with incentives. That didn't happen. Edge rusher, Gregory Rousseau. We could talk about maybe a possible contract extension for him instead of giving him that 5th-year option and paying him all that money. Maybe just extend Gregory Rousseau now. Interior defender, I had Daquan Jones 2 years, $8 million. Sheldon Rankins 2 years, $10 million. I would love Daquan Jones, Sheldon Rankins. Sign me up to go along with Ed Oliver and then draft a guy. Boom. That's a great defensive interior to me. Scrolling, I had Brandon Jones 4 years, 20 million. So he got 3 years, 20 million. So I got some flack from that. Who was the people that gave me flack? I think it was Kevin Misseri. Gave me some flack for that. So yeah, I had the Bills keeping Jordan Poyer, drafting Cole Bishop, signing Cam Lewis, and signing Brandon Jones. And I had 4 years, 20 million. So he got 3 years, 20 million. But it was not a shock to me. Bryce Huff to Philly has just broken. So the DN market is starting to heat up a little bit. Bryce Huff to Philly. You saw Philly is trying to get rid of Josh Sweat. Philly is trying to get rid of Hassan Reddick. I don't really have much interest in Hassan Reddick just because I don't really know if he fits what the Bills want to do. But my goodness, if we could get our hands on Josh Sweat, I don't know. In the comments section, what would you be willing to trade for Josh Sweat? Right? You'd obviously have to give him some money. That would be interesting. And there's a Josh Jacob news too. But Bryce Huff, 3 years, 51 million to go to the Eagles. They were in on him. They wanted him. That's the guy that they wanted. Derek Barnett is gone. I think Brandon Graham is gone. Hassan Reddick is on his way out. Possibly Sweat is on his way out. So that'll be really interesting. And we'll get back to the edge conversation. Josh Jacobs going to the Green Bay Packers to be in a combination with Aaron Jones. Could Aaron Jones hit the market? That'll be interesting if Aaron Jones hits the market. If not, Green Bay with all those young receivers and Jordan Love and those 2 young tight ends, and then Josh Jacobs and Aaron Jones, like that's fun. What the Packers are doing on offense, that's fun. And it's exciting. And I hope the Buffalo Bills take some notes. Take a stab at wide receiver every year in the draft. Every year, take a stab at wide receiver. Because it's paying dividends for the Packers right now. They have a young receiving core. It's fun. It's exciting. They took some stabs at tight end too, like the Buffalo Bills have taken stabs at tight end. So they have a young offense, a fun offense, an exciting offense there in Green Bay. I want to pull up Josh Sweat's information here on Spot Track. So give me a minute here. Josh Sweat's interesting. So getting his contract breakdown, obviously the rumors are that he could be on the way out in Philadelphia, in large part because of Huff, and they want to get Nolan Smith some more on the edge. Clifford Mail says 2024 4th, a 2025 6th for Sweat, and a 25 7th. I think you might be selling what it's going to take you to get. So Josh Sweat is 26 years old, former 4th round pick. He is due to be a cap hit of $16 million this year. So that would need to be renegotiated. There's a lot of add-on years tacked on. Like he's technically under contract with the Eagles through 2028, but those are all like tack-on years to spread out his cap hit. So he's 16 million this year, and then he's essentially a free agent next year, even though there's just those added years onto his contract, void years onto his contract. Let's look at maybe some advanced statistics for Josh Sweat. I'm going to go to PFF here, pull up some information on him. 6'5", 265. So he meets that threshold for the Bills. Let me pull up his combine profile just to see what his arm length is. So things go in unexpected ways here sometimes. So now I'm doing a little bit of research on the fly. You get a little insight into how I prepare for our shows where I have all this information already on a note sheet. 34 and 5/8 inch arms, 251 at the combine, 6'4", 3/4 inches at the combine, 155 split, 4.53 40-yard dash. Like great athlete, right? So that's good. He meets a lot of, I think, the Bills' benchmarks for a defensive end. If you look at his career, 6.5 sacks last year, 11 the year before, 7.5 the year before, 6 the year before that. He checks some boxes, Josh Sweat. The Bills don't have a 3rd round pick, which sucks, right? Because that would probably be my offer. maybe you offer your second round pick, but in return they give you their third round pick and you get Josh Sweat. Maybe that's something Howie Roseman might be interested in to get Josh Sweat off their books. But Josh Sweat, I think, is a guy the Buffalo Bills should target. This guy checks a lot of boxes here. Athletic profile, very much what the Buffalo Bills want. He's got production. I think they could work out a contract extension with him when they trade for him. So a guy like Josh Sweat is now on my list, on my target list of guys you would trade for. Deontay Johnson, Cortland Sutton, Josh Sweat. These are guys that if you're the Buffalo Bills, pick up the phone, make some calls. You got 11 draft picks, see what you can do. Those are the most intriguing to me. But like I said, edge rushers fun, wide receivers fun. The Bills, I think, need to add some bodies today at some point along the defensive interior. Looking at some updates from Ari Mirov, again, my sports update. He does a good job aggregating. So his latest update here: Josh Jacobs to the Packers, Christian Wilkins to the Raiders, Bryce Huff to the Eagles, Jonah Jackson to the Rams, Gabriel Davis to the Jaguars, Donald Savage to the Jaguars, Tyler Biadasz to the Commanders. So the Cowboys lose their center. I don't know what the deal really is with Travis Frederick. Kobe Parkinson to the Rams. So those are some of the big deals that we have seen today. Von Bell has been released. But again, what sticks out to me the most right now, this right here. This is what gets me. On the defensive interior, we have 2 players signed right now. Two. Now, there are a ton of bodies in free agency. I did a mock-off season, and the mock-off season I did 2 weeks ago has already been blown to you know what, because I had Mitch Morse taking a pay cut, I had Trey White taking a pay cut, I had Jordan Poyer staying on the team. Like, all those things didn't happen. The Bills decided to go in a different direction. So that whole mock-off season in the garbage, gone. But the one thing I really did enjoy in that exercise that I did was I re-signed Daquan Jones and I signed Sheldon Rankins. If you could give me Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Sheldon Rankins, and a draft pick, someone in the first 4 rounds, sign me up. Sign me up. Like that, I think, is a really good defensive interior. This needs to be your first move if you're the Buffalo Bills. They brought in Foley Fatukasi for a visit. He ended up signing in Houston. He would not have counted against the comp pick formula. So I think the Buffalo Bills understand they need to add a body here. I think the Buffalo Bills, they could be negotiating with Daquan Jones right now. They could not be. We have no idea. He's 32 years old, though. It would not shock me if they were like, hey, Daquan, go test the market. We're going to look for some younger guys. If it doesn't work out, we'll come back to you in a few weeks. That being said, I would feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy inside if we added here one guy by the end of today. Greg Gaines, Martavius Adams, Roquan Davis, Benito Jones, Austin Johnson, Sebastian Joseph Day, Javon Kinlaw, Malcolm Roach, Ashawn Robinson, Tier Tart. Those are the ones that I would like to see added by the end of the day, because I think they give us that one teching ability that we would lose if we didn't bring Daquan Jones back. So you can also throw Daquan Jones in that mix as well. But again, once we fill that one tech void, sign me up, Maurice Hurst. Sign me up for Quentin Jefferson. Sign me up for Sheldon Rankins. I really do like those guys and think that they would be a good third to pair with Oliver, to pair with that one tech, to add a guy in the draft, however we see fit. So it'll be really interesting to see the direction the Buffalo Bills decide to go there. But that, to me, is the position that we need to add by the end of the day. We got Roy Collins coming in, say Kinlaw or Joseph Day. John S. comes in and says Josh Sweat has a chronic knee issue and his production fell off a cliff in the second half of 2023. So that's good to know. So again, if the Buffalo Bills were to trade for a Josh Sweat, it would not be something that happens overnight. I think Josh Sweat has permission to seek a trade from the Philadelphia Eagles. So my guess is what you would see is the Buffalo Bills probably would have Josh Sweat in for a visit. Like they would probably make him come in and go through medicals and have all that stuff processed before a trade would be made. And so that's something that would not definitely happen in the next day or so. That's something that would take some time for that to develop. Charles G, you and me both, buddy, wanting to see the numbers on that Darnell Savage contract. Colton Q says, no love for Grover Stewart. That's my guy. I like Grover Stewart. I think he's a plugging one tech. I don't think he's much more than that. He's a 2-down player. I think he's a little heavier than the Bills would like. I know Daquan Jones is listed at like 320, but I think Daquan said he played at like 305, 308. So he might be a little on the heavy side for the Buffalo Bills as well. So didn't check the boxes for me, but if by the end of the day there's a there is a notice that banner that's across the thing, it says, "Hey, the Bills have signed Grover Stewart," I'm fine with that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest here, a little preview of what's to come this evening at 9 p.m.
I
My
didn't want to leave you hanging high and dry here by yourself all day.
I think I've been doing pretty good.
You've been killing it. You've been killing it.
Did you like that nice little graphic I made with Gabe Davis
Yeah.
and Epenesa? I'm learning
Very
from the
nice.
master over here. Dave, early on in free agency, Gabriel Davis to the Jacksonville Jaguars, Mitch Morse to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Mhm.
Once you got done crying over Mitch Morse and losing him to the Jaguars and losing him and Davis to the AFC in conference, what are your thoughts on these moves?
The Gabe Davis contract was about what I was expecting him to get on the market. I mean, there's a debate to whether or not maybe the free agent market for receiver would have maybe come back down to earth a little bit this cycle, given what is perceived to be a quite loaded draft class at the position. So obviously, we saw guys like Christian Kirk and others get big money in years past. Where was that going to course correct this year? It does not look like that's the case. Gabe Davis getting a contract that could be worth up to, looks like right at that $50 million mark. All things are earned. So it was smart for him because obviously he gets that contract where he can go get a little bit closer to home, right, in Florida. Gets to play with Trevor Lawrence. They have a nice young group of skill position talent there in Jacksonville. That division, honestly, is really kind of up for grabs. Obviously, Houston looks like they're going to be a contender now with CJ Stroud. But again, the division is still largely kind of a mixed bag. And he's got Trevor Lawrence now throwing him the ball, which is not, it's obviously a downgrade from Josh Allen, but maybe that fits well with him. And it's a 3-year deal, so he has a chance to maybe cash in another contract after that if he does well with this one. So that wasn't unexpected to me. The Mitch Morse one hurts more just because of seeing the dollars that he got.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Bills probably could have even matched or given him a pay cut, but still paid him more than what he got there and kept him in tow for another season. But that one stings a bit. So we'll just kind of have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? With Mitch Morse, I think the decision the Buffalo Bills made was in this next stage of this next iteration of the roster, you have to extend Deon Dawkins. You might have to pay Spencer Brown. Heck, 3 years from now, you might have to pay Osiris Torrance, right? Like you want to go get another receiver. You want to do this. You want to do that. Where's some money? Where can you trim the fat? Probably guard. But so David Edwards now in at left guard on a very minimal deal, Osiris Torrance on a rookie contract, Alec Anderson, and then you take the athletic lineman that you had, the guy who can get out and run like Morse did and pull like Morse did. You move him to center. He played a little bit of center in college. He did a full season at Penn State at center. So I think that's ultimately the move the Buffalo Bills made. But it shocked me because you're right. They probably could have, if they wanted, they could have had Mitch Morse back. They could have kicked some cans down the road.
And not even necessarily kick the cans down the road, right? They could have given him like a $1 million or $2 million pay cut. He would have still gotten paid more in 2024 than he would there now in Jacksonville. Now he would have had to hit free agency in 2025, but he still could have squeezed a little more out of the Bills this year. The reason that I don't love that one is because you wouldn't necessarily have had to kick any cans down the road with the Mitch Morse one. So I do believe what we've seen from Brandon Beane thus far with these contracts getting not restructured, but reworked. And some of the deals, obviously Cam Lewis signing for low dollars, David Edwards, the cutting of Saran Neal and others. Like Brandon Beane's trying to set this team up for sustainability over the next 4 to 5 years, right? That's what all of this is adding up to. It's not a, let's see what we can do in 2024 and then have to come back to do something similar in 25. It's let me do what I need to do now and then set myself up for a year from now where the cap's going to be higher and I don't have these constraints to operate under and beyond. So that's to me how I'm reading this one.
Doris Armstrong, 3 years for up to $45 million for the Commander. So we don't know the incentive structure there yet, but you see a theme here early in free agency, whether it's Gabriel Davis or Doris Armstrong or Brandon Jones. You're seeing a lot of Tony Pollard. You're seeing a lot of guys who are just coming out of their rookie deal. They have promise. Their teams can't afford to bring them back, so they're going to new teams, and they're getting paid maybe more than people think, because they're getting paid based on what these teams. Oh, these guys are just coming into their prime. Right. We're going to pay them on projection, not on past production. That doesn't bode well, I think, for the Bills, because I think a lot of the safeties that we like, Jeremy Chin, Louis Gilman, they all check that box of a guy coming off of a rookie deal who's shown some promise, now is looking for their second NFL contract. If the Bills want to put a legitimate safety next to Taylor Rapp that they can grow with Taylor Rapp, or can have a future with this team beyond 2 or 3 years, they might have to pony up.
They might have to. And you mentioned a couple of those guys.
Obviously, I'm looking for the Savage money too. The Savage money hasn't dropped yet.
Yeah, and that was who I was just going to mention. Obviously, he goes to Jacksonville as well. Jags are really loading up here, and he's one where you look at it and you're like, well, he was coming off maybe some down seasons, has gone through some injury stuff on his own. Maybe he would have come at a slight discount, but that's probably not going to be the case for a guy like Alohi Gilman, right? Who really just came into his own this past season, is on the upswing. Guys like Jeremy Chin, guys like Darnell Savage, maybe there's a little bit of I'm not going to say discount, but like maybe they're not going to get like the ceiling dollars that they could have gotten had they performed their entire length of their rookie contracts, because they've had some ups and downs, right? So Savage obviously signs 3 years with Jacksonville. He was in demand early. We'll see what happens with Jeremy Chin, but there's a lot of safeties on the market. We saw Bayard sign. That's an interesting one to look at, because he's kind of like more on the older side. It's interesting because safety market last year was weird, right? We saw a guy like Jesse Bates get huge money, and then a comparable player is getting like less, right?
Yeah.
It's been a weird one for safety. Will a guy like Alohi Gilman get in the north of $10 million a year based on what we've seen from Kevin Byard? I don't know. He could, right? But he also may like miss the boat. It's just weird to predict the safety market. So the good thing for the Bills on the safety market is there are a lot of guys. We saw Brandon Jones sign earlier today. I think it was like a $20 million deal for 3 years. So that's not a bad number.
No,
obviously,
$7 million. No, yeah, it's pretty good
for the details we got on that. Like Brandon Jones, Ashton Davis, like someone in that, like maybe Alohi Gilman gets somewhere in that neighborhood. I'd be quite comfortable giving that out.
I would give him that. I would give Alohi Gilman that contract. I would give Jeremy Chin that contract. I would.
There are a lot of safeties. Which
Julian Black, one of the guys that we didn't even talk about, like Julian Blackman, like I'd give him that contract too, coming out of Indy. So, yeah, I think it's a pretty good contract, especially if you think that's a guy who's going to grow into you think you can turn that guy into what Micah Hyde or Jordan Poyer was for you, because you have confidence in how you develop safeties. Oh, Rapp and this guy are our next Poyer and Hyde. Like you have that kind of confidence in them. That money, I think, is money well spent. Question for you here. We were kind of debating this in the chat. The Bills, I think, to me, have 4 glaring holes. And I think that they need to add 4 players in free agency or via trade at all 4 of these positions. They're still going to need to draft all 4 of these positions, but they need to add veterans in free agency as well, because the cupboard is so bare. Wide receiver, edge rusher, defensive tackle, safety. If the Buffalo Bills were to walk away with 1 player at one of these positions today, which one would make you feel like the most warm and fuzzy inside that we walked out of today with that position group addressed?
I think okay, I'll eliminate 2 off the bat. I think I'll eliminate safety and I'll eliminate wide receiver. And the reason for that being is we do have Rapp back, right? And there are bodies there, and I know Rapp is probably not the ideal penciled in starter for people, but there's more to come there. But we have him at least on the books. Wide receiver, I'm gonna say is not on my list either, just because I know what's there in the draft, and I know with the ammo the Bills have in draft picks, there's a really good chance they can get some top end talent in the draft at that position. So I'll narrow it down to edge or interior defensive line. And I think I'm kind of on the fence with this one. Like, on one hand, interior is so thin. You don't even have Daquan Jones back yet in tow. You have Ed Oliver sitting there as the only one. And edge, the question marks around Von Miller, opposite of Greg Rousseau, are there. So to me, I think it comes down to, if you're in the chat or if you're debating this, it's like your confidence level in Von Miller. I think that's the decision that you need to ask. Like, that's the point you need to come to when you're deciding that. And so for me, I will say I'd like to come out of today with an interior defensive lineman. And I say that because we just don't have someone right now next to Ed Oliver. So I would go interior D-line for free agency, then edge, and then, safety, wide receiver probably.
Yeah, and I said the same exact thing, and we got some breaking news here. Kirk Cousins staying in the NFC, signing with the Atlanta Falcons. So the AFC South just got, I think, one team at least now that's relevant. I really like the way Atlanta has approached this offseason. They went out and I think, got probably the most underrated head coaching hire of the entire circuit. I'm a huge Raheem Morris guy. I'm a huge Raheem Morris fan.
Yeah,
they were able to get Zach Robinson, the young up-and-coming sort of offensive guy, former quarterback at Oklahoma State, to be their offensive coordinator from the Rams. And now they add Kirk Cousins to an offense that includes Drake London, Bijan Robinson, and Tyler Algier. Obviously, they have some free agents. Their cupboard is pretty bare at wide receiver outside of Drake London. I'm missing the big one in Kyle Pitts as well. I think this is a really exciting move for Atlanta. I think that makes them players in the AFC South. And I think it makes them players in just the NFC South. I think it makes them players in the NFC in general. So thoughts on Kirk Cousins to the Atlanta Falcons here?
Yeah, off the top of my head, what's he, like 34, 35 years old, something in that realm. But look, it sets up Atlanta to kind of put the pause on the Desmond Ridder project, right? You don't necessarily have to decide this year what you want to do with him. Maybe you keep him as a backup behind Kirk Cousins, have him learn behind
Kirk Cousins will be 36 by the start of next season. He's 35. He'll be 36 in August.
And I think maybe even bigger than Kirk Cousins signing in Atlanta is the combination of Kirk Cousins in Atlanta with the coaching changes, right?
Yeah.
Because the cupboard is not bare in Atlanta from an offensive skill set position. And like, this has to be the reason, like, Arthur Smith's no longer there. Like, one of the primary reasons is, like, you had Drake London, you have Kyle Pitts, you had Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier as a complimentary back to Robinson. You have a really nice core of young skill position talent there in Atlanta. And yes, like, you'd obviously love to have that young kind of up and coming star quarterback, like younger guy to kind of go there. But this division, like you said, is up for grabs. Like, Tampa Bay won last year with Baker Mayfield at the helm. Like, Atlanta could very well easily be in the mix this year. Carolina's probably going to be awful again. Who knows what the Saints are going to be like in year 2 with Derek Carr. Their cupboard is outside of Chris Olave and an aging, I don't want to call him aging, but, on the second side of his probably career in Alvin Kamara, like, that division is wide open. And Kirk Cousins obviously was playing well before he got hurt and has played really well over the past several years with Minnesota. So I like the move for Atlanta as they kind of try to bridge to the next young quarterback that they need to find.
Here's a move that hits close to home for you, because I know your wife is a Packers fan. Josh Jacobs. Wow. So now you have Jordan Love, who looked exceptional back half of last year, to go along with Aaron Jones and Josh Jacobs in the backfield, to go along with the young tight end duo of Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, to go along with the young wide receiver room of Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Jaden Reed, Dontavion Wicks, Malik Heath, and Bo Melton, all with LaFleur, one of the better offensive coaches in football, calling the plays there. And you have to think you're going to have at least a little bit more of a pulse on defense this year with Jeff Hafley taking over. Must be an exciting time to be a Packers fan, because that youth injection and then getting Josh Jacobs to come in and sort of like add some veteran experience, that's fun and that's exciting what's going on in Green Bay there.
It is fun. Obviously, AJ Dillon, free agent, not going to be back now with this news,
Mm-hmm.
right? And when the Packers have been at their best over the past couple of years, LaFleur running that show has been when they've been able to run the ball really well with that 1-2 punch of Aaron Jones
Mm-hmm.
and AJ Dillon. Aaron Jones, 30 years old, maybe this is an opportunity for him to kind of go back to that role where it was more of like a split timeshare type of situation with him and Dillon. Now that becomes Josh Jacobs, who's younger than Aaron Jones. And Josh Jacobs, by the way, a really good pass catcher in himself out of the backfield. So the Packers are really setting this team up nicely for Jordan Love. And the question really now for the Packers is like, what do you need to do to maybe improve that offensive line a little bit now? Played pretty well last year. They have some guys, but skill position wise, now at the running back with adding Josh Jacobs, they look like they're right there, and they're going to say, look, we're not going to let the Lions kind of start owning this division. Like, we're right here. We made the playoffs. We beat Dallas in the playoffs last year. We have a young star in the making in Jordan Love, and we have talent on this roster offensively. And so I like the move for Green Bay, and especially because I think people forget that Aaron Jones is 30 years old, right?
Yep.
And he's battled some injuries himself the last couple of years and hasn't really been himself. And so Josh Jacobs, a fresh start. There was a thought maybe he'd be able to kind of work things out with Antonio Pierce, who was a big fan of Josh Jacobs. But obviously, this is probably going to be for a multi-year situation now in Green Bay.
Someone just mentioned Justin Jefferson leaving Minneapolis now, or Minnesota now. That would be interesting, right? Like, now the gears are turning in my head, because does Minnesota maybe want to try to trade up for a quarterback? Could they use Justin Jefferson as leverage to do that? Like, maybe the Arizona Cardinals at 4, they can pair Kyler Murray with Justin Jefferson, and if one of the quarterbacks slips there, Minnesota can take a quarterback at 4. What's Minnesota going to do at quarterback? I know a lot of people have projected Sam Darnold there. A lot of people have projected Trey Lance there. It's going to be really interesting to see how the Minnesota Vikings decide to reset at that position and how it affects Justin Jefferson. Only got you for a couple more minutes here, so last 2 things I want to touch on with you, both Bills related. First, Deon Dawkins. Why does he got to do that? Why do you got to be mean? I'm live on air, right? And I see his tweet, and then I see someone in the comment sections like Andrew Siciliano saying the Bills are cutting Deon Dawkins, and I have to pull 10 minutes of why the Buffalo Bills did this out of my butt, and then all to find out none of it was true. So, what are your thoughts on Deon and his extension this morning?
Well, we know Deon is a joking type of guy. We know that. I didn't say anything on Twitter until I saw the extension announcement, and I was just like, everyone was melting down, and it's just like the only plausible outcome there, if it were true, would have, I think, been a trade, right? I don't think there's in any world the Bills would have cut him. It would have been a trade, and I think if you're the Bills, the only plausible outcome would have been like a first rounder probably. For him.
And what I've seen from a lot of people was the Cordy Glenn trade.
Yes,
and New Orleans is lacking a left tackle. So I think it was a Buff Commander on Twitter. The deal made sense. It would have been Deon Dawkins and pick 28 to move up to 14. And at 14, maybe you can get Brian Thomas Jr. But at the end of the day, like, you're really going to risk losing your franchise left tackle, who's still 30 years old, still plays really good, as the heart and soul of your football team, for the risk of kicking Spencer Brown to left tackle and the rawness of Brian Thomas Jr. at 14. Like, like that's risky business, especially considering just how important he is. Like, Mitch Morse, Trey White, Jordan Poyer, like, all those guys are very important to this football team. I would honestly put Deon Dawkins almost like a pedestal above them. Like, I really would. Like,
he is.
Yeah. Like, in terms of just, you would have lost the locker room there, I think, a little bit. So to me, that extension was necessary. And that opens up the can of worms for Spencer Brown and his future here. Are you going to pay a right tackle next year? Does he have another solid year next year? Like, what do the Buffalo Bills look to do there? Last one before you head out of here, because I know you only have a couple minutes left. Cam Lewis. 2 years, $4 million. He can obviously play safety. He can play nickel corner. He can play boundary corner in a pinch. He's a special teamer. I think it's a really good move to secure your 4th safety spot. I think the Bills still need to add a veteran. They still need to add a draft pick. But what are your thoughts on Cam Lewis coming back?
Yeah, there is no pun intended for this, but it is a nice safety net, I'll say, for the Bills, right? It gives you that
Uh-huh.
floor. It gives you that sort of optionality now when it comes into the rest of the free agency market. It makes sense for Cam Lewis to be back, given his familiarity. It also gives Cam Lewis maybe his best opportunity to kind of have an inside track to more meaningful playing time in 2024. The Bills coaching staff obviously trusts him. They like his versatility. I say it over and over again on our show. Like, the depth pieces are where you want that versatility. When you have depth guys, those are the guys you want to be able to mix and match. And Cam Lewis is obviously the epitome of that, with where he can play all over the field. So a smart move, I think, on both sides. Obviously, given he was one of the Bills' own, it has no real bearing on the comp pick formula. He's below it anyway, so it just makes sense, and the Bills can kind of rest easy knowing like the cupboard is not bare in the back end. Obviously, with Rapp now, Cam Lewis, you still have DeMar Hamlin, so it's not in an ideal spot yet, but it does give the Bills now a little bit of breathing room, I think, to kind of like, if they have to focus, let's say, on, in early free agency, focus on the defensive line, and then have to kind of pivot to safety later on in free agency, it gives them a little bit of breathing room to do that.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for joining me, bailing me out a little bit here, giving me a little bit of a breather. You will be back, and we will be back tonight at 9 p.m. in our normal time slot to do our live air raid hour show. Hopefully, we will have some things to react to that are Bills related and Bills additions, not just Buffalo Bills subtractions. But Dave, thank you so much. And on the other side of this quick break here, I will be back, and we will continue our live coverage here of day one of the NFL free agency tampering window. All right, ladies and gentlemen, something I didn't expect on the first day of free agency, the running back market is the one seeing all the dominoes fall. Breaking news here, Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. Wow. So over the course of today, you have seen Tony Pollard to the Titans, Josh Jacobs to the Packers. I already said Tony Pollard to the Titans. DeAndre Swift to the Bears, and now you have Saquon Barkley to the Philadelphia Eagles. So, wow. Like that's all I'm going to say is wow. Like that's a scary combination there. You now have Saquon Barkley with Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, that offensive line that they have, even with Kelsey gone. Kellen Moore now calling plays, has sort of righted the ship here. I hope I said Tony Pollard to the Titans. I thought I'd led with that, but my brain is frazzled at this point from all the different moves that are being made. So either way, four major running backs, four marquee running backs are off the board early in free agency. That was not what I was expecting, but the running back market is cooking here on the first day of free agency. Speaking of the running back market, Dave Tilton just joined me, my co-host on the Air Raid Hour, and he mentioned the fact that with Josh Jacobs going to the Packers, that leaves the door open for AJ Dillon to go somewhere else. And AJ Dillon is a name that a lot of Bills fans have on the radar to come and complement James Cook. Me personally, I do not. I'm not a big fan of AJ Dillon, but let's take a look here at the Buffalo Bills running back room. The Bills currently have two running backs under contract for next season in James Cook and Darrington Evans. So the Buffalo Bills have some moves that they need to make. They're likely to add someone in the draft, and they are likely to add someone in free agency. That the Bills need to add bodies here. They're probably going to take 5 running backs in the training camp. So literally 3 guys need to be added between now and July. Team re-sign Ty Johnson. I think most people at this point are team re-sign Ty Johnson. Latavius Murray likely gone due to age. Naheem Hines has been released. Damian Harris, last I heard, he was contemplating retirement with his injury. Free agents to consider. Again, a lot of people are team AJ Dillon. A lot of people are team Derrick Henry. Maybe the Buffalo Bills are able to add a Derrick Henry because the market's not there. But what I said at the top of the show was this. It's 4th and 1 in the AFC Championship game. Who are you giving the ball to? It's not Derrick Henry. It's Josh Allen. It's December. It's January. You need 3 yards. You're getting those from Josh Allen. You're not giving the ball. You're not taking the ball out of Josh Allen's hands. Is Derrick Henry want to sign up for that? Does he really want to sign up for that? I don't know if he does. It'd be awesome if he does, but I don't know if he wants to sign up for that. So Derrick Henry is an option, especially with all of these running back dominoes falling. If there's no place for Derrick Henry, maybe he just decides to come to Buffalo and be James Cook's complement. Maybe he signs a rather reasonable deal. AJ Dillon is an option. My top 2 guys are Zeke Elliott and Kareem Hunt. I think they're veterans. I think they're pass blockers. I think they're pass catchers. I think they add a power element. Those are the 2 guys that I would like. Clyde Edwards-Helaire has that Joe Brady connection. Alexander Madison is a guy I've always liked, but he had a really bad last year in Minnesota. But I loved him coming out of Boise, and I loved him his first couple of years in Minnesota. Deontay Foreman is year after year a favorite in the Buffalo Bills community to sign in free agency. DJ Dallas is my sleeper. He's a 4-phase special teamer. He's a kick returner. He's a punt returner. He's a pass blocker. He's a pass catcher. He gives you that power at 215 pounds to go between the tackles as well. He's a guy I think could give juice to our special teams. Him and Ty Johnson would be, in my opinion, a perfectly adequate complement to James Cook, and then draft a guy like Frank Gore Jr. or Ray Davis or Kamari Vidal on day 3 of the draft, and you have yourself a nice, quartet of running backs. Chase Edmonds checks a lot of boxes as sort of like the Matt Breida, Duke Johnson type of signing. The Bills were in on Chase Edmonds a number of years ago when he was first a free agent and he was a hotter name. And then Dearness Johnson's a running back with some juice that could be available as well. So some running backs still available on the market. And I think the Buffalo Bills could address the running back position. Whether they address the running back position now, I don't know. This is probably something you're going to see a week from now or 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now, especially the Bills might even wait until the compensatory pick formula
jig is up, right? Like they might not even want to invest unless they want to keep that contract lower than the threshold for the compensatory pick. So it's worth noting, Antonio Gibson's another name that I know a lot of people like. I think and who knows, maybe he doesn't cost as much money, but he gives you a little bit of juice there in the receiving game, in the running game. Antonio Gibson is a guy who I don't think met his potential with the Commanders. Jessica Tennis comes in and she says, I want Dane Jackson back. And I think that one is really interesting, right? Dane Jackson. We haven't really talked about cornerback at all in this first, what is it? The three hours we've been on now. We haven't really talked about cornerback. Let's take a look at the cornerback position here for the Buffalo Bills. I think the three guys that are set in stone are Rasul Douglas, your one boundary corner, Christian Benford, your other boundary corner, and Teron Johnson. Kyrie Elam was practically set in stone, but you just never know, right? Like the Bills could be trying to resurrect him with the coaching staff changes and maybe some schematic changes. Maybe it doesn't work, and the Buffalo Bills try to dump him this offseason. I'm not ready to highlight Kyrie Elam as a lock, but right now on the depth chart, he is behind Christian Benford and Rasul Douglas as your traditional boundary CB3. And then you have Kyron Brown, you have Jamarcus Ingram as depth pieces. Trey White, Dane Jackson, Saran Neal, Josh Norman, all free agents. White and Neal were cut. Dane Jackson back makes a lot of sense. Now, not a lot of cornerbacks have heard their name called yet. So that is something that'll be interesting to see how the cornerback market plays out. How much money can you get Dane Jackson back for? Is there a team out there who's going to give him the Levi Wallace deal and give him $2-3 million? Or could he come back to Buffalo for the veteran minimum? Do you want him back? I would want him back. I'd feel nice and warm and fuzzy inside with Dane Jackson back. But maybe the Bills are like, man, we keep bringing Dane Jackson back and it's just stunting Kyrie Elam. We gotta let Kyrie Elam be that dude and give him that leeway, give him that running space. So who knows? But Dane Jackson's a guy I would love to have back. Some names to consider: Christian Fulton. That's a guy who got hurt last year. LSU corner, kind of fits the bill for what the Bills would like. There's been some rumors that the Buffalo Bills are possibly interested in Darnay Holmes. He's sort of a nickel corner, maybe transition to safety, special teamer type. Bryce Hall is available in free agency. Nick McLeod is available in free agency. A guy the Bills had in a pre-draft visit, Chris Williamson, from a couple of years ago. He's more of a nickel corner. Has never really played in the National Football League that much. He's available. Rock Ya-Sin is available. Levi Wallace is floating out there as a guy you could probably get for a 1-year vet minimum deal. And a guy who was with the Buffalo Bills a couple of years ago, who's still somehow only 29 years old, Darryl Worley, is available as well. So those are the list of corners. I don't think the Bills are going to be big game hunting at corner because I think the two starters are set. But I do think the Buffalo Bills would like some insurance at that position. Dane Jackson would be my number one choice. He would make me feel the most warm and fuzzy inside, but guys like Levi Wallace, guys like Bryce Hall, Nick McLeod, Christian Fulton, I think those are all names to consider as well. So thank you, Jessica, for that one. We haven't really talked about the cornerback position yet. Kirk Cousins apparently getting $45 million a year from the Atlanta Falcons. It's a lot of money for a 36-year-old quarterback, but I think he's shown that when healthy, he is worth it. Luke Monin coming in saying trade for Roschon Johnson since the Bears seem to hate him. The Bills took Roschon Johnson out to dinner last year. I think him and Bijan, they took out to dinner after the Texas Pro Day. So the Buffalo Bills had some interest in Roschon Johnson. That being said, running back backup running backs are necessary, right? So even though they have DeAndre Swift, a guy like Roschon Johnson can still have a role there. I highly doubt the Chicago Bears are going to be moving on from a guy they drafted just last year. So a lot of things to sort of consider as we continue to roll along here on this free agency live coverage show. Saquon to the Eagles. Here's another one. The Miami Dolphins continue to lose talent. And this one's kind of a sleeper loss for the Miami Dolphins. Former Dolphins linebacker Andrew Van Ginkel is rejoining Brian Flores in Minnesota for $20 million, including $14 million guaranteed. The deal was confirmed by agents Drew Rosenhaus and Ryan Matha. So today the Dolphins have lost Brandon Jones. They have lost Andrew Van Ginkel, and they have lost Christian Wilkins. They have cut Jerome Baker. They have cut Xavier Howard. They still have Raekwon Davis as a free agent. They still have Robert Hunt as a free agent. This Miami Dolphins team is a team that is very much reeling right now, and I don't think that is something to take lightly. They have to pay Tua.
I'm just so happy. They have to pay Tua. So that is something that they have to deal with right now. And I'm just going to pull up the Miami Dolphins depth chart right now because quite frankly, it's not pretty, right? Like, so at the wide receiver position, they have Tyreek Hill, they have Jalen Waddle. That's it, really. At left tackle, they're bringing Teron Armstead back, but you can never count on him to stay healthy. Lester Cotton would be their left guard right now because Isaiah Wynn's a free agent. Connor Williams is a free agent, so Liam Eichenberg would be their center right now. Robert Hunt is a free agent, so Robert Jones would be their right guard right now, who they just re-signed. And they have Austin Jackson at right tackle. They could have 3 new starters along the offensive line next season. Tight end, they added Jonnu Smith to go with Durham Smythe. That was a good pickup for them. They still got a really good running back room in Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert and obviously Devin Achane. But that defense, Roquan could be gone. Christian Wilkins could be gone. Zach Sealer could be the only returning starter on that D-line. There's not a lot of talent behind those 3 starters in that D-line. At linebacker, they got David Long and they got Duke Riley and they got Channing Tindall, who's going to have to step up now. They got Jalen Phillips coming off of a late season ACL, Bradley Chubb coming off of a late season injury. Rushing the quarterback, no depth whatsoever outside of Cameron Good behind them with Van Ginkel gone. And that cornerback, they got Jalen Ramsey, they got Kader Kahu, and that's it, right? And at safety, they got Javon Holland, and that's it. So, yeah, Roy Collins comes in and says, love to see the Jets or the Dolphins are floundering. They have the Bills have a lot of holes to fill. The Dolphins have a lot of holes to fill. And they don't have a lot of money either because they got to pay Tua. So this is, and I do apologize. I forgot Cam Smith. So the Dolphins have Cam Smith at corner. So my apologies. I did miss that when I was scrolling over the depth chart. Not great for the Miami Dolphins, right? So they are floundering as well. Dean Kinding comes in with a great comment here. Running backs in the draft going to drop even further. I'll tell you what. And I don't even have my draft notes in front of me because I didn't want to talk draft tonight. But let me pull up my draft notes here. Let me pull up quickly my running back tiering, my very, very loose tiering of running backs right now in the draft, because Dean makes a great point, right? Like this is this could drop running backs in the draft. So looking at the running back position here, right? I don't think there's a first round running back in this draft. I don't think a lot of people think that there's a first round running back in this draft. I made the hot take that I don't even know if there's a second round running back in this year's draft. Like the first running back might not come off the board until the 3rd round. But here are the guys who are probably going to go on day 2 of the draft. Jalen Wright, Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, Braylon Allen. Maybe Audric Estime, he didn't have the greatest combine. Maybe Bucky Irving didn't have the greatest combine. Maybe Will Shipley, maybe Marshawn Lloyd, maybe Blake Corum, maybe Ray Davis, maybe Isaac Garendo, who had a big combine. I just named off 8 dudes, right? Trey Benson will likely be RB1 after the combine. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think Jalen Wright could give him a run for his money, though. Trey Benson, Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Audric Estime, Jonathan Brooks, Marshawn Lloyd, Bucky Irving, Will Shipley, Blake Corum, Ray Davis, Isaac Garendo. We sit here and we think, oh, these running backs are unattainable. I don't want to use an early day 3 pick on running back. One of these guys could slip there and be late. Like after his combine, maybe Audric Estime sitting there in the 5th round. Maybe Blake Corum sitting there in the 5th round. You know, maybe Ray Davis is sitting there in the 5th round. With all of these free agent moves and all these teams filling holes and spending money on running backs, Trey Benson might not come off the board. He might be RB1, but he might not come off the board till round 3 or late round 2. And that's going to push everyone else back. So a lot of fun names that I like for the Bills on day 3 of the draft, and guys who maybe we think are 4th or 5th round picks might be 6th or 7th round picks. And guys we think might be like late day 2 picks, like 3rd round guys, might be 4th or 5th round guys. Because the way this free agent class is falling at running back. Now, the initial reports were this wasn't the hottest draft class for running backs, so it's not surprising based on those initial reports that free agency is popping off for running backs right now.
But at the same time, the combine, I think, sort of quelled some of those fears. And I think a lot of teams realize, like, hey, there's some talent here at running back. So there's some talent here at running back. I wouldn't mind pairing any of these dudes with Ty Johnson, with DJ Dallas, who's my sleeper running back in free agency, and forming a solid quartet of running backs. So that'll be really interesting. Another one dropping. Man, the Eagles just really, really are sticking it to their NFC East rivals. Xavier McKinney, who's probably one of the more underrated players in free agency, I think. And by underrated, I just mean like he's really good. And I think that maybe he wasn't talked about as much as some of the other safeties, especially not from Bills fans, because we obviously know we can't afford him. Xavier McKinney, they had a safety problem in the Eagles. That safety problem is solved. Matt Barkley takes a lot of pressure off of Jalen Hurts now in that offense, and it makes them more two-dimensional. Eases, I think, the loss of Jason Kelsey, especially with either Landon Dickerson or the other younger player that they have there out of Nebraska, Juergens moving to center, whoever it is. So the Eagles are making some moves. I like what the Eagles have done. They're spending money. Howie Roseman's doing what Howie Roseman does. But the Eagles were embarrassed last year. They replaced both their coordinators, and now they are overhauling their roster. So that'll be super interesting. Emmanuel Agba, Eric Turner with some eyeball emojis to an Emmanuel Agba tweet. So I'm not saying anything. The boss man does not keep us in the loop all the time, but maybe he knows something that we don't hear on a guy like Emmanuel Agba. Maybe if you are someone who frequents the Cover One Premium Slack channel, get into the Cover One Premium Slack channel. I know I'm going to go check that in a moment, but maybe Emmanuel Agba is a player the Buffalo Bills consider as edge rusher is something that we can consider. My apologies. I got a little bit of allergies right now, so I got to blow my nose. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break here because my nose is getting very nasally. And I'll be back in about 2-3 minutes here with continued coverage live from the Cover One West Coast studio here out in Phoenix, Arizona for day one of the NFL free agency tampering window.
All right, so we're back. Apparently, the Xavier McKinney stuff might not 100% be true. The Eagles are in and aggressively pursuing Xavier McKinney. By sources, they are not done, but the official report that he had signed with the Eagles, that was from the Wesley Steinberg troll account. So not 100% accurate on Xavier McKinney being crossed off anyone's list. So apologies to that. But a couple of other moves that we have seen over the course of the day here. The Bills move Connor McGovern to center. Like I said, the Buffalo Bills continue to stay young. They can stay athletic there. I had that conversation with Dave. Yes, we could have brought Mitch Morse back, but then you're paying Mitch Morse a ton of money. You're paying Connor McGovern a lot of money. You do have Osiris Torrance there at right guard. You got to extend Deon Dawkins. You might have to extend Spencer Brown in the future. The Bills save a significant amount of money moving on from Mitch Morse, who's now in Jacksonville. They keep that young athletic guy who can pull in Connor McGovern by moving him to center. And the deal that they gave to David Edwards, if David Edwards starts this year and he makes $3 million, that's going to look a lot better than John Runyon, who signed with the Giants for 3 years, $30 million. Landon Dickerson got paid today. Jonah Jackson got paid today. Kevin Dotson got paid this week. Guards are starting to make tackle money. Guards are starting to get paid. So there's now becoming more of a cornerstone position in this league. The Buffalo Bills might be trying to buck that trend, have a rookie or a rookie contract right guard and have David Edwards at left guard, Alec Anderson backing them up, and then go with Connor McGovern, pay your money on the interior to the center. And then you obviously have Dawkins extension and then the Spencer Brown extension, which might have to come up in the future. A couple other moves, Sean Murphy bunting to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm sure Cardinals fans are pumped about that one. That is their big move today with all the cap space that they have. And again, that Xavier McKinney news, not quite official yet. So still waiting on the Buffalo Bills to possibly make a move. Keep an eye on a guy like Emmanuel Ogbah. I know that is something that Eric is hinting at on his personal account. Maybe he knows something, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on. The downfall of the Miami Dolphins, something to keep an eye on. The Jacksonville Jaguars raiding the Buffalo Bills, the Philadelphia Eagles possibly raiding the New York Giants are all some of the storylines from the early parts of free agency, along with the running back contracts that have been handed out. Again, let's walk through some of the Buffalo Bills depth chart here. Let's look at what the Buffalo Bills have and what the Buffalo Bills don't have. I think the one position we haven't talked about yet outside of quarterback, and we're not going to talk about quarterback today. Actually, we're not going to talk about tight end today either, because I don't even think the Buffalo Bills really need to make anything major in terms of additions there. Let's talk about linebacker a little bit. I'm going to throw up the linebacker depth chart here. I think the Buffalo Bills have three guys who are pretty secure, and Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard. They have Dorian Williams, the former third-round pick, going into year 2. I think he's pretty secure as well. And then I'd call Balon Spector pretty secure as well. Special teamer, backup Mike linebacker, played well before he got injured this season, but he has had some injury issues. That's a good 4 linebackers if you're the Buffalo Bills, something to build off of. It's not something you need to use a first or second round pick on. It's not something you need to spend a lot of money in free agency on. But here are some things that I think as Bills fans, we're going to be keeping our eyes on over the course of the next week or so. Number 1 is Tyrel Dodson. Does Tyrel Dodson get paid by another team to go compete for a starting linebacker spot? Does Tyrel Dodson take a minimal deal somewhere else because he has more of an opportunity to be an every down player than he does in Buffalo? Those are things to keep an eye out for. If no team is giving Tyrel Dodson a chance to start, if no team is giving Tyrel Dodson a bag or a semi-bag or something bag adjacent in terms of money, is there an opportunity for him to come back to Buffalo? I think it's slim, but we've seen Matt Milano come back. We've seen Jordan Poyer come back. We've seen, Levi Wallace in years past. We thought he was gone and he came back. We've seen it before with a number of players. So there's an opportunity for Tyrel Dodson to come back. But let's say Tyrel Dodson does not come back to the Buffalo Bills. There are a couple of guys out there that I think are interesting. Number 1 being Shaq Quarterman. He is coming off of his rookie deal, 4-year deal. He's a guy who visited the Bills in the pre-draft process. He's a guy who can play special teams. He can be a backup middle linebacker. I think Shaq Quarterman is a guy who could come in and could fill the Tyrel Dodson role.
And I think he's a guy the Buffalo Bills might have interest in, the former University of Miami linebacker. Michael Walker is sort of a journeyman guy who's been hopped around from team to team to team. He was in Atlanta to start last season, then he moved to Cleveland, and he had some success and then he moved to Pittsburgh, I believe, and finished the season in Pittsburgh. My apologies, I had that sort of mixed up there, but he's a guy. Add that veteran presence to the linebacker room to go along with some of the younger guys that they have. Delshon Phillips, a reunion in Buffalo, special teams ace. He's played a lot of special team snaps in his career. The Bills might have interest in adding him as a fifth linebacker. Troy Dye, Akeem Davis Gaither, again, guys coming off of their rookie deals, maybe not re-signing with their new team. Maybe there's an opportunity in Buffalo for them to be like the fifth or the sixth linebacker. Quan Alexander, Kamir Grugier-Hill, Neville Hewitt. These are all, again, just Michael Walker type of journeyman veterans, just adding more bodies to the room, adding some veteran experience to the room. I'd prefer to go younger than to go older. Shaq Quarterman is the guy I have circled on my list. But if you guys have any ideas at linebacker and free agency, hit them up in the comment section. We can talk a little bit more maybe about linebacker. But Aaron Jones being released in Green Bay. So there's another big one that drops. So it's not like Aaron Jones is going to complement or be in a tandem backfield with Josh Jacobs. The Green Bay Packers have made the decision to release Aaron Jones. That is an interesting because Aaron Jones is a guy who they relied on heavily towards the back half of last year. He is a guy who produced for them, but it looks like they are trying to move in a different direction in the running back room. They added Josh Jacobs. Let me take a look here at Aaron Jones's contract. Not that it matters to the Bills, but I'm just trying to see what might have caused the Green Bay Packers to sort of go in this direction. I'm pulling up his spot track here, but my guess is a lot of people are doing the same thing because spot track's website's going a little slowly here. But Aaron Jones getting released, that could be something that's that could be interesting. I doubt Aaron Jones is going to want to come to a place like Buffalo and share a backfield. Spot track is their server is probably crashed right now because it's not pulling up. But that is certainly probably a cost-saving move where the Packers, one guy in, Josh Jacobs, one guy out. Aaron Jones, Jessica Tense comes in and says, you agree Tyler Matakevich is coming back? I hope not. I really hope not, because to me, that's an older player, 30 plus. He's just Balon Spector should be your replacement for Tyler Matakevich. Draft a guy in the 6th or 7th round to be your replacement to Tyler Matakevich. Sign Shaq Quarterman to be your replacement. Like, you don't need to be wasting money on Tyler Matakevich. Our special teams was awful last year. He's supposed to be a special teams ace. So no, thank you. We also have Jonathan P coming in saying, thank you for all your work. I have a question on Simmons. I assume you're referring to not Jeffrey Simmons, Justin Simmons, the free safety from the Broncos. Are the Bills able to go after him? Sure. Like so Simmons is 30 years old, right? Still very good. So he could be the exception to this rule, but we just saw Brandon Jones get paid. We haven't gotten the AAV on Darnell Savage yet. Xavier McKinney, it looks like him and the Eagles might be coming close to a deal. These guys are guys that you're paying on potential. 25, 26 years old. Their best football is in front of them. That's how you're paying them. Justin Simmons, still very, very good at football. And he might be the antithesis to this, the opposite of this. But he's a guy that you're maybe paying on pass production and hoping that pass production can carry over for a couple of more years, being the age of 30. I would like to see the Buffalo Bills go younger, but if we're sitting a week from now and Justin Simmons is still out there and Justin Simmons is willing to take like a Kevin Byard type of deal, Kevin Byard got, let me pull up his contract details with the Bears. Kevin Byard got, I believe it was a 2-year deal. And I'm not saying they're comparable players because they're not. I think that 2-year deal worth up to $15 million for Kevin Byard, so 7.5 AAV. Let me see if more of the details of that have leaked. 15 mil base on a 2-year deal. That's all I'm seeing. So 7.5 AAV. If you can get Justin Simmons for $8 million AAV, yeah, I think he is a good complement to Taylor Rapp. He's a guy who can center field for you. So I'm all for it. But he definitely wouldn't fit the mold of a lot of the guys that Dave and myself have been talking about over the course of the past week here. AJ Dillon is a possibility now. I think the Packers will look to go in a different direction at their backup running back. I think AJ Dillon and Josh Jacobs have a lot of complementary skill sets. So if they're looking for a different type of running back in that room, I think the Packers are going to go in a different direction. I'm not high on on AJ Dillon though. Pops Mafia coming in saying Sean McDermott calling into Deon Dawkins' Zoom press conference call to ask a question is funny. I haven't seen that yet, but if anyone wants to throw the details of that into the chat, I would greatly appreciate that. Luke Monin comes in and says Tyquan Lewis re-signed in Indy. He was on the cover one list. That he was. He was on one of the lists of the Buffalo Bills edge rushers they could add. Aaron Jones, again, we've just been talking about him a little bit. There is a I doubt he's going to come here, right? Like James Cook is the dude. And there have been a couple of reports this offseason, like the Bills are looking to change the direction of their offense. And it's going to feature James Cook more. It's going to feature Dalton Kincaid even more than it featured them last season. And that's the direction that they're moving. They want to feed some of these guys the ball. They want to give them more volume. So I would not expect Aaron Jones to come to Buffalo and be on the list of someone Buffalo was interested in, nor would I think he would be interested in Buffalo. But you never really know as the days and the weeks progress. Anything can really happen as the musical chairs, as the music stops. So that is something interesting as well. All right, so we are now 3.5 hours into free agency coverage. I still have a voice here. My plan is to go with you guys until 6 o'clock. So got still about another 3 hours or so here, 2.5 hours here to fill. Then from the 6 and the 7 o'clock window, you'll have to find something to do, maybe get dinner or something. And then the cover one roundup boys will be with you guys at 7. And then we will be back at 9 o'clock with the air raid hour. But yeah, Tyquan Lewis back to the Colts. Looking at some other things. Kirk Cousins get $44 million AEV. Good for him. 3 years, $37 million for Saquon Barkley. Commanders are signing, Patriots are signing Commanders running back Antonio Gibson. So there was a lot of chatter in the comment section about possibly adding a guy like Antonio Gibson. He is heading to the New England Patriots to be a part of that backfield with Ramondre Stevenson, which again opens the door for the guy that I'm interested in. I think my number one free agent running back outside of Ty Johnson is Ezekiel Elliott, believe it or not, which is crazy because he was a guy I was not in on last year. I was very anti Zeke Elliott, but he really helped my fantasy team and really changed my mind with his one season in New England there. Pops Mafia comes in. Coach McDermott came into the Dawkins presser and said he was Sean from Orchard Park and didn't show himself. He asked if Deon had a song about the signing. Deon figured out who it was, but sang. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I didn't even realize Deon was doing that today. So, he gave us a scare this morning, but all is forgiven, Deon, and looking forward to having him protecting Josh Allen's blind side for the next at least 3 years. Jessica Tennis comes in and says, felt like James Cook got worn out by the end of last season. More work than he ever had. That's a good point, right? Like the Bills have 2 running backs under contract. So in this day and age, even the bell cow backs need guys to give them breathers. So as much as we talk about how disposable running backs are, as much as we talk about how easy it is to find running backs, the Bills still need to add at least 3 bodies before training camp. And one of them could be a UDFA and one of them could be a draft pick, but that's still going to leave one free agent. Is it going to be Chase Edmonds level free agent signing, or the Bills going to invest something? Ty Johnson re-signing, Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt. These are the things that we ponder here as we enter the third hour
of the NFL free agency tampering window. All right, so hit a little bit of a lag in the news. Obviously, Deon's presser is going on right now. Let's take a look at maybe some of the other positions the Buffalo Bills could be addressing. I'm not expecting much from the tight end spot. The quarterback spot is interesting, right? Like we have Mitch Trubisky. I know Joe Biscaglia did a mock off season where even on top of Mitch Trubisky, he brought Kyle Allen back. So that's something that's super interesting. Do the Bills bring in a Kyle Allen level free agent? I know Brandon Allen went back to San Francisco. He's the guy I talked about. Do the Bills sign or the Bills draft a guy or sign a UDFA, or do they just go into camp next year with 3 quarterbacks? They bring Matt Barkley back again. Who knows what the Buffalo Bills do? D Prem comes in and says Robert Hunt to the Panthers. So we have something to sort of look into here, dive into here. I am going to pull this up. I got Ian Rappaport's Twitter on here. The Vikings splash again on defense, bringing in Blake Cashman. Blake Cashman's the guy I like. He had a good year in Houston. He gets a 3-year deal worth up to $25.5 million. So good for Blake Cashman as the Vikings are overhauling their defense while they have no quarterback to speak of. We have, I'm seeing here, Bilal Nichols to the Cardinals. It's a good pickup for them. I had him sort of at the lower end of, wow. Okay. So, man, I was way off on Bilal Nichols. Let me pull up Bilal Nichols. Bilal Nichols, I was not familiar with your game, as Shaquille O'Neal would say. So Bilal Nichols, who was a member of the Las Vegas Raiders last year, he had a solid season last year. He gets 3 years, $21 million. That includes 14 guaranteed from the Arizona Cardinals. That's that's certainly a contract. Like I was expecting him to be a couple weeks into free agency. I mean, he's 27 years old, 6'4", 313. He's certainly someone that the Cardinals targeted, the Cardinals liked, and they went out and they signed him. So that's one where the money sticks out, but they're paying on potential, and they really like the potential of Bilal Nichols. So that one sticks out. That's significant. $14 million guaranteed. That's a significant chunk of change. 3 years, $21 million. And then, Robert Hunt to the Carolina Panthers, and they needed to do something along that offensive line because that offensive line was not good. So the exodus from Miami continues. So that's interesting. Bilal Nichols to the Cardinals. Robert Hunt to the Panthers. John C. comes in and says, what about bringing Harrison Phillips back? Solid run stuffer. Yeah. If Harrison Phillips becomes available, maybe he becomes a cap casualty in Minnesota. Maybe he is someone the Buffalo Bills consider bringing in. So pulling up Harrison Phillips's spot track here. Let's see if this is a contract that maybe the Vikings try to get out of. If spot track works, spot track's probably not going to work. But maybe Harrison Phillips, spot track's not working. It's just straight up now. It's crashed. So that's not something that we can rely on today. But maybe the Vikings, maybe part of the move, part of all this bringing in of talent on defense in Minnesota leads to an exit from Harrison Phillips. Harrison Phillips was not signed by Brian Flores. He was a signing before Brian Flores got there. So if he ends up on the free agent market, it's not going to count against your compensatory pick formula. You'll probably be able to get him on the cheaper end on a deal. So that's a really good point from John C. Maybe a guy like Harrison Phillips in 2, 3, 4 weeks from now makes his way back to the Buffalo Bills. Cody Collins comes in and says, 5 years, $100 million for Robert Hunt. Wow. Yeah, he has had a good career in Miami, and the guard market is pretty. Guard market's blowing up, man. Like 5 years, $100 million. That's crazy. You'll wait for the details, but that's freaking nuts. That's nuts. On the surface level, that's crazy. The Bills are zigging while a lot of other teams are zagging. They took their high price guard. They moved him into center.
They released their high price center. They signed David Edwards to a very minimal deal, presumably to start at left guard. They have a rookie or a player going into his second year on a rookie contract at right guard. The Bills are zigging on the interior offensive line. Well, it seems like a lot of other teams between Landon Dickerson and John Runyon and Robert Hunt, all their teams, Kevin Dodson, Jonah Jackson, while their teams are pushing money into their interior, the Bills pushed money out of the interior of their offensive line. So a lot of faith in Aaron Cromer, right? On one end, a lot of faith in Aaron Cromer. Number two, not a team that's as desperate as other teams. The Carolina Panthers are desperate, right? Like, so that'll be super interesting. All right, going to take a quick break here. We'll be back on the other side with continuing coverage of NFL free agency.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We continue on here, hour 3+ of our live stream coverage of the opening of the NFL free agency tampering window. The Buffalo Bills, they've made 2 moves today, neither adding players to the roster, at least new players to the roster. Deon Dawkins gets a 3-year extension after scaring the crap out of us this morning with some cryptic tweets. He gets a 3-year extension. Cam Lewis gets a 2-year contract extension with the Buffalo Bills, or has re-signed for 2 years at just under or just over around $4 million. So he is back as safety depth. The only Bills losses today, Mitch Morse and Gabriel Davis, both going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Buffalo Bills have lost Gabe Davis, their wide receiver 2, to the Jaguars, and Mitch Morse, their former starting center, to the Jaguars as well. Looking around the AFC East, the Jets have not signed a player to my knowledge. The Dolphins have not added anyone outside of Jonnu Smith to my knowledge. And the Patriots have added Antonio Gibson. So a quiet day in the AFC East outside of this. I think the story of the day right now, the story of day one of the free agency window, from an NFL perspective, it might be the running back contracts, right? I think that's going to get a lot of commentary on the national media. The guard contracts is going to get a lot of attention in the national media. But to me, as a Bills fan, the story of the opening day of free agency or the tampering window has got to be the Miami Dolphins and what they have lost. So the Miami Dolphins have now lost Christian Wilkins, Robert Hunt, Xavier Howard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Brandon Jones, Jerome Baker, Emmanuel Ogbah, and Keon Crossan. They have not made a single addition outside of Jonnu Smith. So if you're looking at the Miami Dolphins right now, their starting offense, they still got Tua, who they need to extend. I'm happy every time I think about that. Raheem Mostert, Devon Achane, Jeff Wilson Jr., Alec Ingold in that backfield, still the same. They got Jonnu to line up with Durham Smythe at tight end. They're going to have 3 new starters on the interior of the offensive line. Some of them started in patches last year for them, but if the season were to start tomorrow for the Miami Dolphins, it's Teron Armstead, who can't stay healthy at left tackle, just took a restructured contract. Lester Cotton at left guard, Liam Eichenberg at center, Robert Jones at right guard, Austin Jackson at right tackle. That's your starting offensive line for the Miami Dolphins. Outside of Waddle and Hill, the only real receiver on their roster under contract is Eric Uzukanma. River Craycraft is a free agent. Chase Claypool is a free agent. Braxton Barrios is a free agent. Robbie Chosen's a free agent. Their wide receiver depth is shattered. Their offensive line is in shambles. Their defensive line is in shambles. It's Zach Seiler and then just a bunch of names, not very good ones. Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, their 2 edge rushers coming off of significant injuries. Linebacker, they're down to Duke Riley and David Long, and they got Channing Tindall, who they hope will come back. In the secondary, Cam Smith is now going to have to step into a starting role. They really only got Javon Holland at safety. They need to add a safety. They still have their nickel corner in Kahoo, and they still have Jalen Ramsey. But this, again, we talk about the Buffalo Bills as a team that is going to get a makeover on a budget. The Miami Dolphins are getting a makeover on a budget. And I like the core of the Bills roster a hell of a lot more than I like the core of the Miami Dolphins roster outside of the speed that they have at wide receiver. Straight up. Like, the Bills are in a better position with a better quarterback than the Miami Dolphins are with Tua. We want to talk about missing windows. You want to talk about missing windows? Miami Dolphins missed a window. And that window was Tua's rookie deal, because now you got to pay a fringe top 10 quarterback top dollar, probably more than, quarterbacks who are way better than him, because that's just the way it works in the NFL. He's not getting a Baker Mayfield deal. Like, he's not, right? So Bills Are Electric comes in and says, hope that Trent Sherfield, Tyrell Dodson, Jordan Phillips, and Tim Settle sign with new teams this week. I doubt you see any of these guys sign anywhere this week, except for maybe Tyrell Dodson. Trent Sherfield is definitely a 3rd or 4th week of free agency guy. Tim Settle, a 3rd or 4th week free agency guy, unless he resigns here on like a veteran minimum deal. Same with Trent Sherfield. Jordan Phillips said he was contemplating retirement, so it might be a while before a decision on him as well. Yeah, Miami Dolphins are just in tatters. And that just got me to thinking, like, I pull up the Jets depth chart. What do the Jets look like? Well,
At receiver, they have Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Xavier Gibson, Jason Brownlee. So they need to add some receivers to that team outside of Garrett Wilson. Like they're in the struggle bus there. They need to add some weapons. At quarterback, obviously, they got Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson's probably on the outs. Tight end, they got Tyler Conklin, Jeremy Ruckert. Running back, they got Brees Hall, Abanaconda. So I think you look at the Jets, they're probably going to add a couple of wide receivers this offseason. They need to add and address the backup quarterback position. And then you look at the Jets' offensive line, and that's the question. Mekhi Becton, free agent. Dwayne Bound, free agent. They don't have a left tackle. David Bakhtiari just got cut today. So who knows what they're going to do there. They got Wes Schweitzer at left guard. Connor McGovern's a free agent. What are they going to do at center? You'd think that they moved Joe Tippmann into his natural position, Elijah Vera Tucker, back to right guard. Coming off of injury, he can't stay healthy. They have Carter Warren, who I like, but the Jets need wide receiver. They need offensive line. There's a lot of question marks there to go along with the fact that, who knows how Aaron Rodgers comes back. And then you look at their defense. Their defense is solid. They obviously they brought back Chuck Clark this week. Maybe he fills the Jordan Whitehead role, but they're losing Ashton Davis. They're losing Jordan Whitehead. They're losing Bryce Hall. They just lost Bryce Huff. They lost Quentin Jefferson, Al Wood, Solomon Thomas. So they need defensive tackle there with the Jets too, right? So that'll be really interesting to see how the Jets address their problems, because they need to add safeties. They need to add IDLs. They need to add wide receivers. They need to add offensive linemen. The Jets aren't exactly in perfect position as well. If Aaron Rodgers comes back healthy, a lot of that can be fixed, but that's interesting. Patrick Queen to the Seahawks, probably for a pretty decent salary. That's not a shock. Mike McDonald going over there. So Patrick Queen to the Seahawks. That's another name. Michael Silva comes in and says, Teron Johnson extension incoming. So if you're the Buffalo Bills, you got to free up cap if you want to sign anyone. And I believe you got to do so by Wednesday at 4 p.m. Someone earlier said that money needed to be freed up by now. And if it needed to be freed up by now, then the Josh Allen base salary restructure just hasn't been announced yet. But this is the way for the Buffalo Bills to free up cap space, because they're running out of options now. They've done a lot of what they needed to do. Sorry, Taron. I've always done it. It's just a habit now. I'm sorry. So Taron Johnson. These are the ways the Buffalo Bills can free up some cap space. Taron Johnson extension is number one, right? You can extend Taron Johnson. You can get, you can lower his cap hit in 2024. That's one way. The Josh Allen restructure, which is going to happen, whether we hear about it or not, it's going to happen. It's going to free up a significant chunk of change. Sam Martin could get cut and go with Matt Hawk and a rookie in a training camp. That could save you some money. And then Stephon Diggs. Do you want to keep the can down the road on Stephon Diggs? That's the question you want to ask yourself. If I were to really think about Ed Oliver's another contract, you could touch it too. You could kick the can by base salary restructuring him and kicking some money down the road. And we'll talk about this more tonight at 9 p.m. And especially when I have a chance to sort of put the numbers together, because Spot Track is not working right now. So I can't give you the exact details about what kind of money it would save. But if the Bills wanted to make splashes this offseason, they can do it. It's just going to cost you a base salary restructure of Stephon Diggs, which is going to kick guaranteed money down the road. Do you want to do that? I don't think the Bills do. I think Von Miller was a big part of it, but I think that not wanting to guarantee Stephon Diggs money into the future probably played a role in the Bills cutting Mitch Morse, cutting Jordan Poyer, cutting Trey White, and doing all the things that they did. They were like, we don't want to end up like the Saints. We don't want to just keep baseline restructure. We don't want to keep kicking the can down the road, et cetera. So thank you, Pete Nana. The Diggs restructure would save $14 million. There's a premier edge rusher right there. There's a premier safety right there. There's a bona fide number 2. There's Hollywood Brown right there, right? Like, if you want to kick the can down the road on Stephon Diggs, it'll net you a pretty nice free agent. Do the Bills want to do that? I don't know. And again, this is more of a philosophical conversation, right? So I'm okay with the Bills. Finger quotes resetting in 2024, excuse me. Like, if we get into a situation where like Alec Anderson is in a defined role as like the backup interior offensive lineman behind David Edwards, and if Alec Anderson steps up and becomes the next Ryan Bates, and Kingsley Jonathan steps up into the AJ Epinesa role, and Cam Lewis steps up into the Taylor Rapp role, and Taylor Rapp steps up into the Jordan Poyer role, like if some of these guys elevate, Dorian Williams steps into the Tyrell Dotson role, if the youth steps up into roles, and we use most of our draft picks, and our team is just littered with youth, I'm okay with that in 2024, because it'll set us up to be really aggressive in 2025 if it doesn't work. And in that year, you're developing guys. So I get it. It's like, well, Josh Allen, it's a window, this or that. And everyone thought the Chiefs were phoning it in 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl and they traded Tyreek. They won the Super Bowl, right? You just want to give yourself an opportunity. And I think I like the changes the Bills have made to their coaching staff. I like the influx of Joe Brady and Ronald Curry, and probably more of an emphasis on giving Aaron Kromer a say in that offense. I like Bobby Babich and Jamil Adai and some of those changes that they're making on the defensive side. I think that the Bills, even if they go young, and even if on paper it might not make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, I think that they can be a successful football team. They can still make the playoffs, especially with the way some of these AFC East teams are getting dinged right now. And the Patriots still in the just beginning stages of their rebuild. I think the Buffalo Bills can go young in 2024. The Buffalo Bills can go inexperienced. The Buffalo Bills can reset and still be there in January with a chance with Josh Allen. It doesn't bug me. Like, so if we don't sign X free agent or this free agent or make this big splash or trade up in the, I'm not going to be mad. Like, the Bills roster as is, just adding little bits and pieces to fill the holes. I might be mad if we spend money aggressively on a player and I'm like, I wish we didn't spend that money aggressively on a player. Like, I think there's more of a chance that we sign somebody in the next week that makes me more upset because of the amount of money we give them than there is me being mad because we don't give someone money, if that makes sense. I'm kind of okay, like, with this little mini reset here, this recultivization of the depth of our roster. So it's fun and it's exciting because there's a little bit of an element to the unknown here. Charles G comes in and says the Pats paid Gibson some pretty good money. So Elliott Wolf making some additions to that room to go along with Ramondre Stevenson. I know, they like their pass catching backs there. So that's interesting. All right. Let's do the usual scrolling of the timeline here on X, on Twitter. The Texans are expected to sign Jeffrey Okudah to a 1-year deal. So there's that. That just dropped 46 seconds ago. Falcons are expected to sign former 49ers tight end Charlie Warner to a 3-year deal worth up to $12 million. Maybe they're just going to make Kyle Pitts a wide receiver at this point. That's really all I'm seeing on this end. Schefter, any Schefter bombs here? Devontae Parker has been released. He sucks. I'm just going to put that out there. If anyone thinks he should be a Buffalo Bill, you're wrong. I don't mean to be mean, but the man literally does not separate, and the Bills need separators. Some of his advanced statistics for separation is like historically bad. Like, he's been the worst receiver at separating in the National Football League like the past 3 years. So Devontae Parker was released. Let's go to Ian Rappaport's page now. Garofalo with the numbers for Robert Hunt. So let's see the Antonio Gibson numbers. Antonio Gibson. Just typing it into the old social media here. 3 years, $11.5 million, 5.3 fully guarantee. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. So that's what? Just under 4 million AAV, 5.3 million. If that's what Antonio Gibson's getting, Zeke Elliott maybe could expect. So that's 3 mil, three and a half, just under 4 mil AAV. Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt, you really can't ask for more than 3. Like, right? Like, so it's I like that deal for them because he's young, right? Coming off that first contract. He's got some burst. He's exciting. Max value of 17.5 million though with incentives. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, that's a fine deal for a guy like Antonio Gibson. Jason M comes in with a comment. He says, feels like most of Bills Mafia is overreacting by even calling it a reset. Hyde was retiring anyways. Poyer was aging. Trey barely played in 2 years. We can upgrade Gabe. Softest reset I have seen. I will agree with it to an extent to where when the national media was, and I apologize, these earphones are just killing my ears here. The national media narrative, right, that this is a reset and what are the Bills doing? And you're wasting Josh Allen's window and the window is closed and all these conversations that they're having on ESPN and Fox because they don't know any better because they just care about their clicks. Like, you're right, not to be disrespectful with those players, but those are dumbass conversations. Because if you look at like the skeleton of the Bills roster, Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, James Cook, Dawson Knox, a really good offensive line, Gregory Rousseau, Ed Oliver, Milano, Bernard, Benford, Douglas. The framework of a really solid roster is still there, right? And it's a team where we just hit on Dalton Kincaid and Osiris Torrance in the draft. We hit on Terrell Bernard in the draft. We hit on James Cook in the draft. We're hitting on a lot of our draft picks, especially in the earlier rounds the last couple of years, at least the early returns of these draft picks. Outside of Kyrie Elam, you go and you do that again, and you add a couple of guys in free agency, and the way the market's going to settle, there's going to be some really good players that are going to be available a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now. We got Leonard Floyd in June last year. It's still a quality football team, especially when Miami just gutted their roster too. Nobody's talking about Miami like this until today. Is Tua's window closed? So I agree with you to an extent there, Jason. I don't think, because I think it is a reset. You're making a decision. The Bills could have kicked the can down the road and brought back Mitch Morse. They could have kept Jordan Poyer for a year and only had to reset at one safety spot. There's a number of things they could have done to keep some of these guys. They chose not to. So it is in some respects a reset. If you look at Gabe Davis's contract, if we had just base salary restructured Stephon Diggs, saved that $14 million, Gabe got $13 million AAV with the Jaguars plus incentives. We could have had Gabe Davis back if we wanted. So they're actively making a decision to move on at several positions. I agree with it just like you do, but it still is a reset. It still is a reset. So I do think we probably won't be as talented of a team next year as we were this past year, but hopefully injuries are better. As you said, come September, it'll be close to even. And as the younger players develop, then I think we'll be even better than we were last season. But it might take some time for some of those younger players to come around. Chris Miser comes in and says, the only one bothering me is Morse. Love the other guys, but I like that O-line last year. And I agree with you, right? So that's the one where I look at it and I go, because I feel like you probably could have gotten him to take a pay cut. You could have brought back that same offensive line you had last year, Sans Ryan Bates, and you could have felt really comfortable. But I think the Bills, in Mitch Morse's regards, I don't think it was a 2024 play. I think it was a 2025, 2026 play. Look at all the money these guards are getting. Look at all the money. And you also have Spencer Brown, who you need to pay if you want to retain him now that you've paid Deon Dawkins. The Bills took their high money IOL guy in Connor McGovern, kicked him to center, and he's played center before, and he's got the athleticism to do the pin and pull stuff like you did with Morse. And you went cheap at guard. You have a rookie contract, and you have David Edwards. So – to me, I think it was the Bills. What's the Moneyball term? Trying to, what is it? 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 Trying to, what is try to find those market inefficiencies, right? And trying to replace guys within the aggregate, or what the Moneyball phrases. I think the Bills were playing a little bit of Moneyball there. And they were trying to be like, all right, we're going to go cheap on the interior with our money being at center. We're going to extend Dawkins and it'll allow us to spend money elsewhere. So, and they also could be chasing youth because, Alec Anderson could surprise all of us. I think Aaron Kromer's a developmental guy. And if you look at Aaron Kromer's career, look at some of the offensive lines he's had success with. Like in Buffalo, he had some success with some mediocre offensive lines. In Los Angeles, year after year, they're just developing guys you've never heard of, and they're churning out starters and players. Like David Edwards is not a very sought after player in the draft. Didn't have like that great of athleticism. He ended up carving out a nice career under Aaron Kromer, which is continuing here, in Buffalo. David Edwards being a former 5th round pick. Maybe Alec Anderson is a guy that, we're talking about in August as our starting left guard. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities. Bills Are Electric comes in and says, I think both Ryan Vandermark and Alec Anderson could surprise fans. I just don't know what opportunity Ryan Vandermark would have to surprise fans. That's the only thing. Deon Dawkins is signed. And if your thought Bills Are Electric is that like, oh, Ryan Vandermark could be the 2025 right tackle. We had this conversation in the preseason how he looked a lot better on the left-hand side than the right-hand side. So he might be left tackle only. Part of the reason I think the Bills signed Jermaine Ifedi was to have that insurance and to have a guy they felt a little bit comfortable with on the right tackle. DW says, I think Edwards slots in at left guard. Oh, 100%. He right now on paper, David Edwards is your starting left guard. Alec Anderson is probably his true backup. But come August, I don't think they're just going to hand it to David Edwards, and this contract isn't just handing it to David Edwards. It's you get paid in incentives. If you're a starter, you'll probably reach those incentives. If you're a backup, you don't. And if you don't reach those incentives, you're paid like a backup. That's what David Edwards' contract is. So that's interesting. Jessica Ten's coming in saying, I was saying all last year, Trey White was going to be gone. Most fans and content creators told me I was wrong. I think a lot of people believe that the Bills had an emotional connection to Trey White, right? But I think that second injury made it very difficult to justify bringing him back, that second leg injury. So I hope Trey White, nothing but the best. I hope he can somehow find a way to rebound his career, but I think the odds are stacked against Trey White with that second leg injury. I don't think if that second injury doesn't happen, I think that Rasul Douglas trade never happens. I think Trey White reworks his deal and Trey White is a part of the Buffalo Bills in 2024. But that is just not the way things worked out, unfortunately, due to injuries. DW says, any chance the Bills bring Trey White back halfway through the season? I doubt it. My guess is he'll find a place to go and he'll sign a contract. But, if we get into August, September, right, and Trey White is unsigned, who knows? So it'll be really interesting to see how that all shakes out with Trey White. All right, let's go back here as we enter now hour 4 of the tampering window, and let's do the old every 15 or 20 minute or so scroll of social media to see if anything is happening. So the Texans are expected to sign defensive tackle Danico Autry to a 2-year, $10 million deal, a veteran addition to Houston's defensive line. Danico Autry was someone the Bills had interest in a couple of years ago, but he would have played the 3-tech role here in Buffalo. He would not have been an edge defender. He's always been sort of like a 3-4 type of guy or an inside guy. So that's a good pickup for the Texans. I think he fits what they want to do. I had questions about whether he would fit in with the Bills, and it's clear the Bills probably didn't have interest in him. Numbers have come in for Sean Murphy Bunting, 3 years, $17.4 million contract. So his year in Tennessee got him a nice little payday there in Arizona. Jeffrey Okudah got 1 year, $4.75 million. And that's about it. So Not a lot of moves have been made since, but Autry that's a pretty good deal for the Texans. D'Amico Ryan's continuing, but hey, that could right there, right? A Danico Autry deal in Houston signal maybe Sheldon Rankins is a free agent, and a guy like Sheldon Rankins is available now. So, with each move, with guys signing places, it ends the chance possibly for other guys to go to certain places and maybe increases an opportunity for them to come to a place like Buffalo. All right. Come on, Brandon. I know you do most of your work after dark, but Buffalo Bills, you gotta make a move here. We got Luke Monin coming in saying, thoughts on bringing Moss back, or scheme still broken, he would be bad again. I think the number one thing that is likely keeping Zach Moss from returning to Buffalo is not the Buffalo Bills. I think it is probably Zach Moss. Like, if you were Zach Moss, why the hell would you come back here? I love Zach Moss coming out, right? And he went to Indianapolis. He found a scheme that better fit him, and he had some success. So, if you're Zach Moss, why? I think the thing keeping Zach Moss away from Buffalo is not Brandon Beane. It's Zach Moss not wanting to come back here. Aiden Powers in the super chat. I always appreciate you, Aiden. I always appreciate your super chat. He comes in and says, any predictions for the Bengals and T. Higgins? And I'll tell you what, let's investigate that a little bit. So I'm going to pull up the PFN mock draft simulator. And actually, no, I'm just going to go to Wikipedia and I'm going to pull up the 2024 NFL draft order. So I'm going to go to Wikipedia. I'm going to pull up the 2024 NFL draft, because here's my prediction with T. Higgins, right? The Bengals hold the 18th pick. Bengals can draft a wide receiver there to replace T. Higgins. They can also go any number of positions, and then they can draft T. Higgins' replacement with the money or with the draft capital they get for T. Higgins. So if you're T. Higgins, Houston Texans at 23 could use T. Higgins, player for pick swap. Arizona Cardinals at 27, player for pick swap. I don't think the Buffalo Bills have the money. I don't think Detroit would do it. I don't think Baltimore would do it, nor would the Bengals trade him to the Ravens. Don't think San Francisco would do it. Kansas City at 32. Don't think the Bengals would trade with Kansas City. Carolina, pick 33, right? So T. Higgins to Carolina for pick 33. T. Higgins to New England for pick 34. Like, these are all things I think that could be in play. T. Higgins to Arizona for pick 35. These are all things that I think could be in play. So my prediction for T. Higgins would be a situation where he goes for a rather high draft pick somewhere in the top 40. And then the Bengals use that pick to just simply replace him. That's my prediction for T. Higgins. I do not think the Buffalo Bills will be in play for that. Darnell Savage gets 3 years, $21 million. So right in that $7 million AAV range, sign me up. Jeremy Chin, Aloy Gilman, Julian Blackman, sign me the F up for any of those guys in that range that Brandon Jones and Darnell Savage signed for. And then Xavier McKinney, not to the Eagles. We all got fooled. By we all, I mean me, by that fake account. So Xavier McKinney to the Packers, it appears, unless Dylan's lying to me. So maybe Dylan is lying to me. All right, I am joined once again by my co-host on the Air Raid Hour, Dave. How we doing? We doing
Back.
good?
I'm in and out today, but I couldn't leave you hanging again for too much.
I feel like you come bearing news of any kind.
No, I'm basically coming on here between my meetings on my workday. So
I'm a teacher on spring break, so this is a wonderful little reprieve for me. Darnell Savage, 3 years, $21 million, right? So this is the sweet spot, I think, for a safety deal. If the Bills are going to, so if you're the Bills, right? Do you spend this $7 million AAV now,
go get a guy, Jeremy Chin, Alohi Gilman, right?
Mhm.
Or do you wait until the market bottoms out and try to just sort of squeeze every little penny you can?
Well, I think it depends on if the Bills really like any of the safeties in this draft class, right? Like, I'm a big Javon Bullard fan. He's my safety number 1 right now. There are actually a lot of good safeties in my like. I like some of these center fielding safety types, right, that are in this draft, whether it's Jalen Simpson, whether it's Malik Mustafa, Oladapo. Like, all these guys are nice, but there's also no guarantee that you're going to land one of those guys, and there's also no guarantee that those guys may pan out for you. So you've got Taylor Rapp, obviously, as the insurance. You can put him into that sort of box safety role as a penciled in starter right now. However, given what we've seen over the past several years with this Bills defense, how important the safeties are to this defense, how important and the impact we've seen when guys like Poyer and Hyde have been out of the lineup, to me, this is like a more important position to the Bills than it may be for other teams. And they were very fortunate with how things turned out with Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde, and how they were able to get those guys and they blossomed. I think it's a little naive to think that can just happen again. Right. I just, like, you're betting on like another 2 lottery tickets to pan out. And I'm not saying this as a negative to the coaching staff, because I think they will get the most out of them and out of those guys. They've proven that they can get the most out of these secondary players. But to me, if there's a guy you really like and you know how important this position is to your defense, I say go out and get him right now. And I don't think $7 million AAV for a guy in his 20s for 3 years is a like anything that's going to set you back significantly. So I would go out and get him.
This is a conversation that I was sort of having with Eric Turner here, and Jessica Tennis comes in and says, how happy are the Bills with Rapp, Hamlin, and Lewis? And I was having this conversation to myself earlier when we talk about the Bills sort of resetting this year and recultivating the youth. You got to add something else. Like, something else needs. The question, I think, becomes, do you add one something else to this, or do you add 2 something else's to this? Because 2 something else's to this would be a free agent and a draft pick. One something else to this would be one or the other. So to me, I think you add 2 something else's to this. I don't like Damar Hamlin's projection going forward. I don't like. I wasn't that impressed with this play when he filled in for Micah Hyde, even though I don't think that that's his traditional position. I think his traditional position might be more up in the box, like a Taylor Rapp type, or in the slot. So the open position on the Bills defense would be more likely like Cam Lewis's spot to fill. And again, we get so wrapped up because we follow the Buffalo Bills and the Buffalo Bills only, right? Like, there was a one point where, like, the LA Rams won the Super Bowl with Traven Howard starting at inside linebacker, right? Cam Lewis starting at free safety for the Buffalo Bills week 1 of the NFL season. If the Bills coaching staff does their job right, like if the Bills have done their job right in developing talent, is he going to be some elite all-world free safety? No. Can he do his job and the Bills defense still be successful? Probably. But I think you're going to want to add depth there. You're going to want to prefer that Cam Lewis be the depth there. So all of those things, I think, come into play. And then Charles G possibly dropping a little bomb on us here. Is it Devin Singletary to the New York Giants? Is this something that is, in fact, true?
While you're checking that, it looks like the Xavier McKinney contract numbers,
Huge.
4 years, $68 million with 17. I don't know what the guarantees are, but that's a big number.
I think Cam Curl is going to be closer to that than he will 7.5. I don't think Cam Curl gets to that what McKinney got, but yeah, Devin Singletary to the New York Giants. So the New York Giants have a new running back in the fold to replace Saquon Barkley, and that running back is Devin Singletary. So Joe Shane and Brian Dable have one of their guys. My guess is the Giants will be in play for some other running backs as well. So apparently the Patrick Queen to the Seahawks deal is also not true. So that one, sometimes I'm just going off the comments I see in the comment section. So that one is not true. Doris Armstrong got a bag from Washington, 3 years, 45 mil.
let's take a look at edge rusher, Dave, because this is the one where I'm gonna pull up the graphic here.
Mm.
I'm not enthused with this. The two free agents on this list that enthused me are both off, in Dorrance Armstrong and Jonathan Grenard. So
Yeah.
like Jadeveon Clowney, Dante Fowler, Yetur Gross-Matos, Derek Barnett, James Smith-Williams, Casey Toohill, Carl Lawson, Shaq Barrett, Yannick Ngakoue.
And Taekwon Lewis signed, right?
Taekwon Lewis is gone now too. Like,
Yeah.
oh man. Just announce AJ Epinesa has been re-signed by the end of the day, please, based on what we're looking at there, because we're definitely not going to be fishing in the upper ends of the edge rusher pool. We still have some guys left in it, but we're not in that.
And I think, when I was on earlier, I'm talking about like prioritizing, what position, like the interior defensive line hasn't really caught fire yet, right, in this free agency period. So like maybe their Bills are trying to work on bringing Daquan Jones back. Maybe there's a chance there. If they were able to bring back one of Leonard Floyd or AJ Epinesa, I'd be kind of okay with that. But it's certainly looking like the way things are playing out, some of these edges coming off the market, it's obviously a premium position. They get paid in free agency. This is starting to look like, depending on what we see here, that edge once again could be in play for the Bills early in the draft. Obviously, it's very early in free agency. We don't know how it's going to play out. That could change if they bring back Epenesa or Floyd. But interior defensive line now is where I would be looking to say, hey, really hasn't been a huge market so far for the interior guys, at least straight away in the early going. So like that could be a good thing for the Bills to try to fill on the interior during free agency. Notably, I think everyone wants Daquan Jones back in the mix for next year. I haven't seen a single person that doesn't. So it would be great to see. But yeah, I'm with you on the edge guys left. Not making my juices flow here right now.
We got by chance comes in and says Kalavon Chazon buy low. He's the guy the Bills had a pre-draft visit with, I believe. Before that draft, he's a guy we talked about, sort of like a bendier, more traditionally maybe stand-up edge, but the Bills have sort of, once they signed Von Miller, they sort of open up the door to bring in more guys like that. So Kalavon Chazon could be an interesting buy low guy. I'd also keep an eye out for Bradley and He's another guy the Buffalo Bills brought in for a pre-draft out of Utah, drafted by the Cowboys, sort of floated around the league. He's an RFA with the Jets. I don't believe that they tendered him. So Bradley and is a name that sticks out. Maybe Romeo Aquaro or Charles Harris is sort of like a rotational edge. Just bring back, just announce AJ Epinesa and Shaq Lawson back to the Bills. I think I'll be happy at this point.
I mean, Shaq Lawson seems like just bring him back just because type of thing. Like he's a guy that you can bring back, and if you want to cut him later, like no harm, no foul. But that also could be the reason why you don't bring him back right away, because it's like we know we can bring him back at any time. So let's see how things play out. But it'd be nice to just kind of have some bottoming out of some of the depth to kind of give yourself some flexibility.
Somebody in the comment section, woo, Devin Singletary, 3 years, 16. Devin Singletary finally gets his bag. 3 years, 16.5 mil, worth up to 19.5 mil.
I mean, he took that job from Dameon Pierce last year. Like he earned it.
Yeah. And someone said that they were shocked that Houston walked. Like, I'm not. Like, I think Houston's probably like, now they're in play for Aaron Jones. Maybe now they're in play for like Derrick Henry. Like, they probably saw Devin Singletary, like, thank you, Devin, but running backs are expendable. We can upgrade. Like, this is a crazy contract for Devin Singletary, in my opinion, but good for him. I'm happy for him. That's a wild contract. Let's see. Looking to see if any other news has dropped. Somebody in the comments section suggested, what if the Giants were to have signed Zach Moss and Devin Singletary? That would be pretty wild. That's a bag. That is a
Colts,
bag,
man. I got to say, I like what the Colts are doing so far in free agency. I mean, you retain one of your own in Michael Pittman, right? And then you go out and why am I blanking? They just signed another receiver. Who was it? Big name. Did they not just maybe I'm maybe I'm
The
thinking of-
Colts?
No, they didn't. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry. Too much
No,
news flying around.
yeah,
Too much
there's a lot of news
flying.
flying around. They
But good for them to retain Pittman,
Yeah.
though. I think he's he's a great like receiver for a guy like Richardson who needs like that security blanket. I'll be interested to see kind of what the Colts do at tight end, right? They have Granson. I just
Mo
it's going to
Alley
be
Cox,
interesting.
yeah, they got
Mo Alley Cox, like
Jelani Woods, a lot of youth
Jelani
there.
Woods. Yeah, they have an interesting tight end room. And it looked like Jonathan Taylor kind of was back to being pretty good there at the end of last season. So I don't know. We'll see what they do. But that AFC South is quite interesting now, right? Gabe going to the Jaguars. The Jags obviously bringing in Darnell Savage, signing Mitch Morse. They're looking to kind of avenge what should have been a division win for them last year, and the Texans kind of stole it from under their feet. The Texans look really good, promising young team. Really like D'Amico Ryans there. CJ Stroud looks like the real deal.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with Noah Brown, right? A lot of Bills fans were liking maybe Noah Brown as a free agent option in the receiving room for us. So we'll see.
My mind is blanking. The last time you were on here, did we discuss the downfall of the Miami Dolphins?
No.
So have you so this is a nice tweet here from Barry Jackson. I'm trying to pull up to see right now the Miami Dolphins are $25 million in the red. So they are $25 million over the salary cap. And this is a tweet from Barry Jackson, who 35-year Miami Herald veteran. He's a beat reporter for the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins need 2 starting defensive tackles, a starting corner, a starting safety, 2 starting guards, starting inside linebacker, starting center, 2 heavy use edge players capable of starting, and 3 backup wide receivers. Otherwise set. I don't think the downfall of the Miami Dolphins has been talked about enough. People want to sit here and they want to beat their chest and they want to say, national media wise, not local, because we're not dumb, that the Bills window has closed. Was the Dolphins window ever open? Because it seems like this was the year, if it ever was.
Yeah, I think the difference being, right, is Dolphins have players in their prime or coming into their prime leaving the building, right? I think you could make an argument that Mitch Morse would have still been, above average to top 10 center next year. And I'm not going to dispute that. But like cutting a guy like Jordan Poyer, cutting a guy like Nyheim Hines or Deontay Hardy, like that to me is not like anything more than good housekeeping if you're the Bills, given the situation you're in. Like you still have Stephon Diggs, you still have Khalil Shakir, you have Dawson Knox who just reworked, you have Dalton Kincaid, James Cook, Josh Allen. Your offense is essentially intact outside of Mitch Morse, right? Like yes, you need to kind of you've said you're going to move McGovern to center. We'll figure out what's going to happen with left guard. Fine. Like, but your offense is essentially intact if you're the Bills, right?
Yeah.
Now on defense, that's another story because of like Daquan Jones falls back into place. Okay. But like, you also have to remember if you're the Bills, you're going to get Matt Milano back on defense, right? You are going to still have a pretty solid cornerback room with the restructure of Rasul Douglas, who you got at the trade deadline last year. So you have Douglas, Elam, and Benford there. So yes, like I understand where some people are going to like knock the Bills because like what's going on with safety maybe and what's going on with defensive line, but like largely outside of those 2 positions, safety and defensive line, the Bills have weathered this sort of cap, this cap gymnastics of being $50 million over pretty well without kicking really any cans down the road. So, I mean, to me, they're not really comparable situations.
Yeah, Greg V comes in and says, our elite guys are still there and young. So you still have Josh Allen, who's in his 20s. You have James Cook. You have Khalil Shakir, who's coming into his own as I think an auxiliary weapon, but a very good auxiliary weapon. Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, again, auxiliary weapon, but very good auxiliary weapon. Osiris Torrance, Spencer Brown, Connor McGovern. I keep trying to say Connor McDermott. I don't know why. Ed Oliver, Gregory Rousseau, Terrell Bernard. I think Christian Benford is going to end up being up there. Like, Bills has some cornerstone young talent. I'm sad that I can no longer sort of mix Tyler Bass in there after the season that he had. But let's take a look here at the secondary, because I think the secondary is interesting. You mentioned sort of our what our secondary is shaping up to look like. We have our starter set probably heading into week 1 in Rasul Douglas, Christian Benford. We have our starting nickel corner in Teron Johnson, who I think by the end of this week will get an extension. Kyrie Elam will likely be on the roster. I think the Buffalo Bills are going to try to resurrect him, but whether he is or he isn't, you have some depth issues here. Saran Neal, who's been the backup nickel special teamer for years, he's gone. Dane Jackson is a free agent. Trey White is gone. The Bills will likely, I think, try to add a corner here. I would really like Dane Jackson to come back.
I agree.
To the Buffalo Bills. And I think the only thing that would stop the Buffalo Bills from doing that would be like they feel like it's really just keeping Kyrie Elam off the field and they don't want to do that anymore. But that would also be dumb because you're getting rid of competition. If Dane Jackson's better, Dane Jackson's better. But if Dane Jackson, say, goes somewhere else, I think what would your interest be in a guy like Nick McLeod or a guy like Levi Wallace making a return to Buffalo?
I wouldn't mind a Levi Wallace reunion for depth, but I think looking at that, I would be,
it stings.
It stings.
And Nick Broker would be the perfect guy behind like Alec Anderson to maybe compete.
You don't have to tell me, man. I was tooting Nick Broker's horn during the draft process. So the thing to me when you look at that is, although we didn't love his performance when he had to play defense, you still had Saran Neal to kind of back up there in the slot. Like, how much of an investment, if you're the Bills, do you make in a decent backup for Taron Johnson, right? Given how important he is to this. Like, I'd almost rather make the investment in at the slot than I would at boundary and just find like a Levi Wallace type at boundary.
So Tanner Pfeiffer reported a couple of days ago, Darnay Holmes of the New York Giants, former 4th round pick, who was their starting slot corner for years and then lost his job this year. Special teamer, slot guy, like a guy like Darnay Holmes, I think would match. And apparently the Buffalo Bills are rumored to have interest. So I think you might be onto something there, because it appears like the Buffalo Bills have been sniffing, at least in part, around a guy like Darnay Holmes.
Yeah, and by chance saying Cam Lewis is the backup nickel. I mean, Cam Lewis is like the backup to everybody, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I get where he's coming there. I want someone a little bit more suited to that role, I think. And I'm not trying to knock Cam Lewis. I think he's great for what he is, but I don't want to go into this season with Cam Lewis as a starter. And like, maybe that's harsh, but like, I just don't want to.
There's one position here that I think has gone a little under the radar, and Greg V brought it up here. He says, pick up Devin Duvernay and your special teams kick and punt carousel is over. Deontay Hardy and Naheem Hines are gone. Yep. So I think that is one thing that is maybe not being talked about as much. You could see a rule change here for more kick returns this year. And you obviously have punt returns is pretty important still in the National Football League. I don't have a graphic for this, but I actually do in my spreadsheet here for my wish list of free agents. I have guys who are options to be returners. Obviously, the Buffalo Bills need to go out and they need to get a boundary guy, right? And if they draft a guy like Xavier Worthy, I would just prefer he focuses on offense right now. I don't want him returning kicks and punts, but that's an option too. DW, I like that. Devin Duvernay, Braxton Berrios, Richie James, who we talked about last year at length, DeAndre Carter, Ray McLeod, Emir Smith-Marset, who we talked about years previous, Jamal Agnew. There's, on top of just even bringing Deontay Hardy back, but for a vet minimum and telling him like you're a wide receiver 5, you're wide receiver 6. There's almost 10 like legitimate options for the Buffalo Bills to snag some type of return guy. And I wouldn't be shocked if by the end of the free agency window, one of the guys I just listed is a Buffalo Bill, just like, again, specifically just for the role of returning kicks and punts. Gunnar Olszewski also fits that mold as well.
Yeah, and I think I would like to get someone who does both, right? You know, last year you saw a bit of Ty Johnson returning kicks. You obviously had Deontay Hardy locked in as the punt returner, and that was fine for what it was. It would be nice to have someone who did both, and like that was their um and that was their role, right? And I think some of those guys you mentioned, they could do both. Whereas, like, I know a lot of Bills fans want to bring back Ty Johnson, and that would be great, and that could potentially give you like a little bit of a safety net as far as returning kicks. But I don't think you don't want Ty Johnson back there returning punts. So, um, I'm with you. Like, I would actually be open to a Deontay
Yeah.
Hardy reunion if he came back for a minimum deal.
Yeah.
I would be quite okay with that.
Isabella is an option there, but we also remember he didn't really do that. Like Arizona tried to get him to do that, and he just wasn't all that good at it. Gunnar Olszewski, I apologize, actually got re-signed by the New York Giants to a 1-year deal. I'm seeing Gus Bus to the Chargers, which makes sense. Jim Harbaugh, caveman-like offense that he's bringing to Los Angeles, a reunion with Greg Roman. And I'm also seeing there's another one. Grover Stewart gets a bag. So Grover Stewart of the Indianapolis Colts. We had a conversation about him earlier. People were like, what about Grover Stewart? And I'm like, 2 down type of player. Might be a little too heavy for what the Buffalo Bills like. Gets 3 years, $39 million. So that's quite a chunk of change there. 13 million AAV for Grover Stewart. Obviously, all of the detail.
Chargers.
Yep. Gus Bus to the Chargers. I wonder what the money's going to be like on that one. I think Kareem Hunt could get similar money to a guy like Gus Bus. Zeke Elliott could get similar money to a guy like Gus Bus. So that'll be interesting to see what he gets. It's a 2-year contract for him. J.K. Dobbins. Both me and you wanted J.K. Dobbins over AJ Epinesa. Would he be worth the flyer? I know 2 ACLs. Didn't look great when he came back from the one and then he tore the other. I don't know. Would J.K. Dobbins be worth a little reclamation project to bring in?
I think so, but also like, do you want to wait around for that? I guess if you're the Bills, and like, I don't think the market is going to be. I mean, someone will take a chance on him because of his pedigree and sort of his, his limited time that he did play 2 years ago, and he looked pretty solid. But I think like for the Bills, like, what is that really adding to the room for you right now? Like, I think what you really like. I'm not saying he is James Cook because he's not exactly like that, but I would rather have a guy that comes in and like immediately can contribute. And I don't know. I don't even know that I would, like, similar to the Kendrick Bourne, and I know he re-upped with the Pats. Like, I probably won't be interested in a guy that's like got made like a major medical red flag at this moment. That's just me personally.
Yeah, if you're the Buffalo Bills, like it definitely seems to be like you gotta sign guys who can contribute right away. Like you're not in a position to redshirt guys. We talked about in the draft, maybe possibly with all those 11 picks, being in a position to redshirt a guy like Zach Zinter, but it's definitely probably not something that would behoove you in free agency with the money that you have to spend on some of these guys. I'm just looking to see if there's anything moving the needle in terms of what's going on in social media here. Seeing if Chad Hall, so Gabe Davis back with Chad Hall in Jacksonville. That's interesting. That's the thing about, so all these Bills coaches, right, are branching out. You got Eric Washington in Chicago. You got Leslie Frazier in Seattle. You got Brian Dable and Joe Shane in New York. You got Chad Hall in Jacksonville. You have the Heath Farwell, the special teams coach in Jacksonville as well. So a lot of times when the Buffalo Bills lose players, they get tabbed by other teams just simply because of their familiarity. Like I think Sarandil already has workouts or visits planned with the Jaguars and the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? You're going to go to coaches, especially those position coaches who know you so well, right? That you're going to go to a coach that knows your game, knows where you can slot in right away as far as like where you might be on the pecking order. And ultimately, this is how some of these guys end up with like 7 to 10-year careers, right? They follow the coaches that sort of made them that great special teamer or made them that good backup that was too valuable to keep off the roster. So guys make great careers out of doing that. And I expect Saran Neal's going to be falling into that sort of category as well.
We have our first fake account trying to. I had a mini heart attack, so I'm sitting here on Twitter, and there's a fake Ari Mirov, a fake My Sports update saying breaking: the Buffalo Bills have traded for T. Higgins. It's fake. It's fake. So I got fooled by that for a second. I didn't say anything. I didn't type anything, but for a second, I had an Antonio Brown moment there. But yeah, Geno Smith to the Bengals. The money on this one's going to be interesting. I think that could be an indicator for Cam Curl. I think this could be an indicator for Jeremy Chin. So the Cincinnati Bengals
Pour
get
one
better.
out for Pat Moran. He was like banging the table for Geno Stone for
And
the
it
Bills.
was Joe Buscaglia. His mock offseason had Geno Stone to the Buffalo Bills too. So that's two Buffalo Bills content creators that were big on Geno Stone. So it'll be really interesting to see. He had an AFC leading 7 interceptions this past season. That Baltimore Ravens defense is going to get decimated too with Mike McDonald in Seattle.
Yeah, and I think like we knew there were a lot of good safeties on the market. I wonder if this is one of these situations where it's like the first wave kind of comes quickly, and then maybe there's a lull here a bit. And the more that you see guys like Geno Stone go off early, Xavier McKinney, you see Darnell Savage, like probably was the smart thing for Brandon Beane to bring Taylor Rapp back before this whole frenzy started. And I know people were a little bit concerned about the numbers at first, but when you were breaking it down, I think right before I came on the earlier segment, that those numbers are really not bad for a guy like Taylor Rapp. Like it's enough to bear where he could be a starter, but it's also enough to you can swallow it to be your third safety, and we know again how important that is. So that is a signal to me that the Bills are valuing the safety position. So I don't expect they are done addressing that in free agency. I think we'll see someone else come in.
A little bit of news here. We haven't discussed that here, but it's been on Twitter for a couple of hours now. Nick Court, who does the compensatory pick projections, says that $13 million APY for Gabe Davis leaving for Jacksonville means that the Bills get on the 2025 compensatory pick board with a 4th rounder. So if the Bills weren't to add anyone in free agency, that hurts their ability to get a compensatory pick. Gabriel Davis would net them a 4th rounder. And then Sal Capaccio from the top rope came in and said NFL already planning them to give him a 5th round pick instead.
Yeah, I mean, Nick had a really interesting thread yesterday or the day before around like how the Bills likely got hosed out of a 3rd rounder for the Tremaine Edmonds signing. And I know
they can ask to recalculate. They can ask to recalculate, and I'm sure they will. And I guess that they have made comments, or they have made adjustments before. Like there have been things where the NFL realized they screwed up and they made their changes. So maybe before the draft, we do pick up a 3rd rounder. Looking around the league to see any other news coming in. No, it looks like we have hit sort of that lull here. We do have a little bit of punter news. Former Texans punter Cameron Johnston is heading to Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh's loading up, adding Russell Wilson and a punter this offseason. So that should be interesting as well.
Is this Geno Stone number correct as far as what
2 years?
15
million?
I haven't seen it, but if that's the number, then I
Ian
feel
Rappaport. 2-year, 15 million, 6 million signing bonus. That is 7.5 AAV with a 6 million signing bonus. Sign me up, man. Alohi Gilman, Jeremy Chin, Julian Blackman. Get one of these guys for the 7.5 AAV deal. Do it. Like that's that seems to be where the money is at in free agency. So these guys who are coming off of their rookie deals, heading into their second deals, whether it's Brandon Jones or it's Darnell Savage or it's Geno Stone, They are getting $7.5 million AAV. So if you're the Buffalo Bills, take that contract, take that money, take that AAV, go to Jeremy Chin, go to Alohi Gilman, go to Julian Blackman, and get a deal done. So that is interesting. And then a couple people saying hold in the chat. So maybe something is going on here.
I think they're saying hold, don't cave on signing someone. I think it's what they're saying. I could be wrong.
Someone just retweeted Von Miller to the Bills from 2 years ago, so that's interesting.
People are really, really wanting the chaos today. Really wanting that chaos. Let me ask you this question: Would you, if you could bring back Daquan Jones or sign Chin or Gilman, which one? If you only could do one of those two, what would you do?
Chin or Gilman. No hesitation. No offense to Daquan Jones. I think that there are a number of guys that I would feel comfortable that we could get for a decent chunk of change to come in and play that one tech role. Again, no disrespect to Daquan, but to me, safety. How about this? Daquan or AJ Epenesa, if you were going to choose one.
Just based on, I think I'd take Daquan in that scenario. I mean, like, I love AJ, and obviously he's a younger player, but like, I'd take my chances on getting like a Nealand or someone in the draft, maybe, and hoping to recreate what you had.
That's a hot name, right? We talked about him at the combine, and now he's confirmed going to have a pre-draft visit with the Buffalo Bills. So we have, Dave, over 8,000 people currently watching this stream right now, combination of YouTube and Twitter. We have over 400 people watching on YouTube. We want to thank you guys so much. Smash that subscribe button if you can. Smash that like button if you can. Helps us with the algorithm. Continue to follow us here at Cover One. We're going to be, my plan is to go until 6 p.m. today. My plan is to go to 6 p.m. today. Then there's an hour breather. Then there's Cover One roundup at 7. And then there's our show at 9 p.m. So
got like 4 or 5 hours for some more stuff to happen there until we go on.
Stick with us here. I think the 9 p.m. show is where the magic is going to happen because Brandon Bean likes to make his moves in the dark of the night. But stick with us here at Cover One. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe. Marshawn Nealand. Let's talk just a little bit of draft here, right? Just a little bit. Oh, I would go AJ Epenesa, by the way, in that scenario, just because, again, dude, these edge rushers are and that's Eastern. I'm going to go till 6 Eastern. This edge rusher free agency class is bad. There are no names that I really like left that aren't way too expensive. So to me, give me AJ and Shaq over Daquan, because I feel like you can replace Daquan with Austin Johnson. You can replace Daquan with Ashawn Robinson. There's Benito Jones, Martavius Adams, Malcolm Roach, Greg Gaines, Ashawn Robinson, Sebastian Joseph Day.
Hey, I wouldn't mind seeing a little combo AJ Epenesa coming back with a Malcolm Roach. That would be kind of
if by the end of the day we get AJ Epenesa, we get Shaq Lawson, and we get Malcolm Roach or Austin Johnson, I'll be a happy camper. And again, it's only Monday, but this defensive line is so thin. We just need bodies, man. This is one where it's not just going to be draft picks. It's got to be a combination of free agency and draft.
It has to be. You just don't have just don't have the numbers for it to not be that, right? You're going to go into training camp likely with 6 to 8 defensive interior guys, 6 to 8. I mean, you just have to, right? You have to get this down to where you're picking out, 4 or 5 guys out of 7 or 8 that come to camp. It can't just be the draft. And the fact of the matter is yes, we have 11 picks as it stands, but most likely Brandon Bean's going to make some kind of maneuver around the draft board during the draft. And the odds would tell you that we're going to come away from the draft with less than 11 players, right? The historical precedence has kind of been there for them to trade up. Now maybe it's different this year, right? Because it's a very unique situation for the roster right now with as many holes as we have. Maybe it's different this year. I don't know, but you certainly need to be savvy in free agency and bringing in value type guys. And like, this is where I think it won't even be as exciting as last year, where you got the Connor McGovern signing and like in a few others, and like it could be all value signings in free agency. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Like for us as content creators, it's going to suck because we're going to walk out today with like no news to share. But at the end of the day, in terms of like, this is how teams like the Baltimore Ravens do it. This is how teams like the San Francisco 49ers do it. When they have a chance to make their splashes, they usually make those splashes via trade. It's usually guys who get cut, who come, to play for them for a discount. Like they just always seem to fall into talented players, but it never seems to affect their compensatory pick formula. So the Buffalo Bills now hopefully have a 4th-round pick for Gabriel Davis. If we take 2-3 weeks, or we sign players who are released, or we wait until June, whatever, wait till after the draft, those players that we sign do not count against the compensatory pick formula. We pick up that 4th for a guy like Gabriel Davis. Maybe if AJ Epenesa signs somewhere, we get a 5th-round pick for AJ Epenesa. Leonard Floyd doesn't count towards that or anything like that. But let's talk trade here real quick. So if the Buffalo Bills were to make a trade, I think the logical candidates are, and we sort of listed them earlier, Josh Sweat from the Eagles. He could be on the block now. Now, someone in the comments section was mentioning he's got like a chronic knee issue, so that might be an issue in making a trade for a guy like Josh Sweat. But in terms of size, age, he checks a lot of the boxes for what the Bills would look for in an edge rusher. Deontay Johnson could possibly be available in Pittsburgh, and Cortland Sutton could be available in Denver. To me, those are the 3 trades that I have my eye on if the Buffalo Bills were to use some of their draft capital to add a veteran player to the roster. Any trades stick out specifically to you, or do you want to just speak on the 3 that I sort of threw out there? Any of those sort of intrigue you? What are your thoughts on the Buffalo Bills possibly making a trade?
So it's interesting, right? Because Sutton and Johnson are like not the same type of player at all, right? Sutton was a touchdown maker last year. Efficiency as far as touchdowns for him came back to the mean after he had only had like 2 in 2022, right? And he obviously made some spectacular catches for Russell Wilson down the field. And I'm not going to sit here and say he's Gabe Davis 2.0, because I think he is a better high pointer and a better body control, a better go up and get it type of receiver than Gabe Davis is. But I don't think he has the stride, and maybe neither of them are speed guys, obviously. But I don't know that Cortland Sutton is kind of like the strider or the separator that a guy like Deontay Johnson would bring to the table, right? And Deontay Johnson working underneath, there's a perception that he's a slot guy, but in fact, he's played most of his snaps on the outside the last 2 years for the Steelers. And so Allen Robinson was really their slot guy there in Pittsburgh, which was kind of interesting, right? How they kind of made up that offense. Now, their offense stunk. Their passing offense wasn't good, but Deontay Johnson's super talented and younger than Cortland Sutton. And I feel like if you could find a way to make that work, I probably would prefer Deontay Johnson just from an age and a route running perspective, but I could understand the argument for a guy like Cortland Sutton as like a go up and get it sort of down the field high pointer, right, to complement Diggs and Shakir. So I would be excited for either, to be honest. And I like both. I don't know I think Sutton's compensation would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of what the Browns traded for Judy, maybe even a little less because he's older. And his cap number is what it is. So I think you could probably actually trade Cortland Sutton for a day 3 pick, honestly, like maybe 1 day 3 pick because
like
of that
one of
cap
our
number
4th rounders,
and his age. Because I mean, the Browns just gave up a 4th and a 5th for Jerry Jeudy. Obviously with being much younger and having that 1 year left on his contract. So I actually wouldn't even think you would have to give up more than maybe a 5th for Cortland Sutton. But Deontay Johnson would probably be more similar to like what a Jerry
Yeah.
Jeudy got, right? He'd be a fourth and probably something else. So it'd be interesting. Neither are inconceivable.
By chance says, why trade for someone when you can just sign Moody? I don't disagree with you. Like, if you're someone who believes in the upside of Darnell Mooney, like, yeah, I agree with you. But I think Darnell Mooney is probably going to get a 1-year contract on the free agent market, like a prove-it deal. So I don't think that is something that is beneficial. So Dave, you sent me a private message. Did you meant to say hop off in just a second?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So before you head out, thoughts on Derrick Henry? I know that's a name now as running backs come off the board. As running backs come off the board, any interest at all?
I mean, I'm interested, but I'm not spending any real dollars on him, right? But the thing is, he's going to be looking for probably one last decent payday.
Yeah,
it would not shock me if Derrick Henry Lane got a 1-year contract. So, wouldn't be surprised. Maybe 2. I'm not really interested. I don't think the be wise asset allocation for the Bills, and so I'll pass.
All right, we're going to take a little break here. Dave, thank you so much for joining me. When I come back, I think I might be joined by Tom DeLoss of Buffalo Late Night. He's been sending me a couple messages on Twitter, says he might pop in, and I'll have some thoughts on receivers, on edge rushers as we continue our live coverage here, but a little bit of break on our end. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay with us here at the Cover One Sports Network as we continue our live all-day coverage of the opening of the 2024 NFL free agency tampering window. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 NFL free agency tampering window. In a moment, I'll be joined by Tom DeLoss of Buffalo Late Night. Tom is in the waiting room. Just give me a thumbs up whenever you are ready to join. Oh, it looks like he is ready now. So let me change our little banner up top here, and we'll get Tom onto the stage. Tom, how you doing this afternoon? The Buffalo Bills making just a ton of splashing moves today with the extension of Deon Dawkins and the release of Deon Dawkins, then the extension of Deon Dawkins, and then the re-signing of Cam Lewis. Thoughts on just the Buffalo Bills early, musings in free agency here as the tampering window opens?
I mean, I think a lot of it is kind of expected. I mean, the Deon, whatever you want to call that saga that went on for about 10 minutes, that was a bit unexpected per se.
That was the most awkward 10 minutes of podcasting I think I've ever done. That was pretty awkward.
I was watching. You handled it very well. Very, very well. Yeah, that was wild. I think it would have been, the extension I think is great. I'm sure it probably provides us some cap space, which is good. Outside of that, locking up your left tackle, especially after seeing Ryan Bates and Morse walk out the door, makes a lot of sense, especially gives you just the peace of mind to know that one of the best left tackles in the league, a guy that played the most snaps of his entire career last year, who graded out with one of his best seasons, is sticking around. That's huge. I like the Cam Lewis signing too. I think, for a Bills team that prides itself on availability, but prides itself on, players that can be very versatile. Cam Lewis is like the poster child for that. So excited. There's not a lot of pomp and circumstance. We're seeing a ton. I mean, I haven't been paying attention all day, but this has got to be one of the most insane opening legal tampering periods I've ever seen. I mean, the amount of movement is wild.
And the two positions in particular that have seen, I think, the most movement thus far, the one, actually, they're both kind of shocking because they're in the modern NFL considered non-premium positions. The running back moves today have been crazy, with Aaron Jones getting released and Josh Jacobs going to Green Bay, and the Giants signing Devin Singletary, and the Bears signed DeAndre Swift, and I'm blanking out Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. Like, the running back movement today has been wild. Then you have the guards. You had Dotson and Jonah Jackson, one back to the Rams, one to the Rams. Dickerson gets a massive extension. You have John Runyon signing a big deal. You have Robert Hunt signing a big deal with the Panthers. So a lot of money flying at non-premium positions. And it's funny because a lot of what's going on in free agency right now lines up with what's going on in the draft. Because in the draft, the interior offensive line class has sort of been questioned how deep it is. You see a lot of guards getting paid. The running back class this year has been kind of questioned. You see running backs getting paid. Other than Gabriel Davis, haven't seen a lot of movement at wide receiver. Historically deep wide receiver class. Haven't seen a lot of movement at quarterback today. Gardner Minshew and Kirk Cousins are the two to drop. Gardner Minshew just went to the Raiders, which might leave Justin Fields without a home. Obviously, Mac Jones to the Jaguars. A lot of quarterbacks are going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds. Cornerback, you haven't seen the cornerback market really buzzing all that much. The safety market, I think, has buzzed pretty good today in terms of, like, the average seems to be coming in at around $7.5 million. I'll pose this question to you. I posed it to Tilt when he was on here. A lot of outside of McKinney who got paid, right? A lot of these guys, Geno Stone, Brandon Jones, Darnell Savage, they're all coming into that 7.5 AAV range. Obviously, the details of all these contracts are going to be much different. There are still a couple of safeties who are sitting on the market who fit the criteria that Brandon Jones and Darnell Savage did and Geno Stone did. That is Jeremy Chin. That is Ashton Davis. That is Alohi Gilman. That is Julian Blackmon. All 4 of these guys, like Jones and like Savage, are coming off of their first contracts. Cameron Curl fits this too, but I think Cameron Curl is going to get paid more. Coming off their first contracts, relatively young. I was just talking with Dave. The common sense thing to me, if you're Brandon Beane, Jeremy Chin, Ashton Davis, Alohi Gilman, Julian Blackmon, get one of these dudes $7.5 million AAV 2-3 year contract. Get it done, because that seems to be pretty nice value at that spot right there.
Yeah, first off, the whole market has been all over the place. I'll say that. The running back, as soon as we thought the running back market was dead, apparently it undertakered itself right back into, being relevant. These contract, the Saquon contract was, Saquon's great. Did not expect that type of money to be spent, but Howie Roseman always seems to kind of just throw everybody in muck. In terms of the safety market, Jeremy Chin, I keep going back to Jeremy Chin. Since Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator over in Carolina, took over, Jeremy Chin's play, moving him to basically like a pseudo small tweener type of linebacker, went to the wayside. He was, for most part, going to set the safety market when he got done with his rookie contract. And with injury, with playing out of position, it seemed that things are kind of wild. Jeremy Chin was under L. Holcomb, who's now on the Bills coaching staff, and Brandon Beane brought him in for a top 30 visit when Brandon Beane was here. So there is familiarity. And the other part about it is, to be honest with you, we know this from when they got, Jordan Poyer, when they got Micah Hyde. They kind of look for, I hate to say the island of misfit toys, but guys that maybe are not reclamation projects, but maybe a guy that are going to be a little bit lower on the totem pole, cost a little bit less, but maybe have a bigger upside. And I'm not sure if there's a bigger upside than Jeremy Chin, a guy that was the defensive rookie of the year for his rookie year himself, and a guy that really played beyond what people had for expectations. So, but I agree with you. There's a lot of great names. And I tweeted this out a little bit ago. Bills fans, take a breath if you don't see Brandon Beane doing anything. This is status quo right now. We'll find out. Who knows? Maybe the Bills have already inked Curtis Samuel, but that news has not come out because for ever and ever, the Bills don't really leak a lot of information. When it comes to one Bills drive, it is pretty tight-lipped.
Not even that. It's just like smart teams don't spend a lot of money on the first day of free agency, right? Like, when's the last time someone signed a free agent and that free agent was the linchpin that carried them to a Super Bowl, right? Off the top of my head, I really can't think of any. Someone jokingly posted about the Houston Texans today. They're like, man, the Houston Texans could lose Jonathan Grenard to that big money deal. They could lose Devin Singletary to what I thought was a ridiculous deal. That I get that he had a good year, but in today's day and age, what the Giants paid him, they're going to get comp picks for those two players. And then the Texans could go add Arik Armstead, Justin Simmons, and Aaron Jones, and it wouldn't affect the comp pick formula at all. This is what good teams do, right? Like, I'm using the Texans here as an example because that's just a tweet that I saw. It wouldn't shock me if the Buffalo Bills don't sign a free, I think Brandon Beane, he always seems like, whether it's trading up in the draft or there's just always guys that he likes. He's going to try to go and he's going to try to get his guys. Last year, it was like Deontay Hardy, right? That he went and he wanted to get early in the free agency period. The Bills always have their guys and they're going to want to try to go get their guys and et cetera. But it wouldn't shock me if I do my show tonight at 9 p.m. and by the time the show is over, the Bills haven't signed a player. You do your show on Thursday at 7 p.m. It wouldn't shock me if there's only one player signed by the time by the time your show kicks off at 7 p.m. on Thursday. If no players are signed, it wouldn't shock me. If the Bills just sat out week one of free agency, it would not shock me in the least bit. These are just, I think, the rules that we're playing by this year. I think the trade market might be more interesting for the Buffalo Bills. The three names that I've really sort of zeroed in on today, Deontay Johnson from the Steelers, Cortland Sutton from the Broncos, and Josh Sweat from the Philadelphia Eagles. Someone in the comment section said he's got a chronic knee issue, which slowed him down a little bit last year. So that would need some checking up on. But there are some players in the trade market, I think, that would intrigue me more. And hey, let's wait to see if some guys get cut too, right? Because all this money coming in, some teams are going to look for money to come out. Someone mentioned earlier, Harrison Phillips could get cut. It's going to save the Vikings like $9 million. Harrison Phillips reunion in Buffalo as their fourth defensive tackle. Sign me up. What if Khalil Mack gets cut in Los Angeles? Maybe we can go out. We can chase a Khalil Mack in free agency. The contract now, no. But the contract, if he hits the free agent market, maybe for an aging edge rusher. So patience is the name of the game. I know it sucks for us content creators, but I think Brandon Beane's making the smart play here so far.
Yeah, I mean, I ironically enough, you said it, but I just tweeted a little bit ago. Teams that spend generally end up being the losers when it comes to free agency. It's just kind of status quo and how things have been.
Mhm.
That's why you see teams, except for the Texans. The Texans are kind of a weird, they're way ahead of schedule with CJ Stroud and having a ton of cap space. But most often, teams that are good don't have cap space. That's why you don't see a lot of movement. I mean, the Bengals, they went and they got Geno Stone. But honestly, for as much as Geno Stone was talked about, that contract was a lot smaller than most people anticipated. And it wasn't anywhere in line with what Xavier McKinney got. So more often, you're going to see these contracts kind of fall in line, and we're going to hear like, "Oh, the Bills signed X," and I said it. When the Bills signed Micah Hyde, you didn't know. You didn't know until 4 p.m., which would be this Wednesday. You didn't know that they were signing him, and that's how you want it. You want the Bills to go after cost-effective guys that have good upside, that maybe were in the wrong scheme or bad coaching or whatever it might be. Maybe had a bad injury to start off their rookie contract. That's what you want the Bills to look for, is value buys, because going after those high ticket items, and we're seeing it. I mean, I like, there's some guys that the Jaguars are getting, but Jaguars are spending, and they're spending pretty carelessly right now. Those decisions tend to come and bite you in the butt. So I'm not super concerned right now, and I agree with you. By my show on Thursday night, if they have only signed one player, it wouldn't astound me, because the reality is there are some good pieces out there. But I agree. In the wide receiver market, there's going to be a couple names I like. Ooh. I mean, Darnell Mooney. Think about this. Of all the names that are out there, right? We've heard nothing. We haven't heard anything about Marquise Brown. We've heard Kendrick Bourne and Gabe Davis. But outside of that, nothing about KJ Osborne, Noah Brown, MVS, Odell Beckham, Tyler Boyd, Curtis Samuel, Darnell Mooney, Kelvin. I mean, the list goes on. Nothing, not a peep. So that's where I tend to believe that the Bills may have already inked down one of these wide receivers, or they're kind of waiting for the market to, kind of play itself out. Because if you remember last year, the wide receiver market took a while to set itself up, because people didn't know. They looked at the draft and they said, well, there's a decent crop coming out. Do we want to spend, 3 years and $45 million on a wide receiver, or we want to sign, a second round rookie and only spend $4 million? So I think
some breaking news here. Leonard Floyd will not be a Buffalo Bill in 2024. He has signed with the San Francisco 49ers. So that's another. The 49ers, they very much care about their pass rush. They have added a pass rusher in Leonard Floyd. I will say this, looking at the market outside of the top guys, which I don't think we're going to chase. I don't think we can afford. If you're looking at the edge rushers now with Leonard Floyd off the board here, Jadeveon Clowney, I think he's going to end up in Seattle with Mike McDonald. Derek Barnett is left. Carl Lawson, Dante Fowler Jr., Yetur Gross-Matos, like Romeo Okwara, Justin Houston, Bud Dupree, Yannick Ngakoue, like not great, Bob, in terms of what is there at edge rusher. And edge rushing is important. Like I'm going to put up the graphic here. About what our edge depth looks like right now. This is what our team looks like at the edge. It's Rousseau, Von Miller, and a bunch of question marks. I think that, and I was having this conversation with Dave, and I'm going to pose this question to you. I think if there's one thing I want to hear by the end of the day today, I think it's that AJ Epinesa has re-signed with the Buffalo Bills. That is, I think, what I want to hear by the end of the day. As much as like maybe they might have to overpay a little bit, and that would scare me, I think it needs to be AJ Epinesa and a draft pick, because unless someone becomes available that hasn't been available yet, unless the Buffalo Bills go chasing a guy like Chase Young, which I don't think that they can afford, I just don't see the name recognition at edge that I like. Give me Epinesa, give me Shaq Lawson back, and let's head to the drafted edge rusher.
Yeah, that Floyd, if what people are saying in the chat is correct, 2 for $25, that's a lot richer than I thought. That's a pretty nice contract for him, and God bless him. He did himself well after last year, only getting 9. I agree with AJ Epinesa. He didn't get the snap share that I think he's going to get now. Von Miller being a year older, coming off of the ACL, though I will say this, I think Von Miller is going to have a resurgence this year. I truly, truly, truly believe we're going to see Von Miller of old, maybe not elite Von Miller, but maybe like 90%. Needless to say, I like AJ Epinesa. I think AJ would be great to come back. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody splurges and goes and gets him. AJ flashed really, really nicely, but he also did a lot of great things for us. So I agree. The names on the list are not inspiring, to say the least. There's a couple names in here, but there are a couple names that I would have liked like 5 years ago. And I don't know, the only name that really sticks out to me as a name that I'd be really intrigued to see is Mike Dana. Mike Dana was a top 30 visit for Brandon Beane and the Buffalo Bills. So I'd be interested to see what his market looks like if now the Chiefs have already spent a ton on Chris Jones. I got to imagine Mike Dana's probably not coming back. So, but yes, AJ Epinesa, I think, is at least a starting point. I just wonder, with that Leonard Floyd contract, did that just make AJ a little bit more money?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the list of free agents in front of me, but there are some marquee edge rushers, and then there are some marquee edge rushers available for trade, right? So like Khalil Mack, Brian Burns. There are a lot of marquee edge rushers. I'm hoping AJ Epinesa gets lost in the shuffle and he can come back to Buffalo, but that is a big if. And there are connections out there now too. I was having this conversation with Dave. Eric Washington's in Chicago now. Eric Washington has a real big familiarity with a guy like AJ Epinesa. So there are guys out there who know and understand AJ Epinesa's game, who might go out there, and teams that have more money than we do, who might be able to go out there and spend more money than we have. So again, if AJ Epinesa signs elsewhere, then we again continue to play this comp pick bingo game of trying to get compensatory picks, trying to toe that fine line, etc. Daquan Jones at defensive tackle, right? The reason why I said I'd rather have AJ Epinesa than Daquan Jones is there's still a lot of names out there, from Montravius Adams to Austin Johnson to Malcolm Roach to Ashawn Robinson to Sebastian Joseph Day. I feel like there are other options out there at one tech defensive tackle. As much as I love Daquan, and I think Daquan is better than most of these dudes, if not all of these dudes, I feel like Daquan would be easier to replace in the aggregate than a guy like AJ Epinesa.
Yeah, especially in this draft, to be honest with you, there's some guys in the 3rd to 5th round that I think you'd be fine with. And at the end of the day, and I hate to say this, but as good as Daquan really was, I kind of have to side with, can we just find a couple guys in totality that you could piecemeal together? And the only reason I say that is I don't know what Daquan's market looks like, to be honest with you, because of the fact that he's going to be 32 years old. He's on the tail end of his career. He did have a really nice, probably one of his best years, if not his best year as a pro. I just don't know how much money I want to dump into that, especially considering next year we're going to have to probably end up breaking the bank for Greg Rousseau. So there's a lot of money already tied up in that defensive line. So what I like to go with, and I like what you said earlier, I would be fine going after an Ashawn Robinson. I would be fine going after a Greg Gaines or, we still haven't heard from Maurice Hurst or Javon Kinlaw. I mean, there's a bunch of names in there that I just think a bunch of these guys are probably going to be more cost effective at the end of the day, may not have as much of a high side or much of a ceiling, but if you can insulate them with quality talent, and I think the Bills have some pretty darn good defensive linemen right now, I think they should be fine.
So just some more information. I was wrong. I did not think that Leonard Floyd will get us a compensatory pick, but according to Greg Tomset, it'll likely net us a 5th round pick. So right now, as it stands, if the Buffalo Bills don't add any players that affect the compensatory pick formula, we have a 4th round pick for Gabriel Davis, and we have a 5th round pick for Leonard Floyd. Now, again, we don't know the shenanigans about maybe getting ripped off by another round like we did this year again. So, but right now, a 4th and a 5th round draft pick are projected to come to Buffalo. AJ Epinesa gets close to $10 million like Leonard Floyd. That's a 4th and 2 5th round draft picks that we would net next year, as opposed, for the losses here. Again, if we don't, and Timothy Joseph says, stop with the comp BS. Why not? Successful teams do it every year. San Francisco 49ers, the Baltimore Ravens, the New England Patriots back in their heyday. Really good football teams make their living off compensatory picks. The LA Rams. Good teams do that. Good teams have done that and they've used it. But RJ comes in and says they absolutely screwed us this year. They did screw us this year. And hey, they could recalculate, right? They could recalculate. The Buffalo Bills could put in sort of a waiver there. So that's some interesting news that's been dropping. I know you're the wide receiver guy. You've been on the wide receiver train this whole offseason. So I want to have a little conversation here. I'm going to pull up the wide receiver graphic. Stephon Diggs, Khalil Shakir, those are the only two receivers that are really locked into the Buffalo Bills. And I want to focus on four free agents, and that's the four free agents sort of at the top of this graphic here. And these are the big four, I think, if you're the Buffalo Bills. And that's Hollywood Brown, Darnell Mooney, Noah Brown, and Josh Reynolds. I was having this conversation earlier, and I want your thoughts on who these guys you would target. Because to me, I look at Hollywood Brown and I look at Darnell Mooney. They are diminutive in stature, but they add a speed, field stretching element, something that you, as the Buffalo Bills, we really haven't had, and something I think Joe Brady would appreciate. The issue with Hollywood Brown or Darnell Mooney is at their stature, they're not going to be able to do some of the things on the boundary in the run blocking game, etc., that Gabriel Davis brought to the equation. If you're looking to straight up replace Gabriel Davis, you're probably looking more at Noah Brown and Josh Reynolds. Either way, the Buffalo Bills are probably going to need to dip their toes into the free agent pool at wide receiver, and they're going to have to dip their toes into the draft pool at wide receiver. If you go Hollywood Brown or Darnell Mooney in free agency, I think you got to go for a size guy in the draft, a Keon Coleman, a Xavier Legette, and Adonai Mitchell. I don't think you can draft Xavier Worthy and sign Hollywood Brown. I just don't think you can create a receiver room that way. But if you go Noah Brown or Josh Reynolds, that opens you up to add a Xavier Worthy, to add maybe some of those smaller stature receivers, a Lad McConkey, etc. So what the Buffalo Bills decide to do in free agency could dictate what they do in the draft. Those four guys, who stands out to you the most? Hollywood, Darnell, Noah, or Josh Reynolds?
I mean, I would be remiss not to say that speed is going to be something that I'm going to be focused on. We tried it last year with Deontay Hardy. There was a concerted effort to get faster. And, Brandon Beam, for the most part, has been pretty darn good when it comes to free agency. He's probably one of the better GMs in the NFL in terms of identifying talent, identifying guys that maybe didn't thrive in one scheme but could thrive in another. Deontay Hardy, just for some reason, it wasn't a hit, and that's fine. But I think he's going to try again. And Brandon Beane said in multiple press conferences, as did Sean McDermott, that rack is important. And when you're looking at a guy like a Darnell Mooney and a guy like, Marquise Brown, those are guys that are going to be able to create on the fly and create with the ball in their hands. I really like Darnell Mooney. I think in a better scenario, my thing is I like Marquise Brown. Marquise Brown has had better QB play than Darnell Mooney has. Darnell Mooney has just been stuck with just abysmal QB play. Justin Fields is fine, but there's a reason why he still has not been talked about. There's a reason why he's unemployed to this point. And you have the Vikings worrying about potentially getting, Sam Darnold, but no mention of Justin Fields. That tells you what you need to know. I think Darnell Mooney with a change of scenery could be an explosive, very, very impactful weapon. And I don't think he's not going to be your number two. Could he be your number two in the meantime? Sure. But to be honest with you, do I think there's a chance Trent Sherfield returns just on a very low $1.7 million veteran min deal just to be that blocking wide receiver? Yeah, I think there's a shot there because we don't know what Justin Shorter is. And I know Butch from the East Side likes to say that, Justin Shorter or Tyrell Shavers or a bunch of these guys who proved nothing last year could be something. I don't know. The other thing I want to talk to you about, Judge, is let's not forget KJ Hamler. KJ Hamler, a second-round pick out of a couple years ago who really with pericarditis, who's had a lot of heart issues, and if you don't know what that is, that's inflammation of around the heart. He's struggled mightily. I think with a new opportunity, again, another wide receiver who has not had good quarterback play, he's had a bit of a drop issue, but I think there's a chance for him. But I think you go with those two speed guys. I don't think it necessarily takes you out of the running for another speed guy, but I do agree. Maybe you lean towards a Xavier Legette. Maybe you lean towards more of a Keon Coleman, just because you need that size element to that number two receiver. I love the idea of adding speed, though. I just don't know. And maybe it's not one of them. Maybe they go with a KJ Osborne, a guy that's a little bit further down the chart, but has been kind of sitting in the wings waiting for his opportunity behind Addison and behind Justin Jefferson and behind Thielen for a couple of years now. So there's a lot of really, really intriguing, exciting options there.
Spin 0481 comes in and says Justin Jones to the Cardinals. And then the DTs are starting to go. The Cardinals are really screwing up the defensive tackle market because they paid Bilal Nichols and now they're paying Justin Jones. These were guys I had on the lower end of the defensive tackle tier, and they're signing some big deals with the Cardinals who got money to spend. And Jonathan Gannon's one of those guys where he's like, I don't really care about value. I got money to spend. I'm going to find guys that I think fit. Every year in free agency, you see this guys get more money than you think because some coach convinces them that they're the perfect fit for this or that. It happens, but I think they are really screwing up this defensive tackle market here. So it might take the Buffalo Bills a while to get a defensive tackle if these DTs keep coming off the board at these price points.
Yeah. It's ironic. One of the first tweets to come up, a guy named Neil Driscoll, he's a Dolphins podcaster, but he said the team's not making a lot of moves today. Chiefs, 49ers, Lions, Ravens, Bills, Dolphins. Oh, 6 best teams in the NFL. The reality is you're going to see defensive tackles that are going to get paid way too much money. You're going to see players that are going to get paid too much money. And to be honest with you, like we were talking about, that's where the best GMs kind of live and breathe in that middle zone, right? Where they wait for all the bad GMs who will be fired in 3 years to make these, homer moves and outspend and say, oh, look what I got. And, be able to sell season tickets to their fans and then wait for the paint to dry and say, well, look at this nice crop of guys that now we can spend $4 million less per year on and probably get the same production. And maybe that's what they're waiting on Daquan Jones. Maybe they're waiting and saying, you know what? If we wait long enough, maybe instead of this 3 for $30 that they just got, Jones for, maybe they can get Daquan Jones 2 for $15, get him for $7.5 a year, and feel really comfortable doing so. So I love the excitement, and we all do this. It's all exciting right now, and we want just a taste, a morsel of the Bills to sign somebody right now. Just sign Chase Edmonds so we have something to talk about, right? just do something. I hope to God they don't. Chase Edmonds was fun 3 years ago. Now he's bounced on 4 different franchises.
He would do the Matt Breida or the Duke Johnson signing. He'll come in like 3 weeks. Book it.
Yeah. No, there's, just a morsel of fun is a lot. It's exciting, but I love where Brandon Beane is at. I think his, let's be real here. Let's have a conversation. Brandon Beane is truly setting himself up, and you can look at who was signed today. Brandon Beane's drafting is becoming some of the honestly, if the Bills make it to the AFC Championship or to a Super Bowl, you're talking Bill Polian-esque of the amount of quality players, because there's going to be Bills players that make it to the Hall of Fame one day, period. But you're talking some high-level players, and the Bills just keep getting poached, whether it's their front office members or it's players. I mean, you saw Alex Austin, a guy who was a 7th-round pick. The Patriots are keeping him. You're seeing Gabe Davis getting a nice little 3-year deal. Even if Devin Singletary's contract, and it probably shouldn't have been as high, but he probably got a team-friendly deal with Joe Shane, got his 3rd contract. I mean, these are good situations that are making Brandon Beane look more and more impressive with his drafting.
Yeah, we were sort of we were pouring one out for Alex Austin and Nick Broker earlier because we felt like when Dave was on here, we felt like those are 2 guys that we loved in the pre-draft process last year. We talked about in the pre-draft process last year. The Bills drafted, and then they lost them, right? So whether it's Jack Anderson in Indianapolis who just re-signed there, or whether it's Nick Broker, or whether it's Alex Austin, like I get it, they're small potatoes, but when you just look at the Buffalo Bills roster, it's like, man, we're sitting here like, do we want Dane Jackson back for $2 million on a 1-year deal, or $1.7 million on a 1-year deal, when we could be just elevating Alex Austin to fill that spot? We're talking about like, man, do we go out and sign a veteran interior offensive lineman? Like, do we try to get Brian Allen, who just got cut from the Rams, try to get him to a David Edwards type of deal? Because we don't have a Nick Broker, because we don't have a Jack Anderson waiting in the wings because they got poached by other teams. So Yeah, Brandon's had some really good drafts last year specifically. I mean, hitting on those first 2 picks with Dalton Kincaid, Osiris Torrance. He'll have to do so again. It's just I'm waiting for these dominoes to fall, and I'm getting impatient because I'm a draft guy. Like that's what me and Dave do. We love the draft. Free agency is just a means to an end for us to buy time until we get to the draft. And I really do think this free agency is going to dictate how the draft goes, because if we walk out of free agency without a wide receiver, okay, we trading up for one. Like, are we taking one? We're taking one at 28, right? If we walk out of free agency without a safety, we're definitely taking one at 60, right? Like, those are the conversations that you can start to have once these free agents start to sort themselves out. But you can't have them until maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, when the Bills have 4 or 5 guys signed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's going to be the nice thing about it is, and I agree with you, I'm hoping they go defensive line heavy so that we can go into the draft just guns a-blazing, like, hey, you know what? We got 11 picks. If Neighbors gets close enough, let's attack. And or Brian Thomas Jr. for that matter. I am wholeheartedly, I'm so much on the wide receiver train. I had my brother, who was my producer, actually in the sounds put a train horn. So every time I say wide receiver train, he hits a train horn sound for me. But Brandon Beane right now, I think, is in a good position. But I agree. I love to see them fill these ancillary positions so that going into the draft, we've seen this. I've talked about this on my show. Being shoehorned into positions of needing something puts you in the worst spot. We saw that with linebacker. We watched a plethora of linebackers go right in front of us, and Brandon Beane I hate to say it, maybe kind of had to jump at Dorian because he didn't want to lose out on another linebacker. Same thing happened. The Chiefs jumped ahead of us and got Trent McDuffie, and we took Kyer. And by the way, for By Chance, who's in the comments, I don't think the Bills are one of the worst players taken in the first round. I think Kyer Elam could potentially have a really nice year this year under different tutelage. John Butler did some nice things, but let's see what happens with the new, defensive backs coach, and maybe he can bring something out of him that wasn't before. And Judge, I think you've talked about this. There might be a philosophy change too.
Yeah, and not just to mention that, but no one bats 1,000 in the draft. I mean, the Chiefs drafted Sky Moore, and he sucks. Plain and simple, right? He's had every opportunity to elevate himself there, and he hasn't taken it. So everyone takes L's at certain positions. Every team drafts bad players that don't work out, even good teams. So, yeah. I mean, the Boogie Basham one sticks out, especially because of some of the guys who came off the board right after Boogie Basham, and it was a double dip. The Kyer Elam one sticks out because I think a lot of Bills fans just thought he was a second-round pick. But at the end of the day, nobody bats 1,000. But that's also why we want to fill as many holes as we can in free agency. And that is why free agency is still important, because we don't want to feel like we need to draft a certain position on draft day. So that's important as well. Some numbers coming in on some of these contracts. Here's my hot take of the evening, and I don't want to sound disrespectful when I say this. Greg Gaines comes in with the Bucs, 1 year, $3.5 million. I think that's what Daquan Jones is going to get. 32-year-old, like, I get that he had such an explosive start to the season, but then he got hurt, and it's not exactly like he lit the world on fire when he came back, and there was probably a lot of reasons for that. There was probably still lingering injuries, etc. But I mean, I think the Buffalo Bills will wait a week or two, and Daquan Jones will be available to them for 1 year, $3-4 million. I think that is something that is completely feasible. They just got to be patient in order for that to come to fruition.
Yeah, I think Daquan Jones's value is honestly in Buffalo. That's of no disrespect. I just think, to be honest with you, Daquan Jones, we've seen this. I mean, Daquan Jones has got to know, look at who you've had around you. Jordan Phillips and Shaq Lawson both went other places and suffered dearly because they went into the wrong situation. Daquan could go to another team and maybe get paid a little bit, and he could also end up on the free agent market next year. If he signs a 2-year here in Buffalo, he's probably going to be here for 2 years, unless there's a back end 1 year with a void year on the end. But yeah, I think these deals are perfect right now. Greg Gaines at 3.5, he's fine. He's just, bottom. I hate to say it, bottom of the barrel, but he kind of is. He's just in average to run of the mill defensive tackle. And not that that's, where Daquan lives, but for his age, I think it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good situation for the Bills. And to be honest with you, there is, I think the other thing that works in the Bills' favor is there's a ton of names.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was a short supply, Daquan would probably be scooped already, but there's a ton of names. And I think at the end of the day, there's still GM sitting there saying there's some good defensive tackles. And like you said, you and Tilt love the draft. There's some good defensive tackles that could fall into the Bills' lap in the first round.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, I'm sending a message here. So got a comment here from Walter S. He says, Bean is just waiting for Judge to end his stream so he can announce his blockbuster move. And that's the message I was sending. I was sending a message to Uber Hansen and David Fox. So I'm going up till 6 p.m. So I got a half hour more here, and then I got to go pick the kid up from daycare. So that's important. Can't leave the kid at daycare. But then cover one roundup, there'll be an hour gap. And then cover one roundup will be on at 7, and then we will be back at 9 p.m. with the air raid hour. So we got you covered. So there will be a 1 hour block from 6 to 7 where there is no live coverage here at cover one. So that's probably when Brandon Bean is going to make his move.
Yeah, he likes to do that to us. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Or what's going to happen, which always seems to happen to me, is every time I fall asleep, I miss the big news. I miss the Antonio Brown stuff. I fell asleep for Von Miller. I fell asleep for a nap on my couch and woke up to Von Miller, signing with the Buffalo Bills. So if you want good news, just tell me to go to bed, and probably something of relevance will actually happen.
I woke up to Antonio Brown becoming a Buffalo Bill, and I didn't go back to sleep that night. That was one of the weirdest nights I think I can remember as a Bills fan. Boy, what a bullet we dodged there. So there is some rumblings from a Carolina Panthers beat reporter that Brian Burns has been traded to the New York Giants. So Brian Burns to the New York Giants. So that'll be really interesting to see what the compensation there is. And then Frankie Louvu to the Washington Commanders, which is a guy who maybe the Bills have on their radar, but my guess is he's going to get some money. If the Bills were to have invested
3 for 36 is what max deal. 3 for 36 for Frankie Louvu.
Okay, that's more money than I thought he was going to get. So never mind. The Bills were never in on Frankie Louvu. I'm like, man, if the Bills are going to spend on a linebacker other than Tyrell Dodson, maybe they'll give Frankie Louvu 4 or 5 million. Never mind. Never.
Teams are being very generous today.
Forget that thought ever crossed my mind. But Frankie Louvu, I feel like, could eat in that Dan Quinn system. So that'll be really interesting to see what he does there. All right, we got about a half hour left on this stream. Thank you guys for all the kind words. RJ Melville comes in and says, this marathon stream is great, by the way. Keep me updated and everything. You are welcome. We're going to be live for another half hour before an hour break, and then the cover one roundup, and then the air raid hour. So we'll take you till about 11 p.m. almost Eastern time. So pretty much 10 of the first 11 hours of the free agency window. We got you covered here at cover one. Smash that like button if you could. Really appreciate it. Helps with the algorithm, all that stuff. Subscribe to Cover One. We would really appreciate that as well. If you're looking for some insider information, want to get on the Slack channel, all that stuff, head on over to cover1.net, sign up for our One Pass. These are all things that you can do to grow with us here in the Cover One community. All right, let's take a look at some of the other positions on the Buffalo Bills. And I want to take a look. And we're circling back. This is about the 5th time I've talked about this today, but we got new people in and out all day. So running back. The Buffalo Bills have 2 running backs under contract. I think the obvious one that most Bills fans want back is Ty Johnson. I got some names on here, right? Zeke Elliott, Alex Madison, Kareem Hunt, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Deontay Foreman, DJ Dallas. These are Latavius Murray, Damian Harris level signings, right, that I have on this list. As the market progresses, as guys like Austin Eckler, and I'm not gonna throw Austin Eckler out there, but as guys like Austin Eckler can't find a home, as guys like Derrick Henry can't find a home, are there any running backs that are still on the market that might have to take a cut rate deal? That if you're the Buffalo Bills, maybe you would spend a little bit more than you were planning on spending at the running back position to complement James Cook. Is there any running back out there? I think Derrick Henry is the one that most Bills fans would want to talk about here in this instance.
You took it right out of my mouth, Judge. The Bills have been handcuffed in some way or another to Derrick Henry. And I know they use the Bills as leverage a lot of times, but it just seems a little too perfect. He'd be the perfect complement to James Cook. And to be honest with you, unless Derrick Henry is going to try to chase a bag, what a better situation to play in Buffalo and to chase a ring. Mm-hmm. It'd be the perfect ending to a very, very good career. And he would get a lot of usage. I mean, he's got to think, look at Latavius Murray. I'm going to be used more than Latavius. I'm going to be more effective than Latavius. And Latavius was used a lot in the goal line. So you know that Henry will get his touches. The other name I think is Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And I'm not a huge Edwards-Helaire fan, but when it comes, and you mentioned this earlier, players tend to follow coaches. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire had his most productive time as a running back under Joe Brady at LSU. He was very effective, great in the passing game. We know the Bills love that type of running back. I know it doesn't really necessarily fit that kind of, that thunder style running back, that kind of smash mouth running back, which I'm sure is probably intriguing for the Bills. The other one is the tried and true, everybody thinks that he's going to sign with the Bills every year, Deonta Foreman. He just seems to be good forever. I've never been all that surprised. Bills signed AJ to a 2-year deal. Which AJ are we talking here?
Dylan or Epenesa? Do we have a signing?
AJ Epenesa is signed back to the Buffalo Bills on a 2-year deal.
That is what. So breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, AJ Epenesa has re-signed with the Buffalo Bills. I'm tweeting right now. This is the deal we have wanted all day. The edge class of free agency we could afford was poo-poo. I don't know how a better way to say it. The edge class of free agency we could afford was not great. And it also evaporated pretty quickly. So AJ Epenesa back to the Buffalo Bills. While I update the ticker here, give us your thoughts. How much money you think it's going to be, as we'll be awaiting that information. And what are your thoughts on the Buffalo Bills bringing AJ Epenesa back to the fold here?
I think it's great. I mean, it was really weird that we were just talking about it. So This is a fantastic move, but I think it's good. You know, it's a coup to Brandon Beane. Any general manager wants to keep their own. For one, for the sheer fact that you're telling people, if you play well, you'll get paid. We'll keep you. We'll reward you for a high quality play. And the Bills have done that for the most part. They've liked to keep their own. That's why, generally speaking, when it talks to draft time, there isn't a lot of guys that can make the roster because the Bills just don't really have a lot of churn. You know, the hold or the turnover on the roster doesn't happen a lot because they keep their own. And I think this is great. I think AJ Epenesa earned it. In terms of money, I'm going to say 2 years, $15 million, 7.5 per year. I'd be surprised if it's a crazy high deal just because his stats were fine, but they weren't like blow you off, out of the water type of deal. I think it'd be a perfect number. You know, maybe it's 2 years, 15 million. It could tap out at 20 with some incentives. I think AJ is in a good sweet spot. And to be honest with you, I think that's the perfect deal for him because if he has a banger of a year this year, I think you take that 2-year deal and maybe turn it into a 4-year deal and pair him alongside Greg Rousseau and have 2 bookend defensive ends, because you got to remember there's a very good chance that unless Von Miller decides to come back to form, Von Miller's numbers comes off the book and potentially Stephon Diggs' number comes off the book next year. So we're going to have a lot of extra money, and we're already projected to be 30 to 40 million under the cap next year. So a lot of wiggle room, but fantastic signing for the Buffalo Bills. Brandon Beane again showing that he's got discipline. He's got good drafting skills. And this really hurts for the people that say Brandon Beane's not good at drafting.
and I'll tell you what too. So Now we wait the numbers. Now we wait for the numbers to see what he signed with. My guess is you will probably see 2 years. I'm going to say 16 million with incentives that can take it to 24. I think that's what you'll see. Like you'll see crazy incentives where, hey, AJ, we're going to put you into the rotation with Vaughn and Greg. And if you end up being the best in this rotation statistically, you'll get paid like you're the best in this rotation statistically. But if not, you'll get paid like a really expensive rotational edge rusher towards the 8 million side AAV. It'll be really interesting to see. It'll be really interesting to see if this is a deal where the Bills are paying in year one, or the Bills aren't paying a lot in year one and can get out of it in year two. That's another interesting one as well. My guess is not. Anytime you see only 2 years, though, it kind of gets scary because the Buffalo Bills are a team that's up against the cap, right? So 2 years is not a lot of time, not a lot of term to spread money around. So again, waiting on the details to this contract will be key. But at the end of the day, I don't know what the hell AJ Epenesa's weight is right now, but he looks like that's the thing that's stunk with AJ Epenesa, right? He got to the combine at 6'5", 275 with 34-inch arms and 10-inch hands. He is everything the Buffalo Bills wanted in terms of size, but he was a little slow-footed, a 5-yard 40, a 178 split, right? Because of that 275 pounds. Then he was asked to cut weight, and he got down to the 240s. Like, it was not good where he was at. But it seems like he really turned the corner. 6.5 sacks in 2022. Those were more of the cleanup nature. It was a quiet 6.5, but then 6.5 sacks, impact plays, right? The Kansas City game comes to mind with the interception in 2023. If it wasn't for that injury, maybe AJ Epenesa pushes 10 sacks. Maybe AJ Epenesa makes a couple more splash plays. Maybe AJ Epenesa isn't a possibility to return to the Buffalo Bills, right? If not for that rib injury, which probably really curtailed the back half of his season, and which was unfortunate because it came on an extraordinary play that he made in a game where we needed a win. So the statistics aren't there, but it looks like this is a player rounding into form. It looks like it's a player that's finally where the Buffalo Bills want him to be at. It's a player who's made some big-time plays in his career as a Buffalo Bill. This is, to me, this was the player I wanted to walk out of today with. And I mentioned that to Dave, and I mentioned that as I was talking into the abyss here with the comment section. This is the dude I wanted to walk out of here today with because of the lack of bodies at the position, because of the youth, because it was a guy we drafted. Put him back in the rotation, draft a guy. And if you can't draft a guy, maybe in June, there's a guy sitting there like Leonard Floyd was sitting there in June. You can add him to the rotation. You can go back and you can go to Shaq Lawson. Like Jack Lawson's that girl, right? That will always be there for you. You can just go back to Shaq Lawson too, if you need to. This to me was the marquee signing. This was what I wanted. I know people want Jones, but I do think that there are other players who can do what Jones does, even if it's not that to the degree. You can replace Jones in the aggregate. I don't know if you can replace AJ Epenesa in the aggregate with how much money edge rushers cost, with how long it takes to develop edge rushers. To me, this was the move.
Yeah, you keep stealing the words, Rick, coming. Let me go first. No, I mean, if anybody watches hockey, one thing about hockey is sometimes positions just take longer. I mean, if you're a Buffalo Sabres fan, UPL, man, it has taken forever for that guy.
26 years old to start next season too, by the way. 26 in September. Still a very young player.
Right. So, I mean, there's a lot of times that these guys, it just takes a little bit longer for them to kind of develop into the person we want. And that's fine, and the nice thing about it, and Roy, hello, AJ Epenesa is not a needle mover. He doesn't have to be, but you know what he does? He provides the Bills the ability to not have to have a gaping, glaring hole moving into the draft. He is a guy that has really kind of ascended his game and has done some impressive stuff. I mean, he had that interception, I think it was against the Commanders, where he batted the pass down from Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. He's had some fantastic fantastic moments for the Buffalo Bills, but it's a nice steady Eddie move, and I talk about this. I say this all the time with Sean McDermott. You want to become You want to get into Sean McDermott's good graces. You want to get an extension. Become a steady Eddie player. Become a player that is consistently both available but doing what you're supposed to do. And that is what AJ Epenesa is becoming. He is becoming a guy that the Bills can rely on. He's a guy that sets the edge well. He can pass rush. His arsenal of moves is becoming more and more. You saw he went to the summit with Greg Rousseau to learn off Von Miller. I think it's a great move. It's a good one. Like I mentioned, it's a culture move, keeping a guy like, him in-house. But on top of it, it's a good player for the Buffalo Bills to have because you know what? At the end of the day, I want to go, and we just talked about this, Judge. I want to go into the draft with as few needs as humanly possible so we're not stuck and shoehorning ourselves into having to find somebody. I don't want to have to chase Chop Robinson in the first round because we need a defensive end. I want to be able to go in and say who is the best available talent at that 28th position, or if there's a guy that's close to us and trading up, but I don't want to have to do it because we need to. I want to do it because the value is so overwhelming that Brandon Beane, there's a hole burning in his pocket.
Yeah, so some other moves have come in over the course of the last couple of minutes here. Mac Wilson to the Cardinals, who are spending a lot of money on a lot of guys today who aren't the biggest names in the world. You mentioned the Frankie Louisville deal as well, but yeah, I'll tell you what, this was a good way to close it out here, and then we're gonna have an hour to let it simmer, and then Brandon Beane can make his mark after dark. But I'll tell you what, if AJ Epenesa can consistently be, and again, we're waiting on the money. We are waiting on the money. But if AJ Epenesa can turn into a top 3 edge or continue to stay a top 3 edge who makes timely plays, who gets you between 7 and 10 sacks a season, which I think when healthy, he was on pace to do that this season. If he can become that, right? And if we can resurrect Kyer Elam and he can be a good young corner to pony up with Christian Benford when Rasul Douglas ages out, because I think this will probably be Rasul Douglas's last year as a Buffalo Bill, all of a sudden, some of these Brandon Beane drafts look a hell of a lot different.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And by the way, another defensive tackle just came off the board. Maurice Hurst signing for $3.2 million. So another very, very...
Who did he sign with?
Back with Cleveland.
So, okay.
Yep, he is staying with Cleveland. A good value deal again, which is perfect for...
Zadarius Smith just went back to Cleveland. 2 years, 23. You saw Leonard Floyd get 2 years up to 24. I think AJ will come under that. I think AJ will be, like I said, my prediction is 2 for 16, maybe 2 for 18 with a chance to get to push 24, 25. Like a guy who, hey, you'll be a really good paid third defensive end if you don't hit these incentives, but if you come in here and you play your ass off and you get these sacks and you play these games and you play these snaps, you'll be paid like a starter, like a high-end starter. So I think that is what to expect for AJ Epenesa. And then the Maurice Hurst thing again, right? Like that's another what Joe Biscaglia won. Joe Biscaglia did his mock-off season, and Maurice Hurst was one of his signings. I did a mock-off season myself, and it's all gone to absolute hell, by the way. It's not even remotely accurate anymore. But in my mock-off season, I had Daquan Jones and I had Sheldon Rankins. If we could walk out of this free agency this week with AJ Epenesa, Daquan Jones, and Sheldon Rankins and do nothing else this offseason, even nothing else at wide receiver, I'd be super content because Epenesa, Rousseau, Von Miller at edge, Rankins, Oliver, Daquan Jones at defensive tackle. I think that's a good baseline to start with heading into the draft, heading into maybe being able to sign some veterans in June. You mentioned Von Miller. You think he can have a rebound season. To me, the Buffalo Bills, let's take a look at what they walked into. Let's take a look at what they walked into 2023 with, right? Because our defensive line up until the playoffs played well. And as much as we don't want to admit it as Bills fans, because it happens every year, the short week might have affected our defensive line in that Kansas City Chiefs game. I don't want to use the excuse game, but that's just the world we live in. Like it probably affected them, right? But either way, they played great all regular season. They disappeared in the playoffs. Well, go draft receiver. I get it. WGR. I understand. I understand. But anyway, if you look at what we entered 2023 with, Greg Rousseau at left end, Leonard Floyd, AJ Epenesa at right end, Shaq Lawson coming off the bench in a rotational role. Then Von Miller made his way back into the lineup as well. Right now, Von Miller's sort of taking that Leonard Floyd role. And you have AJ Epenesa and you have Gregory Rousseau. So now I think if you're the Buffalo Bills, Von Miller has sort of taken his medicine for some off-field decisions that he made. He had to take that pay cut because he's probably going to lose that money. If he gets suspended, he might get suspended. That's the thought that he thinks might be happening to him. But either way, if you're the Buffalo Bills, you need to add way more bodies there, way more competition. We're not done, but say Von Miller gets to play the whole season. You're probably, if you're the Buffalo Bills, best case scenario, Von Miller recreates what Leonard Floyd did. That's probably the best case scenario. That's probably what fans and what the Buffalo Bills have to hope for.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, I think anybody would have signed up for that. I mean, the expectation in his first year, he had 8 sacks, right? And if Von Miller doesn't get hurt, he's probably, I would say 12, 13, 14 sacks. He had 8 sacks in 9 games, something insane starting out. And if he can get 9 sacks, I don't think people are going to panic per se.
Yeah.
I think what you want is you need Von Miller to show up in those moments. And maybe if it's not, I think the one thing we ragged on Jerry Hughes about was all the pressure, no results. When it comes to Von Miller, if you can give us all the pressure, that's great. That the biggest problem was for this past year, he was providing nothing. So I do believe we're going to get more than that. I think, there is a chance that Von Miller could really flourish. I mean, you saw at the end of last season, he was really starting to come on. And I've said this before. We watched Trey White, and, I'm sad to say that he's not here with the Bills anymore. But when Trey White came back from his ACL, and he was only back for about 6 games after that, he was fine, but he wasn't himself. The following year, the start of this past season, Trey White looked back. He looked 100% himself. And I think the problem was everybody rushed because we wanted Von Miller back. But when Von Miller came back, they said he rushed back too quick and he wasn't the same guy. So I think there's a good chance, having another year of him fully healthy and then another year of Greg Rousseau and another year of AJ Epenesa. You're potentially rounding yourself into a good defensive group. And what's happening?
The financials are in on AJ Epenesa's deal. AJ Epenesa's deal to remain with the Bills has a base value of $7 million in the first year of the deal and can be worth a max of $20 million over 2 years, sources say. So again, this seems to be like a base of $7 million, which I said 8, with the opportunity to turn into a double-digit deal if he hits certain indicators. And if he does, the Bills are fine with it, right? So this, I was pretty right on the nose there. I was close. I was 1 million off on the thing.
I said you 15 hit it. Yeah. million at
there you
20.
Go.
So
there you go. So you were right on the head. I apologize. Sometimes when you're talking, I'm scrolling the social media feeds, so I don't always hear every word that comes out of people's mouths today. So sometimes I feel rude, but I also I gotta keep informed. So my apologies. So you had hit the nail right on the head there. So to me, this is a great deal. This is a great deal for AJ Epenesa. There are people who will be like, "Whoa, he's only had 6.5 sacks. Oh, he's not a wide receiver. Oh, this isn't the big splash." Not every single thing this football team is going to do is going to be a big splash. I'm sorry that they didn't do something the first 30 seconds of free agency that took you from 6 to midnight. Like the people who live in this toxic world where everything is bad until the Buffalo Bills make this biggest of splashes. Guess what happened the last time the Bills made the biggest of splashes? Nobody was complaining about Von Miller when they signed Von Miller. Almost everybody's complaining about it now. So to me, it is just chill out. We did not overpay for AJ Epenesa in this modern economy, in this climate. That is a very reasonable contract for a third edge rusher. Very reasonable.
For sure. And at the end of the day, you're looking at a guy that's ascending, right? Obviously we saw Leonard Floyd got 2 for 24 at 12 million after getting 9 last year on 9 sacks consistently. Getting AJ Epenesa for $7 million is a steal. A steal. Because like I said, you take that deal, you can now extend him, tack on more years, and make that number even more palatable. So again, another great deal from Brandon Beane and Jim Overdorf, who are the masters of this game of, beautiful contracts. And I'm excited to see the full breakdown and how this all looks. But man, what an incredible job by the Bills to get AJ and get it. You know what? getting him back. At the end of the day, people were like, I don't think AJ's coming back. Well, he did. And they got him for a damn good deal.
Yeah, like I just don't like get why. Like I get it. Like there's always sticker shock, right? Like there's always sticker shock in free agency. Every year of the NBA, I'm like, who got what money? Like players I never heard of are signing these like crazy contracts. But at the end of the day, like I just think we're gonna look back at this one and be like, yeah, that was fine. That was a completely okay deal. Like people were upset with Daquan Jones. When Daquan Jones signed his contract, his first contract with the Bills, people were mad that we gave him what? 4 million AAV, 5 million AAV. What was the original Daquan Jones deal? Let me see if Spot Track is back up.
I think
I remember the sticker
2
shock
for
on
$9 or something.
The sticker shock on the Daquan Jones deal threw everybody into a tizzy. Like, I can't believe you paid a guy you could have gotten for a veteran minimum this much money. Like
2 for 14.
2 for 14. Like there was some sticker shock to that, right? And people were upset. Hell, that was a steal for what Daquan Jones contributed. Just like AJ Epenesa, I think, is going to contribute, even as a rotational end, is going to contribute. If in this economy, and some of it has to do with the fact that I just think we have so many holes, we can't just zero in the draft on an edge rusher. If we had no other holes on our roster and we could zero in on an edge rusher, I'd be like, no, let's not do this, right? But we have so many holes to fill. And we probably still need more edge rushers on top of this, right? So we gave Trent Murphy the same contract 5 years ago. I guarantee you AJ Epenesa is going to be better than Trent Murphy in that role. And it's not exactly like that contract hurt us, right? So it'll be really interesting to see, but I don't think when this contract is over, people will be mad that the Buffalo Bills gave to AJ Epenesa. I think he'll live up to it.
Yeah, it's fine. To be honest with you, I think it's a situation where, like I mentioned, you're retaining one of your own. And listen, let's pause. We had this conversation last year with Ed Oliver, where people thought Ed Oliver was grossly overpaid. And what happens if AJ Epenesa goes ahead and has 14 sacks this year? We're all going to sit there and say, how in the holy hell did we get, AJ Epenesa for $7 million? So the pause needs to happen because these contracts always end up looking better than they did on the other side. And the reality is I'd much prefer to pay AJ Epenesa $7 million than Leonard Floyd 12.
Yeah. Wow. This has been a fun little 6 hours here. We're going to wrap things up now. Like I said, at 6 o'clock, we are going to bid you adieu here from the live coverage. Unless you want to keep this going. It's up to you. If you want to keep this going past 6 p.m., Thomas, and you want to go solo dolo, you're more than welcome.
I mean, I'll sit here and talk to these people if they want to sit here and talk to me.
I can pass the reins and you can go till 7 if you would like when the Cover One roundup begins. But I will be done at 6 p.m. here, but then I'll be back at 9 p.m. Eastern with the air raid hour. But the Buffalo Bills have made their first moves of free agency. Since we got about 5 minutes left here, what are your thoughts if the Buffalo Bills were to make one more move today? What do you want that move to be?
To be honest with you, I think a quality safety, just to know that the Bills are at least solidifying that back end, I think it'd be a good decision, just because, for the Bills, and I like Taylor Rapp and I like Cam Lewis, but I don't want to go into the season with Taylor Rapp and just Cam Lewis. And after a certain point, just like the draft, these guys are going to start coming off the board fast and furious. Outside of that, if they want to go ahead and get a wide receiver, I don't mind if they splurge a little bit in free agency. I don't want to go wild, but I wouldn't mind spending a little bit of money. And hell, maybe you can get Kelvin Ridley on a reasonable contract to come play with Josh Allen, a guy that has never really had high quality quarterback play.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think just from some of the things that we've heard, probably gonna be a while on the Daquan stuff. So I don't think Daquan is something that we get announced today, unless Daquan really sees the market and realizes there's nothing there for him. But I feel like the Daquan market's going to take a while to play out. So I don't know if we're going to get Daquan today. We might get a defensive tackle today. I don't know if that defensive tackle will be Daquan. I think I'm with you with wide receiver because I take it back. I'm going to be different. I'm going to go safety. Give me, by the end of today, Jeremy Chin or Julian Blackman or Alohi Gilman on that 2-year, $15 million, $7.5 mil AAV contracts that are going around for these guys, or that 3-year, $21 million, right? That $7 million AAV that Brandon Jones got. Give me one of those deals for Alohi Gilman or Julian Blackman or Jeremy Chin by midnight, Brandon. Preferably before or during the 9 p.m. hour. When I go live again. Make my life easier for me here in this than you did for the first 5.5 hours of this coverage here, Brandon. But thank you guys so much. Thomas, did you want to stay live, or are you gonna head out?
Can. It's up to these guys in the chat.
Yeah, it is. We'll give them the couple minutes here to try to convince you in the chat to stay live up until the Cover One Roundup it comes on the air at 7 p.m. But I'm going to bid you adieu in about 2 minutes here, and I will tell you what. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me for the 6 hours here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to Eric Turner, to you, Thomas, to Dave for coming on. We've got almost 10,000 people between Twitter and YouTube watching this show right now. That's absolutely insane. So, Thomas, how about before we go, talk about your show a little bit and give yourself a little bit of a plug here, what you got going on Thursday nights.
So, and I guess these people want me to stay, so we'll do that. We'll stay till 7, which is fine.
Solo thing for you too. I can switch you to when we're done here, but yeah.
So, Buffalo Late Night, if you've never watched Buffalo Late Nights, every Thursday at 7 p.m. This week, we are going to just be recapping. I've been doing a mock draft with people, and if you've seen my show, you know it. I do a mock draft almost every single week just to please the people because everybody's got the hunger for mocks. But we're going to be talking about everything going on. Potentially might, depending on who signs, maybe bring in a content creator from another team to give us some insight as to what exactly has happened. But we will recap this entire week and really kind of continue on. But Judge, unbelievable. You got the gift, the gab, brother, to go for almost,
I can't believe I did this.
6 hours is unbelievable.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So you're gonna stay on solo here a little bit?
I will please the people.
All right. So you're gonna stay on. Do you want me to cut to the little break thing I got real quick to give you a chance to adjust yourself? So I'm gonna sign off. Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciate it. Smash that like button. Okay. Thomas will be on at some point. And then the Cover One Roundup comes on at 7. And then I'm back at 9 p.m. with Dave for the Air Raid Hour. We got you covered here for apparently the entirety of the first day of NFL free agency. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to cut to commercial, and then Thomas will be back solo to take you through it. Until next time, guys. And by next time, I mean 2 hours from now, 3 hours from now. Go Bills, and stay with us after this video break, which, Thomas, you can end at any time. You'll be solo with it.
Mafia, what is going on? Welcome back. Welcome back to, man, some free agency coverage. I am Thomas DeLoss. If you guys aren't familiar, I am on Buffalo Late Night every Thursday night, 7 p.m. here on the Cover One Sports Network. And I'm glad to be joining you. I got to give props to Judge. Unbelievable job for the past 6 hours, just writing the ship and keeping us going for, man, what has seemed like an unbelievable amount of day. But, I'm going to be here with you guys as we have the news come on until we have Cover One Roundup at 7 o'clock. They'll be joining, but any news that comes through. So, I'm going to be just like Judge scrolling through Twitter and keeping an eye on everything, but we'll discuss everything that's happened thus far today and the implications of, what kind of stuff could continue to roll in for the Buffalo Bills. I think the nice thing about it is I don't think Brandon Beane's done. I just don't know if he might be done today. But then again, like we were talking about with Judge and myself, we sat there and thought that we might not see anything. And then lo and behold, AJ Epenesa goes ahead and re-signs. So I think we're in a good spot right now. While you guys are in the chat, feel free. Let me know what you guys want to see. Who are you excited for the Buffalo Bills to go after? Is there a player that you've been eyeing? Is there a player that you want to see to, really kind of make an impact? Somebody that you think that the Bills need to go after and they need to sign. So, let me know in the chat. I love all the chatter going on right now. You guys have been crushing it for the past 6 hours. In terms of what just happened, we obviously saw AJ Epenesa 2 for 14 with a basically an incentive drive up to about $20 million. I think it's a fantastic deal. A fantastic deal for the Buffalo Bills, a good quality contract for a guy, like I mentioned before, their own. They're keeping their own player, and that's important in these instances. One thing that I don't think is talked about enough for franchises is retaining. When you retain your own players, you become a destination for free agents. And the Bills know that. If the Bills can go ahead and continually retain their own, it makes them look good. It does. It makes them look good. So I think right now, having AJ Epenesa in the books, it makes you less concerned going into the draft. That's big. But on top of it, it really gives you just the ability to know that you got two very young defensive ends in AJ Epenesa and Greg Rousseau. Like I mentioned earlier, Greg Rousseau probably will be re-signed next offseason. Rousseau is, and I'm going to bring this up while we're doing this. My keyboard's a little louder than Judge's. I apologize. So if you hear me bouncing around on the other side, that is my apologies. Greg Rousseau is 23 years old. 23 years old. That's, a guy that is really going to be coming on into his own. And I think having more of a solidified group is going to be important. Greg Rousseau, obviously this year is his 4th year. Next year, we have that 5th year option. So that'll be a big time signing if they can go ahead and extend him into that 5th year option. Let's take a look and see if we got any news going on. We'll keep things. And it looks like one of the names that not only Judge was mentioning, but one of Eric Turner's favorites, Alohi Gilman, is agreeing to terms with the Chargers. He is going to be returning. So one of the safeties is off the board. It'll be interesting to see exactly what that number comes in at for Alohi Gilman, because that's going to be, I think, a benchmark for the Buffalo Bills as to potentially what they're going to be able to get one of these guys at. Which, by the way, cheers! If you watch my show, I like to have a drink in hand for late night. And yes, I apologize. Late night is at 7 o'clock. I used to have it at 9, but I got a 1-year-old son, and that's just too late for me. At 36 years old, I feel like I'm getting too old. So we'll wait for those numbers to trickle in on Alohi Gilman. Definitely a contract to, kind of keep an eye on. But hey, here we are. We'll find out. We'll see what that number looks like. I do think I mentioned Jeremy Chin. I think Jeremy Chin is a great option for the Buffalo Bills. I think, those are one of those probably affordable numbers. His injury helps us, to be honest with you. The fact that his first 2 years were great, his second 2 years were less than stellar. I think that's good. It's late night for a 1-year-old. That's true. It is. It's very late night for a 1-year-old. I got to keep to my honesty here. 7 p.m. is. I never realized, when I was younger, I was in my mid-20s. I was like, late night, 3 a.m. That's late night. Late night now is like I get to 6:30 sitting and eating dinner, and I'm like, I don't even know I can make it to 7. But hey, that's what happens, I guess. And here we are. So we're keeping an eye on things as in terms of free agents. I think the Bills, I'd be very intrigued to see, and it looks like I don't see any numbers yet, not even a term in the amount of years, but definitely something. Change it to primetime. Buffalo primetime. Okay. We'll toss that idea around. I mean, the nice thing is my logo doesn't have anything on it, so I guess we could. Buffalo primetime. The problem is I already got an email. I guess we could. I'm probably driving away people. But who knows? I think you guys are excited. I'm excited. My wife was disappointed when I got home. She thought she was going to be spending time with me, and I'm like, nope. Cover One needs me. Buffalo After Dark. But what happens in the summertime when it doesn't get dark till 9 o'clock, and then you guys complain about that too? I'm trying. I can't satisfy everything here. We do have a trade that is coming in. The Detroit Lions are acquiring Carlton Davis, defensive back from the Buccaneers. Buffalo before dark. See, here's the problem with these dark ones. It depends on the time of year. Right now, Buffalo after dark is like 4 p.m. Buffalo before dark in the summer is like anytime before like 9:30. So I think we're kind of, I have to be like Buffalo Equinox show, depending on the time of year is what you get the name. What are we doing? What am I even talking about right here? We're just babbling. I apologize. So we do have a trade. Lions acquiring Carlton Davis from the Bucs. Definitely fills a hole. Obviously, they lost Jeffrey Okudah last year to the Falcons. Going ahead and filling that in. Buffalo Cheers. Cheers was always on Thursday nights. Huh. It's an interesting name. I love you guys are like, we're not even talking about free agency. We're talking about renaming my show. I'm here with it. Buffalo at Dusk. Cover One over your wife. I do this one night a week. I guess at 2 nights, but really it's one night a week. She's, she doesn't yell at me too bad because I'm pretty consistent about things. And I try to keep my phone away when I'm home for the most part. Though this time of year is not very good for me because I am so excited with what's going on. And rightfully so. We should be excited. I think the Bills are in a good spot right now. And I think, let me see if Judge left this stuff in here. I'm working from the best that I can. Let's see. Okay. So, yeah, we have all different depths in here, depth charts, and, when different positions that we've got. Obviously, when it comes to like safety depth, there's some quality options. Obviously, we lost Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, Cam Lewis. Some good names. Some good names available. Cam Curl, Jeremy Chin, Ashton Davis, Mike Edwards, Brandon Jones is gone. Alohi Gilman also gone. Darnell Savage. So there are some names off the board. Geno Stone, another one that's been signed today. Well, pre-signed, obviously with this legal tampering. But hey, here we are. The other thing is there's some notable options. I really wonder what Justin Simmons' market is going to look like. Justin Simmons, a guy that a multi-year All-Pro. Would Justin Simmons want to go ahead and play with a high-quality Buffalo, closer to sleeping on the couch. Would Justin Simmons want to go play with a high-quality quarterback like Josh Allen? He's been stuck in Denver for a couple of years and been on the wrong side of the 500 marker. Maybe he finally goes ahead and says, you know what? I've made some good money. Let's go ahead and play with a good quarterback. Maybe he comes to Buffalo. But I think there's some high quality options. Cam Curl, a guy that really plays all 3 positions when it comes to, him and the Commanders, a guy that's been very successful. They just couldn't find a number that really met what they were looking for. But hey, that's okay. That's okay. AJ Epinesa has the potential to be an 8 to 10 sack guy. I think you're right there. I think that's true. And the nice thing is, I think it's 8 to 10. I think 8 to 10 is a good number. Now I don't have a background. I apologize. Okay. There we go. We're good. I'm working through this, guys. I'm working through it with you. I I think 8 to 10 is a good benchmark. But here's the thing. I think 8 to 10 is like, I think that's just the middle. I think AJ Epenesa has the potential to ascend beyond that, really growing and becoming a better quality defensive end and adding more to his arsenal. I think there's chances he could be very, very successful with the Buffalo Bills. And again, he's still very young, which is good. So there's a lot still there, a lot of meat on the bone per se. We're going to keep an eye on this free agent market, which, side note, want to know what you guys thought. What did you guys think about Deon Dawkins' little stunt earlier today? While I was working, I caught wind of that, and I bit at it. I did not expect that, to say the least. But hey, that's okay. Deon's Deon, right? Let's take a look at some other options in terms of free agency and what we're looking at. I want to look at wide receiver depth. Wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills. You know, if you watch my show, then you know I am all aboard the wide receiver train, and I think it's important. I think for the Buffalo Bills, we had some people talking. Judge was fooled by it. I was working and missed it completely. Love Deon, but I hated him this morning. I was second away from canceling my season tickets when Deon did that. Felt. I get it. But let's talk about the wide receiver group, right? Obviously, this is something that is important for the Buffalo Bills because you know that we don't really know how far the runway is in terms of Stephon Diggs, where he is at in his career. We know that he started off really hot and was, had like, I think 600-yard games in the beginning of the season. And then it kind of fell to the wayside, didn't have the production, didn't have the targets, a lot of drops. Is that is that closer to the median, or is that a more of an outlier in terms of Stephon Diggs and his production? Because if we get Stephon Diggs of the first half of the season last year back in 2024, we're in a great spot. We're in a fantastic situation. So if that's in fact the case, then whatever we get in a wide receiver 2, we're in a good spot. And again, if you watch my show, then you know this. I'm all about wide receiver training, going after a wide receiver in the first round. And I don't think unless, so folks, hear me out here, right? Unless the Buffalo Bills go ahead and they decide that they want to attack it in a very big way, right? And I'm not saying this is going to be the case, but let's just say for the conversation of, let's just put this in framework. If the Bills go ahead and they trade for T. Higgins, I'm not saying they will. It's a heavy lift to be able to fit T. Higgins under the cap. But if they did that, more than likely that's going to exclude them from going ahead and getting a wide receiver in the first round. I think. I'd be very surprised if they do anything else beyond that. Having a T. Higgins brought in, I think it's one of those, you got a guy, you're sold, let's move forward. But my belief is they'll probably go with a guy that's just below that tier. And Curtis Samuel's a guy that I've been talking about for a while now, a guy that, under Joe Brady had his best year. And let's go ahead and bring up Curtis Samuel's numbers just for the sake of conversation, just so that we could talk about what type of guy we're really trying to invest in here. Curtis Samuel, over 91 games, has 3,383 yards and 22 touchdowns. Okay. He's been in the league since 2017. So he came in the same year as Tre'Davious White. He's had years of 115 yards, 494, 627, 851. He was injured in his first year in Washington and only played 5 games, had 27 yards. And then the past 2 years had about 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. So that was also playing behind Jahan Dotson and why am I blanking? Jahan Dotson and why can I not remember the other? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. We're going to move forward. I think Curtis Samuel is a great option because, one, I don't think his cost is going to be exorbitant. It's not going to be prohibitive, but he's a guy that's going to, Terry McLaurin. Thank you. He's not going to break the bank for you, but he'll fill an absolute need. He's got good speed. He's a 4.4 guy. He's going to be a guy that can stretch the field, so he provides that element. But he also is a fairly reasonable blocker, which I think is something the Bills are going to look at. And like I mentioned before, I think the Bills still need to have that blocking wide receiver. I mean, all that's said about Gabe Davis, and he did his things that were great. He did some things that weren't. But the one thing Gabe did very well was he was a fantastic run blocker and blocker in general. When it came to passing plays, and we saw that Khalil Shakir, catch where he caught it as kind of a little slant to the outside and then ran it right up the seam. Gabe Davis is the reason that happened, with some impeccable blocking. So I think that's the type of moment that you need a guy that's going to provide that element. It's just, where are they going to get that? Are they going to get that in the draft? Are they going to get that in free agency? And I wonder, like Judge had said before he left, are they going to go ahead and try to find a wide receiver in free agency? Oh, and let me take a little sidebar. The Alohi Gilman number came in per his agent, Kenny Zuckerman. Per Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, that deal is $11 million over 2 years. That's a great number. That is a fantastic number for the Buffalo Bills, specifically if the Buffalo Bills are looking to go ahead and dabble in the safety market. Alohi Gilman at 2 for $11. I think you're going to be able to get Jeremy Chin for a very reasonable number. I think Cam Curl could be had at a reasonable number. I think the Bills, and let's be fair, I think the Bills could go ahead and rewrite history, or revisit history when they went and got Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde, and they got them for next to nothing. And like I mentioned earlier, when Judge was still on here, that reclamation project style of getting a guy that maybe isn't as as seasoned, hasn't had the success in another team, maybe you can get him for a little bit less, but had flashes of brilliance at different moments. That's what you're probably going to get here, right? A guy like Cam Curl, a guy like Jeremy Chin, those are guys that maybe you have the opportunity. Double dip on Curl and Chin, potentially. And the fact that AJ Epenesa's deal was not that crazy at 2 for 14 is awesome. That gives you the ability of still being able to maneuver around and do some more things, because the belief is still Taron Johnson is going to get an extension. We don't know the financials of what the number came down, because the belief is with Deon Dawkins, it probably brought his cap hit down this year, opening up some cap space. And then you have Josh Allen as well. So there's going to be some more cap space. I think the double dip, I like. So here's the thing. If I'm the Buffalo Bills, right? And let's be fair. When we were in this past season and the season before, the depth at safety was of concern. Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, both injured a lot. More injuries than not. And having that depth behind was concerning. You saw Jaquan Johnson, when he came in, huge liability. DeMar Hamlin was fine, but DeMar Hamlin got injured as well. You want to be able to have guys behind so that if guys go down, you can step up, because those moments, like in the Chiefs game at home in the playoffs this past year, we ran out of guys. We were just purely depleted. You got to have depth to be able to succeed. And when it comes down to it, I think it's one of those moments that the best teams are the ones that are the healthiest, or at least have enough depth to survive and at least move on in the playoffs. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Bills did go ahead and double dip at the safety market, especially there's 28 available starters. So let me go ahead. I'm going to bring up, let's see, free agent tracker. Let's see what the names that we've got. And there's quite a few. There's quite a few when it comes to safeties that are available on the market. Obviously today, the noted ones, Xavier McKinney, Darnell Savage, Brandon Jones, Geno Stone, Kevin Byard, and Alohi Gilman. Those are the 6 that have signed so far. On the other side, there is a ton of names available, and a lot of them would be fantastic add-ons to the Buffalo Bills and what they already have. We've talked about Cam Curl. There's Jordan Fuller. You got guys like Ashton Davis, Jeremy Chin, Deshaun Elliott, Terrell Edmonds is a guy that's bounced around, had some success at times. You've got Mike Edwards, who's just coming from KC, has been reasonably successful, kind of bounced around as well. Jordan Whitehead, the guy that picked off Josh Allen in the first game of the season, he's been a bit of a ball hawk. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he's a bit of he's got a very funky personality, but has been very successful, coming from the Eagles to Detroit to maybe Buffalo. Rayshawn Jenkins, a guy that just got let go from Jacksonville, a little bit longer in the tooth at 30. Another option, Quandre Diggs, 31 years old. Eddie Jackson from Chicago, 30 years old. Buda Baker, 28 from Arizona. Justin Simmons, 30 from Denver. So a lot of names out there, a lot of opportunities in terms of players that they can go ahead and fill that back end of the roster, double dip at safety. I do think there's a chance. Could they go ahead and try to say, hey, New England, what do you want for Kyle Duggar? Could they trade a mid-round pick? We got 3 fifth-round picks. Could they trade a fifth-round pick for Kyle Duggar? I would be fine with that. Kyle Duggar would absolutely fit a need. Absolutely. So I think for the Bills right now, which trade compensation coming in for Carlton Davis, Lions receive Carlton Davis, a 2024 sixth and a 2025 sixth, in exchange for a 2024 third-round pick. That's a nice little package right there. Very, very nice package for Carlton Davis. I would say an ascending quarter. So it'll be intriguing to see what Brandon Beane does, how he fills this roster out before the draft. And like we were talking about when Judge was still on here, the importance of making sure that you fulfill the needs of the draft before the draft is imperative. It truly is. Because you have to think going into the 2024 NFL draft, you don't want to feel as though that you have to go ahead and try to find a player. You don't want to have to try to force yourself to taking somebody in a round you don't need to. Because when that happens, when that indeed happens, you're putting yourself in a position of overdrafting a player. And just the same as we talk about free agency, when players go ahead and, teams go ahead and spend exorbitant amount of money on a player in free agency, those are the same losers that overdraft in the NFL draft. And I say that loser very affectionately. Teams that overdraft players more often than not, because they're forced to try to find somebody because of need, end up taking a position that value does not meet that player's position. And it's not a good position to be in. It's not a good situation. So I do think it's interesting. The Alohi Gilman trade, the number is fantastic for the Bills. I think that's a good number for the Bills because you want that safety market to be as diluted as we see it is. A lot of names. And maybe, just maybe, that means you could get Justin Simmons for a reasonable number. And if Justin Simmons is 30, and I mean, let's be fair. Let's take a look at Justin Simmons. One of the best safeties in the league. Probably the best one. I don't know. We'll just say Justin Simmons is a very, very good safety, and even at 30 years old would not be an issue. Justin Simmons played 15 games last year, 12 the year before, and then 17, 16, 16, 16, 16. So for the most part, he's been pretty darn healthy, which I think is very, very important. And of the 118 games that he has played or that he's had available, he's played 108, missing 10 games total. That's what you want to see from a guy that is 30 years old. You know that you're not running into a situation where you're going to be signing a guy that is coming with a lot of wear and tear, that you have to worry about if he can last an entire 17-game season. You need to have folks. You want players on the roster that are going to stand the test of time and make it into the postseason. I.e., and this is not, again, not an indication of the player, but Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano. We didn't have them in the playoffs, and what happened? That was a huge change of just what those two teams were. If the Chiefs play against Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard, that entire outcome is different. Period. That's why it's important to have players that have availability, but also are the type of guys that you know have had long-standing health and success. So, but again, back to what I was saying with the marketplace. Right now, I think the Bills are in a good spot. Alohi Gilman, good number. The only guy that's really, really, really got paid, and let me go back to this real quick. The free agency tracker for safety. The only one that's really got paid was Xavier McKinney at 4 years, $68 million, an AAV of $17 million. That's right. I mean, that's top of the market. That is one of the top paid safeties in the NFL. Big time number right there. A guy that, I mean, rightfully so. Very, very young, good safety. Alohi Gilman's deal was 2 for $11 million. 5.5 per. Good number right there. By the way, if you're watching right now, I do very much appreciate you guys tuning in for the Cover One free agency tampering window coverage. We are going to be with you all the way through the rest of the night. 7 o'clock, we've got the next show on dock, which is the Cover One roundup. Why am I blanking? I'm so tired today. Today's been such a blank day. You've got Uber Hansen and David Fouts with the Cover One roundup. And then after that, you have got Greg Tomset that's going to be popping on. And him and Aaron Quinn, I believe, are going to be doing a full recap of today. So much stuff coming at you guys. So I appreciate you guys and everything you guys have been doing, staying with us today. And again, huge kudos to Steve Mathis, Judge, for his incredible coverage for the past 6 hours. Done an absolutely unbelievable job. Go ahead, make sure you guys subscribe to the Cover One Pass. We do have some raffles going on right now, or some contest. If you subscribe to the Cover One Pass, you can be entered. PS5, Josh Allen signed jersey, bunch of different stuff that's going up there. So go ahead and make sure you do that. And also go ahead and hit me with a follow on Twitter at the Thomas DeLaus, THETHOMASDELAUS. I appreciate it. You can find me if you check the Cover One Twitter. You'll see my name there. They just retweeted that. But I appreciate you guys tuning in with us tonight. And if you guys have any ideas of what you guys want to see, what players you guys want the Bills to bring in, let me know. And we'll keep looking. But we're going to keep an eye on what's going on right now. Again, great coverage coming ahead of you guys. And the Bills just went ahead and made it official, making AJ Epenesa's 2-year deal official, tweeting it out from the Buffalo Bills Twitter handle. So fantastic stuff. We got another deal coming in. Raiders free agent guard Jermaine Illuminor is expected to sign a 2-year deal, $14 million with the Giants. So another guard off the board. It's been a guard-heavy day in the NFL. So big-time numbers coming off right there. But let's get back to some talking about wide receiver stuff, though, because we did that. We talked about this before. The Buffalo Bills are in a very interesting position right now, right? You obviously know we have Gabe Davis that walked out today and got signed by the Jaguars, which congratulations to Gabe Davis. Super happy for him and his team. They've been nothing but professionals, and very, very excited to see what Gabe can do in Jacksonville. But obviously with that number 2 position, it's going to be intriguing to see what the Buffalo Bills do. And if you guys have, feel free to throw in the chat right here. I want to hear what your favorite idea for the Buffalo Bills when it comes to fulfilling that wide receiver position. If it's a draft, give me a name. If it's free agency, give me a name. If it's a trade, give me a name. I want to hear what you guys have to say in terms of free agency and what the Buffalo Bills could be doing. But I think there's some really, really intriguing options. And let's go ahead and bring up the wide receiver market on the free agency tracker. Only names so far that have gone and went ahead and got signed are Gabriel Davis, Devin Duvernay, and Gunnar Olszewski. 3 names right there, but some really intriguing options. You've got Odell Beckham Jr., right? Coming out of Baltimore, had a reasonable year this year. Curtis Samuel coming from Washington, out of Carolina before that. 27 years old, a guy that I mentioned before, I think could be largely successful in Buffalo with a good quarterback in Josh Allen, and had his best success under Joe Brady. Tyler Boyd, a guy that is as sure-handed as it comes. And we know about Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd, that same guy that helped us make the postseason. Okay, we got another deal coming in right now. Oh, wow. There it is. Brian Burns. Brian Burns getting traded from the Carolina Panthers to the New York Giants. Burns lands a 5-year deal, $150 million max with $87.5 million guaranteed. Carolina sends Burns to the New York Giants for a 2nd and 5th rounder. Burns is now the 2nd highest paid defensive end in the NFL. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, holy smokes. What a number for Brian Burns. Holy cow. Look at that. That is absolutely a money-making deal. Absolutely a deal that I think a lot of people are glad that we are not on the other end of. But hey, back to what we were saying right there. in terms of wide receiver, there's some interesting options, and let's see if we got some names in here from you guys. We got Mitchell in the draft, Adonai Mitchell, Polk in the draft, Mad Eye Mooney, nice little Harry Potter pull right there. I like it. Very nice, Luke. Josh Reynolds and AD Mitchell. Okay, I like it. I really want us to try to get Ridley for a 1-year deal, $13 million. He's proven playmaker. We can add depth at wide receiver and other defensive positions in the draft, and or trade a 6th for Terrence Marshall Jr. Question of what pick it was going to take, but a 2nd and 5th. Giant basically upgraded Brian Burns from Leonard Williams, because that 2nd was probably the Seattle pick they have. Michael Thomas in free agency and another boundary. Michael Thomas. I like Michael Thomas. I worry about Michael Thomas's health. Michael Thomas has played a total of 13 games in the past 4 years. That's a bit of a concerning number right there for me. But I do like Michael Thomas. At one point, Michael Thomas was one of the best literally one of the best wide receivers and elite wide receivers in the NFL. I'm not entirely sure if I'm on that board with you. But let's go back to some options right here. We got DJ Chark, a guy that, again, 2 Carolina receivers. 27 years old, had some success at a couple 1,000-yard years. Really, again, another guy that hasn't had the opportunity to play with a quality quarterback. You got Jamal Agnew, I think a guy that's sneaky could be here in Buffalo. Is Jamal Agnew. McCole Hardman, if you want some speed. I think McCole probably just needed to play with a good quarterback and offensive coordinator. I'd be intrigued to see what they think about McCole Hardman. Marquise Brown, wide receiver from Arizona, 26 years old, speed racer. Like we were just mentioned, Calvin Ridley, another guy, very, very good receiver, 29 years old. I don't think the age matches. Spent a couple years out of the league. I think Calvin Ridley be a very intriguing opportunity right there for the Buffalo Bills. Let's see. Got any more news right here? By the way, if you guys see anything, feel free, drop it in the chat, please. Let's not try to fool me. I already got fooled once today. Technically twice. But we'll leave that where that is. By the way, guys, again, Cover 1 Roundup is coming on after this at 7 p.m. And then following that, we've got Greg Tomsat and Aaron Quinn at 9 p.m. So a lot of coverage. I think it's 9 p.m. Let me take a look at that. I don't want to tell you the guys the wrong time because it's important that I am doing my brother's justice. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you real quick as to what's on doc for the Cover 1 coverage tonight. So yeah, we have Cover 1 Roundup, and then it's not Greg. Excuse me, I'm losing my mind. It's not Greg tonight. It's the Air Raid Hour, 9 p.m. with Judge and Tilt. I don't know why I thought Greg and Aaron. Don't mind me. I'm losing my marbles. So Judge and Tilt will be here at 9 p.m. in the Cover 1 Roundup just before then. So lots of coverage, lots going on. We have you covered all the way through to tonight and through to tomorrow. But again, lots of good guys. Mooney's an interesting option, guys. Mooney is a very, very interesting option. Like I said, a guy that, has found success at times, but unfortunately has just been on the wrong side of some pretty poor quarterback play. Very, very wrong side of quarterback play. So it'd be very intriguing to see what, in terms of the Buffalo Bills and, being able to get a wide receiver maybe that has more potential, but hasn't had the opportunity to play with a good quarterback. Maybe that's Josh Allen. Let's talk about some other weaknesses in the Buffalo Bills and what they could work on. That internal defensive line, right? The interior defender. We got a couple options here. Obviously, Greg Gaines already signed. Maurice Hurst already signed. But there's some good options in here. Malcolm Roach, a favorite of Eric Turner's. Raekwon Davis, Montravius Adams. Sebastian Joseph Day. Sheldon Rankins. Ashawn Robinson. Tier Tart, who was just playing with the Tennessee Titans, who likely is not going to be going back, especially after some of the moves they made today. So, some good quality options. What do they do? What do they do with some of their free agents? Does Daquan Jones come back to Buffalo? It's an intriguing question because Daquan's number is going to be the one that's tough to pin, right? I don't know. I'm not sure what Daquan's number is going to look like, but based on Maurice Hurst, based on Greg Gaines, you would have to think that the number would be somewhere around there. Yes, he's played better in the past year, but age specific and injury coming off a torn pectoral muscle, I really think that number is probably closer on the lower end than the upper side of that. So Spin saying, how does the NFL mess this up bad? Apparently our third round comp pick magically turns into a fourth, and the Bengals sixth comp round compensatory pick turns into a third round pick. It's the NFL, boys and girls. That's how they do things. Nothing makes sense. It's like, whose line is that anyway? The points don't matter and the rules are made up. That's where we're at in life with the NFL. Kind of like the NHL for that matter too. But so yeah, back to what I was saying about free agency. In terms of the defensive line, there's some reasonable options here. Some reasonable options. I just wonder what the Bills can do and how much they'd be willing to spend on the defensive line. Because remember, there is some very, very nice options out there. We found out last night, Eric Armstead from the 49ers decided, which apparently is a thing, that he's just going to not play for the 49ers anymore. Could the Bills be in line for an Eric Armstead? I think it's going to be costly, but I wonder what the Bills are willing to spend. If the Bills say, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and splurge in free agency and that we go just offense in the draft. Not a bad move. Not a bad move at all. Javon Kinlaw, another ex-49er with a lot of talent. I mean, let's see. Javon Kinlaw based on PFF. Let's take a look at some of his numbers here. Javon Kinlaw has a pass rush of 70.3 and a run defense of 31.3. So he's absolutely a liability in the run game, but when it comes to the pass rush, he is definitely fearsome. Only 4 sacks, but hey, that's okay. His I think scheme fit and opportunity is something Javon Kinlaw will probably thrive in a space like Buffalo. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going on in terms of any other happenings in the NFL that's going on right now. Dolphins, we got Spot Track coming out saying Dolphins have made 4 critical salary cap conversions today. Jalen Ramsey, Zach Sealer, Alec Ingold, and Durham Smythe. Jalen Ramsey converted 19.912, Zach Sealer 5.6, and then Alec Ingold and Durham Smythe at 1.6, opening up some serious space. Begs to question, are the Dolphins about to pay Tua? Another quarterback in the NFL, and the belief is if Tua does get paid, is he going to tap out for over $50 million? Be intriguing. I'm here for it. If we're being fair, I like what Tua did, but I'm here for the Dolphins putting themselves in a bad position and paying him $50 million. If we're being honest. The Dolphins are in a bad spot right now, and to be honest with you, I think I think the Dolphins are not the number 2 team in the AFC East. I mean, we'll see, but I think there could be some changing of the guard behind Buffalo. We're going to keep an eye on things right now, see what else is going on for the Buffalo Bills and how we're looking. Like I said, guys, by the way, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you're sharing this. Go ahead on Twitter. If you guys see it, go ahead and share it. Let people know that we are live. We're going to be live all night long with you guys, continuing coverage, and in the next couple of days, continuing coverage to provide you guys all the analysis, all the conversation about what we're thinking in terms of Buffalo Bills. And I think Armstead and Rousseau throwing through the trees. I love everything about it. But we're going to be continually, guys, giving you all the in-depth coverage here at Cover One and doing what we can to keep you guys at best the most updated information that we can. So, but I do appreciate all of you guys here for tuning in so far for the past 6 hours and 43 minutes. Unbelievable stuff. And like I said, right after this, Cover One Roundup will be following, and stepping right in and doing what they do best, providing some in-depth analysis, some incredible stuff. Uber Hansen and David Fawkes will do just that, continuing on, and I'll be handing off the baton to them. So let's take a look at some other opportunities for the Buffalo Bills and what they can do to really kind of move in the right direction. We were talking about this earlier, the running back depth. Some interesting names out there, right? We got Zeke Elliott, Kareem Hunt, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Alex Madison, Deonta Foreman, DJ Dallas, Chase Edmonds, and Ernest Johnson. And then, like I had mentioned, I'm very intrigued about Derrick Henry. I like Derrick Henry, and I wonder if Derrick Henry would be willing to come to Buffalo on a contract that isn't as lucrative, but with the opportunity to play for a Super Bowl, right? Because I think Derrick Henry has the ability to provide something that the Buffaloes desperately lack, which is that thump when it comes down to the goal line. Can't wait to hear Fawkes' overreactions. We're here for it. So, but let's be honest. There's some really, really nice options, and I'm going to go ahead and bring up the free agency tracker again, and we'll take a look at some of the running back options that the Buffalo Bills could potentially dabble in. And obviously, you got Ty Johnson, who, man, really came along last year and did a really, really nice job for the Buffalo Bills. You got guys like Austin Eckler, Aaron Jones, a name that became available today because of the move of, the Green Bay Packers bringing in Josh Jacobs, right? Very, very nice option right there. You got Cam Akers, who really started thriving in Minnesota, just can't stay healthy. I'm not sure they'd go that route, but you never know. J.K. Dobbins, another guy that has had really nice success, just can't stay healthy. A.J. Dillon, I know a fan favorite of a lot of people, not great metric-wise, but a bigger running back can provide what you're looking for. Jerick McKinnon, who's been a thorn in the side of Bills fans over in KC for a long time. Rico Dowdle, running back from Dallas, who has had very much success in terms of being behind Tony Pollard. We'll see what happens. Does he go back? So there's a lot of options out there on the marketplace for the Buffalo Bills to see what they could go ahead and bring in. See if we got any other news going on. I'm gonna, keep my eyes and ears and everything peeled to see what we can kind of keep on top of. Let's see right here. Any other deals that have been announced? Nothing just yet. We are still going through and still waiting to hear if there's any more Buffalo Bills move tonight. And hey, guys, feel free. If you haven't, again, followed me on Twitter at the Thomas DeLoss, I am running a contest right now. Whoever guesses the Buffalo Bills player to sign in free agency that was not on the roster from last year will win a shirt from 26 Shirts. All you have to do, and it's pinned to my, I think it's pinned to my account. Let me go ahead and take a look. But all you got to do is go ahead and retweet that tweet. And I'm going to go ahead and pin this right now just for you guys because it wasn't pinned. You can go ahead and retweet that and follow me on Twitter, and somebody will win a shirt from 26 Shirts. Whoever correctly announces which player the Buffalo Bills signed that's not from our team. So, but yes, great options. If you guys in the chat, feel free, throw some ideas up at what you think. Obviously, it's not with the contest, but let me know what you guys think. If you guys have an idea for the Buffalo Bills that is a player you've been pining over, a player that you think that would really help the Buffalo Bills in terms of taking the next step. Is it a wide receiver? Somebody mentioned Calvin Ridley. Is it a trade option? Is it going ahead and trying to see if they could get a Brandon Ayuk from the 49ers? I've already been told that it's a little too much to be done, but hey, I'm here for all the pie in the sky ideas from you guys. I want to hear what you have to say. Anything that you think that the Bills should do, throw it out here and we'll discuss it. We'll talk about it and see what the best option is for the Buffalo Bills. But again, at the Thomas DeLoss, go ahead and hit me with a follow on Twitter. You'll go ahead and see me out there, but I appreciate you guys tagging along with us here at Cover One. Make sure, guys, you go ahead and hit that Cover One pass. It is important. And if we haven't already, let me see if we got this in here. I don't see it in here. That's okay. No worries. Actually, you know what? I could do this right here. Nah, skip it. No big deal. Let's see. Hold on one second. Yeah, let's do it. I'm on my show right now. Hold on one second, guys. Let's hear from Greg Thompson and Aaron Quinn about the Cover One Pass.
Many people ask us the best way to support us here at Cover One, and that is to sign up to become a Cover One Pass member. That contribution helps give us the access to all the data and information we use to create the content that you love.
And I think most importantly, brings you into our community of insiders. It's a great community based on Slack. I know a lot of people don't want to be on social media anymore or be in on those conversations. We bring all of it to you right in our great community of educated fans. And most importantly, you get access to our content creators.
Even better than that, everybody loves merch. You get awesome t-shirts, a cool decal, and a letter from the Cover One team signed directly to you.
All for $60. That gets you the entire season, next year's free agency and draft. $60. Click the link in the description. Cover One Insider. Become one today.
There you are, guys. That was Aaron Quinn and Greg Thompson, the two of the Cover One Buffalo podcast, telling you all about the Cover One Pass. Definitely do appreciate you guys going ahead and subscribing to that. It means the world to all of us here and allows us to continue to provide you stuff like this. Right? 6, almost 7 hours of content. It'll eventually be like 10 hours of content for you guys. But hey, we love you. It means the world to us that you guys care so much to stick with us all the time. And we'll keep doing this for you guys. But let's talk about some opportunities. Let's talk about some opportunities for the Buffalo Bills. And let's take a look at the roster right here and what the Bills have and where they're at right now and what they could do to really kind of bolster. Obviously, in terms of projections, this was what they think. And I think a lot of this is where they're at right now, who they have on futures contracts, and what they could potentially do going into the offseason. We are very much in need of interior defensive line help. We are very much in need of help at safety, as you know. Behind Taylor Rapp, you've got Damar Hamlin and Kendall Williamson. Not a great situation to be in. Running back is a big one right there. So there's some stuff that the Bills really need to tackle. And let's take a look at some of the names that you guys talked about, right? We got Noah Brown from Roy Collins, Justin Klaus, Jeremy Chin, Michelle Holloman. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Bills free agency target Tyler Boyd, I'm seeing. I don't think you're going to get any brownie points. I don't need any brownie points. Thank you very much. Just kidding. Maybe I do. I don't know. We'll see. So good options. Yep, Gabe Davis is no longer pending. Michael Thomas, like we said. So, some interesting options available out there in terms of where we are at. Actually, Judge just tweeted out the Bills depth chart at edge: Greg Russo, AJ Epenesa, Von Miller, Kingsley Jonathan, Cameron Klein. So right now we got 5 guys under contract. The expectation is the Bills will sign maybe 1 or 2. So I think it is important that the Bills go ahead and try to do the best they can to make it so when it comes to draft time, they don't have to force themselves. We've talked about this. Del Reed coming on here in Twitter saying it's creeping up on 7 p.m. heading for Bean after dark. Guys, this is the fun time of free agency where Brandon Bean starts to make his presence known. Some exciting stuff for the Bills on the horizon. Could the Bills be players in free agency beyond their own players that they've retained? Obviously, if you haven't seen today and you are just tuning in with us here at Cover One, the Bills have re-signed Cam Lewis. They have re-signed AJ Epenesa. And who else did they re-sign? Excuse me. The Buffalo Bills have... Why am I blanking right now? Let's take a look. Apologize. And all positions. And the Bills have re-signed. We've got Mitchell Trubisky that they've signed. I think that's it. That's the only ones they've signed today. Yeah. AJ Epenesa, Cam Lewis. Oh, and Deon Dawkins. And Deon Dawkins was an extension. So not a re-sign, but a nice little extension. So if you haven't been watching, Deon Dawkins extended, making him one of the highest paid left tackles in the game. Very, very well earned. Cam Lewis, 2 years, $4 million. And Gabe Davis, they re-signed AJ Epenesa, 2 years, $14 million with a max of 20. So good opportunities. Good opportunities right there for the Buffalo Bills. Brought back some of their own, extended one of their own. It'd be intriguing to see tonight if we find out anything else. We got another signing coming through right here. Austin Eckler leaving the Chargers. Austin Eckler is going to rejoin his former head coach, Anthony Lynn, in Washington. Look at that. It's a nice little signing right there. And I'll tell you, I really like the Commanders and what they're doing. I like the Commanders' skill positions. Jahan Dotson, Terry McLaurin, I remembered. Austin Eckler. They got Brian Robinson Jr. They got a really, really nice little group right there. And it's a 2-year deal worth up to $11.43 million. That's a very nice deal. Very, very nice deal for the Commanders right there. Good situation. I really, really like that. I think that's going to be a nice spot for Austin Eckler and a running back that has been just successful wherever he has gone. So that'd be a nice little 1-2 punch. What do I think about Curtis Samuel? So I've talked about Curtis Samuel since like early January as being one of my favorites for the Buffalo Bills. I've talked about Jeremy Chin, Curtis Samuel, guys that I've just kind of like earmarked as players that have had success with coaches in the Bills staff. And Curtis Samuel's best season was under Joe Brady. And one thing that Judge Mathis mentioned earlier, which I think is very, very important, is players have a tendency to follow coaches that they find success in. And just think about it. Like when you're working, right, you have your job, you're probably going to follow your bosses that you work the best under. You're not going to follow the bosses that you don't like. Well, Curtis Samuel's had a lot of success under Joe Brady. And on top of it, he hasn't played with a good quarterback yet. Sam Howell might be the best quarterback he's played with. Or, you know, I guess maybe Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold was kind of a hot mess in Carolina. So I don't exactly know where to stand on that situation. But guys, we do have 5 minutes left before Cover One Roundup comes on. So in a few minutes, we are going to be handing the reins off to Uber Hansen and David Faust. So very, very excited to continue this coverage and absolutely appreciate what you guys have endured and stayed with us all day. It's been a great day for some Buffalo Bills coverage and some analysis here. But like I said, I love Curtis Samuel. I think it's a great opportunity for the Bills to get another quality receiver, a guy that, let's just take a look real quick before we move on and I hand you guys off to the next core group. And guys, like I said, with the Cover One, the Thomas takeover. Thank you. So with the roundup, you guys will see they're going to be live. They'll be on this channel, but if you just refresh, you'll see them pop up and you can go in the waiting room or you can wait for their show to start. So I appreciate you doing that. And I hope 226, all of you guys get in there and show them love. Let's keep this coverage going. I hope all of you guys will be in there and maybe I'll pop in the chat and hang out with you guys. Maybe not. My wife will kill me. Who am I kidding? My wife will literally probably kill me if I do that. So maybe I won't. Let's for a different day. But yeah, guys, this has been awesome. I really, 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 really appreciate the time. But I'm going to give you that information on Curtis Samuel real quick on PFF, what he's looked like so far. 1 second. So in terms of Curtis Samuel, overall 2023, 69.7, receiving 70.5, rushing 67.3. He had 4 touchdowns, 62 receptions, 62 receptions on 85 targets. Not bad. Not great, not bad. You know, right around average. But guys, that being said, it is 6:57. I do appreciate you guys. If you have loved this coverage, make sure you go ahead and hit a thumbs up. This has been lovely. This has been wonderful. I really, really, really appreciate all you guys do for loving a Cover One. It means the world to all of us here. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at the Thomas DeLoss, and I'll go ahead and I'm going to give you a second so you guys can do it. I'm going to go ahead and take off this overlay. God, God, this is really hard to do sometimes. That right there is my Twitter handle. Go ahead, give me some love, hit me with a follow. There's a bunch of you guys. I'd really appreciate it. Like I said, I have that contest going on for the shirt from 26 Shirts. Means the world to me, guys. Go ahead and give the Cover One Roundup some love following them. It will be Air Raid Hour tonight. Guys, like I do this every single time I end my show and kind of log off on anything. We have a lot of exciting stuff going ahead. Tonight's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a continuous engagement and just lots of stuff to keep tabs on. So stay tuned to Cover One. Stay tuned to the Cover One Pass. Cover One Roundups following up after this, guys. I love you. Let's go Buffalo.
Thank you for watching tonight's episode of the Air Raid Hour. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out. If you are catching the show on demand, leave a reply in the comments section and we will respond over the course of the week. You can always listen to every episode next day on all major podcasting platforms, including Apple Podcasts and Spotify, by searching Air Raid Buffalo. Thank you for your continued support, and as always, go Bills!